Gates of Hell, an ARKANE thriller, Book 6, written by J.F. Penn, narrated by Veronica Giguere. A depth of beginning, a depth of end, a depth of good, a depth of evil. Sefer Yetzirah 1:5. I have the keys of hell and of death. Revelation 1:18, King James Version. Prologue. Santiago Pereira stumbled as he ran through the park, dropping to one knee as he gasped for breath, heart pounding. He glanced behind, his eyes darting around the empty streets. Yesterday's newspaper blew across the road, the rustle making him start as the cool wind blew in from the sea. He tasted salt in the air, a scent of pine from the hills above the city, and in the moment of stillness, hope rose within him. Perhaps somehow he had lost the man who shadowed him. A footfall and then measured steps echoed through the square, striding towards him with no rush. Tears welled and Santiago's heart swelled in his chest. There was still so much to do, too much at stake for this to end here. He was an old man now, though, and he couldn't fight alone. He thought of Sophia, her deep brown eyes crinkled with laughter as she danced. His many mistakes had kept her from him, but maybe their distance would protect his granddaughter now. Santiago looked up at the Sagrada Familia basilica before him, its facade a mosaic of eclectic architectural styles that his own hands had played a part in creating. A flock of sparrows rose from the spire, their song a hymn to the Creator. He rose to his feet and forced his body into an exhausted half-jog, over the quiet streets towards the holy place as the footsteps behind him grew ever closer. Santiago slipped through the turnstile gates and hurried towards the Passion facade, the oversized statue of the bound and whipped Christ before him, thorn-crowned head bowed in exhaustion.
"It's time to give it up, Rabbi."
The voice was close, barely raised, the authority clear.
"Your watchkeeping is finished, and now I will finish what your remnant could not."
Santiago turned slowly, his back straightening as he faced the man who brought judgment, a man he had never thought to see again. Adam Kadmon had the physique of a boxer in his prime, his face strong and angular, his brow heavy. Santiago almost flinched to see the scar that bisected Adam's right eye, leaving it white and sightless.
"You will bring destruction if you pursue this course, Adam. The key is not for this generation. We are not ready as a people for what it could unleash."
Adam shook his head.
"You were the one who inspired me with a passion for the Kabbalah. You were the one who told me of the key, and now it is time."
He ran his hand through his thick hair, an almost nervous gesture.
"It is overtime. You lack the strength to finish this, but I can bear this burden. I will bring an end to this earthly corruption, and we will no longer be the remnant. We will be los devoradores."
Santiago backed away at his words. His hands rested against the pillar where Christ was tied, his fingers seeking out the striations of the stone. As his workman's calloused hands caressed the stone, Santiago tried to draw strength from the carpenter the Christians believed to have given himself for those he loved. The old man sighed, sagging as he leaned back against the rock.
"Perhaps you're right. Besides, I'm too tired to stand in your way anymore."
He bent his head, looking at the ground.
"I'll tell you the final piece of what you seek. But let us go to the roof together, as we used to do when you were young. I'll tell you there."
Adam stepped forwards, a curious smile playing around his mouth.
I know you, Rabbi. I know you're not constrained by this physical flesh. But I will come with you to the roof, and we'll finish this together.
Adam walked to the great double doors of the basilica, the words of the Lord's Prayer etched into them, the raised letters a testament to the faith that inhabited this place. He pushed them open with a slight creak. Santiago paused inside the doorway, breathing in the air that lay within the hallowed walls. This was not his faith, and yet the basilica had been under construction for the whole of his lifetime. It had become his stability. Its progress had marked the days of his own life. Like the scriptures, there were layers of meaning within each of the stones in the basilica, and craftsmen had always been the mouthpiece of God. Adam pulled apart the doors of the workman's lift that would take them to the top of the Tower of the Passion. Santiago followed him inside and felt the younger man take his elbow, as he used to do in his youth. Once, Adam Kadmon, as he now called himself, had been his star pupil, back in the days when the Remnant had still been a vibrant force. Then, that touch had been one of respect. Now, those fingers were tight and pinched his skin. The hands he had watched carve discarded stone into magical shapes were now instruments of harm. Santiago flushed, shame washing his cheeks. He was responsible for teaching Adam the knowledge that could now be used to usher in the final days. Part of him didn't believe the key was real, but if it was, the time was nearly upon them when the gates could be opened. Santiago sent up a silent prayer to his God. The lift cranked its way upwards, the mechanical grind of chains resounding in the stone tower. It was cold, the chill of the morning amplified by the dark stone interior, as the light of the sun wouldn't pierce this tower until the afternoon. Finally, the lift stopped, and Adam pulled apart the lattice screen, waving his hand forward.
After you, Rabbi.
Santiago stepped out into the narrow walkway. The top of the towers were still under construction, and there were 2 more facades to be built. This was a project that would last generations, the pride of Catholic Spain, perhaps the only great basilica of the modern era. Scaffolding surrounded the back part of the tower, and Santiago stood for a moment, looking out across Barcelona. His mind teemed with possibilities, like the letters of the Torah spinning before him, a kaleidoscope of universes. He sensed Adam standing close behind, and Santiago could smell the residual smoke from the distinctive gitana cigarettes his pupil smoked.
The key, Adam whispered. Where is it?
Santiago thought of the manuscript he had sent to London a few days before, after the dream of darkness had come again. The misshapen and the polluted of God had come creeping from the gates of hell, their black bodies dark upon the earth, leaving a trail of ash behind them and laying waste to humanity. The ancient book was the hope of deliverance in the face of evil, and the only other knowledge was with the remnant, handed down from the descendants of Jews who had kept the secret for generations. When Sophia had rejected her heritage, Santiago had become the last of his line to keep the secret. He could only hope that the daughter of his old friend would rise to the challenge he had sent her. Looking at Adam, Santiago saw the shadow of the young man he had taught. Perhaps he might have handed the responsibility of the remnant to Adam once, but then that one incident had changed everything, and Adam still wore the scars. A line bisected his right eye, cutting deep into his cheek, the scar tissue white against his darker Mediterranean skin. Santiago reached out a hand and touched Adam's face, overcome with remorse.
I failed you back then. I'm so sorry.
Adam grunted and waved his hand, dismissing the sentiment.
My scars have shaped me, Rabbi, and gave me reason to seek the key. The gates of hell must be opened so judgment can fall upon those who have persecuted us all for generations."
His gaze fixed on Santiago.
"So tell me now, where is it? We don't have much time before the workers arrive."
Down on the street, the sound of traffic had begun as the city awoke. Time had run out. Santiago breathed in deeply, tasting the air once more, inhaling the cold smell of stone.
"I'll show you," he said. "Come."
The old man shuffled around the perimeter of the tower towards an opening that led out onto a walkway between the towers. Warning signs and yellow hazard tape were stuck to the walls. Tarpaulin stretched over the opening, the edges flapping in the wind.
"I know where Sophia is," Adam said. "So don't try anything."
Santiago froze. He closed his eyes, seeing his granddaughter's face, hearing her laugh. Adam had loved her mother once, and back then Santiago had hoped they might be bound together as family. But would Adam harm Sophia now? Could he take that chance? Santiago's heart beat hard in his chest, his pulse so loud it surely echoed around the tower. He put his hand to his head, suddenly dizzy with fear, but the memory of his dream, the misshapen turning the world to ash, made him more afraid than anything Adam could do. Sophia would be caught up in this whatever he did, and he had to trust that this next generation could finish what his own could not. He opened his eyes, resolve strengthening his voice.
"You know the Sagrada Familia is crowded with symbols. I have taught you this since you were a boy. But there is one symbol I have never shown you. It is on the head of the risen Christ. Come."
Shuffling to the tarpaulin, Santiago pulled the edge up, ducking under and emerging on the edge of the roof, overlooking the gigantic statue of the risen Christ affixed to the middle of the basilica. Behind him, the spire of the Passion Tower rose into the sky, streaks of cirrus cloud above it, like scars across the blue. In front of him, the Tower of the Nativity rose above another uncompleted facade. Santiago smiled. For a moment he was a young sculptor again, the sound of chisel on stone echoing through years of memory. For all his failures, at least he had left his mark here. Adam stepped out behind him onto the narrow ledge, one hand gripping the low stone wall, the only barrier between them and the hundreds of feet to the courtyard below. This was the domain of angels, their words of praise to the divine carved into stone rondelles at either side of the facade. And here in the center, God's risen Son triumphant in glory. As a Jew, Santiago had never understood the portrayal of a physical manifestation of God, this worship of graven images that his scripture forbade. But over the years, the stone effigies had been a constant, emerging from the rock even as his own life had been carved away. Santiago gazed out over his city, his Barcelona. He looked south, casting his mind towards Sophia, sending his granddaughter the love he had been unable to truly show her. He shuffled further out, away from the shelter of the tower. He could feel the wind now as it buffeted him, and he instinctively leaned into it as the ledge narrowed and the wall sloped lower, tapering off to nothing but a sheer drop.
"That's far enough,"
Adam shouted above the wind.
"Where's the symbol?"
Santiago pointed across to the gigantic head of Christ as he continued to inch towards the edge. His voice was strong now, his bearing proud.
"There is a code in this facade, if you know how to read it. You knew once, Adam, but now you've forgotten the true path. In your rage you have betrayed your ancestors. I thought I could show you the way when you were young, but now it's too late."
As if in slow motion, Santiago saw Adam's good eye flicker in realization of what was to come. His hand lifted from the ledge and began to reach for his rabbi, fingers grasping for purchase. But this was the only possible end, the only way to keep the key from Adam's dark purpose. He would have to trust that the book would get to the last daughter of the Remnant, that she would be the right person to find the key before Adam, that she would keep the gates of hell closed. With a last burst of strength, Santiago threw himself away from Adam's grasping fingers, using his momentum to leap into the air. For a moment, there was stillness. He thought the angels might catch him and bear him to safety, but then time caught up. Santiago plummeted to the ground below, his last whispered word the secret name of his god. From the spire above, Adam looked down on the body of his rabbi, the old man's blood running down to the feet of the bound and whipped Christ. Chapter 1. There were several secret entrances to the ARKANE Religious Knowledge and Numinous Experience Institute, known as ARKANE. Dr. Morgan Sierra preferred the one beneath St. Martin-in-the-Fields Church because she could grab a really good cup of black coffee on her way in. As she walked down the stairs into the crypt, Morgan wondered briefly what the staff thought she did within the church hierarchy, but luckily the polite restraint of the British kept all inquiries confined to a raised eyebrow now and then. Her steps were slow and tentative this morning, her body still recovering from the ordeal at the British Museum, where Neo-Vikings had used ritual murder in their hunt for the staff of Skara Brae. Morgan knew that she should probably take a few days off to rest, but she wanted to see the manuscript as soon as possible. Thoughts of it had been haunting her, and now she finally had time to pay attention. She had also heard that Jake Timber was finally cleared to return to active service. Morgan's stomach fluttered with anticipation at seeing him, and she smiled, shaking her head at the teenage sensibility. Jake was her ARKANE partner, but they hadn't worked together since he had been crushed by a demon in the Bone Church of Sedlitz, his injuries putting him in a medically induced coma. She knew he would be desperate to get to work now, and she was certainly pleased to have him back. After grabbing her coffee, Morgan ducked down a tiny side corridor in the crypt. It was filled with large metal plates with images of saints etched in their surfaces, used in the brass rubbing classes so peculiar to English school trips. Boxes of postcards were piled high towards the end of the corridor, next to what looked like a stone cupboard. But the keypad and discreet retinal scanner were indications of what really lay behind. The public face of ARKANE was academic, commenting in the media on the rise of religious fundamentalism as well as funding conservation of historical artifacts. But under Trafalgar Square, the real ARKANE had its state-of-the-art labs, a secret research center for investigating supernatural and religious mysteries across the world. London was the global hub, but most ARKANE agents worked in the field, on the trail of ancient sacred objects, working on the edge of what most would even question as reality. Morgan swiped her identity card and bent her eye to the scanner, hearing the faint click as the door released after a few seconds. She stepped into another short corridor, the plain white walls hiding the array of equipment that verified her identity, ensuring that no unauthorized person ever breached the inner halls of ARKANE. As she entered the elevator at the end, Morgan reflected on the first time she had come down here. Her beliefs had certainly changed since then. In her old life as a psychologist for the Israeli Defense Force and then Oxford University, she'd investigated religion from a scientific viewpoint. As an ARKANE agent, she had experienced a darker reality, a world where ancient power was used to summon the unseen, to call on evil to murder and destroy, and science played a secondary role. ARKANE stood between humanity and the abyss, and the fight was never ending. The feeling within the Institute right now was that events were escalating, but then Morgan knew that humanity had always considered itself on the edge of the end times. Was this age truly any different? At the bottom of the lift, Morgan walked briskly through the glass-walled corridors, heading for a private office away from the main research area. She glanced into one room as she passed, where language experts analyzed a stone tablet depicting a demon holding a sacred plant. It was from a cache of objects ARKANE had acquired on a rescue mission to the Shrine of Jonah near the occupied city of Mosul in Iraq. The academic in her longed to go and join the team working on the Assyrian artifacts from Nineveh. Access to these objects was part of the reason she had joined ARKANE, but the mysterious manuscript called to her now, and she turned back down the corridor. As she sipped the final inch of her coffee, Morgan reached the office of Martin Klein, ARKANE's head librarian. As the unofficial brain of the Institute, Martin was more comfortable in the world of data and knowledge than personal interaction. He found patterns in the chaos of overwhelming information, seeing things that those more tied to traditional thinking would miss, and Morgan knew how important he was to ARKANE. He had become a friend to her and Jake as well, although she was careful to respect his need for physical distance. She knocked. The door burst open and Martin's beaming face greeted her, a sure sign that he had discovered something interesting. His enthusiasm brimmed over, and he stood bouncing on the soles of his feet like a puppy waiting to play, his roughly chopped mop of blonde hair falling into his eyes. He pushed it aside with a gesture of impatience as he waved her in. Come in, come in. You're going to find this manuscript fascinating." The walls of the little office were dense with images, fantastical creatures and mathematical symbols next to formations of galaxies and calligraphic quotes from philosophers. The walls acted as a kind of working memory, a way to distract one part of Martin's brain while he delved into the deeper realms of his subconscious. The walls were repainted regularly, and it seemed such a waste to lose the workings each time, but Morgan knew that Martin didn't even see them anymore, assimilating whatever he needed to learn. She could only wonder at what went on in his mind, and she was grateful that she could borrow his brain for her own personal project this time. She walked to a white table by Martin's desk, where a leather-bound book lay propped on a wooden stand to keep the pages from bending back too far. She took the pair of thin white gloves Martin handed her so she could touch it without damaging the fragile pages. Stepping closer, Morgan opened the book randomly, the gold edges flashing in the light as she examined the diagrams, symbols, and Hebrew words. "It's a Sefer Yetzirah," Martin said with triumph. "The book of creation or formation, supposedly written by Abraham, or more likely by the great Rabbi Akiva. It's not exactly easy reading, but it's considered to be one of the earliest extant books on Jewish esotericism. It's very exciting to have one here, I must say." Morgan nodded, a frown on her face as she bent to the manuscript, pushing back the dark brown curls from her face in order to see more clearly. She touched a finger lightly on one page. "There's a stain here," she murmured, pointing out a russet blotch on the edge of one page. Yes. Martin was hesitant. "I have some ideas about what that might be. I've sent a sample to be tested." Visions of the bloody murders she had witnessed in the last few days came to Morgan's mind, and she closed her eyes for a second, pushing the images away. Opening her eyes again, she picked up a letter from the table beside the book. It had arrived in the package with the manuscript and was still unopened. Her name was on the front. The handwriting was her father's, but Leon Sierra had been dead for 3 years, blown apart by a suicide bomber on the number 12 bus in downtown Beersheba, Israel. Another pointless death in a struggle that most thought would never end. The letter was curious, as this package had only arrived a few days ago, even though it had been written before he died. Morgan's heart beat faster at the prospect of reading her father's words. Martin interrupted her thoughts. "The book is from Amsterdam, where many Jews from Spain ended up over time.
It became an early center for Hebrew printing and publishing, as well as a hotbed of Kabbalism.
He pushed his thin wire glasses back into place.
This particular manuscript is noted for the illustration in the front. Look.
Pulling on his own thin white gloves, Martin carefully turned the pages until the frontispiece was shown.
This is an amulet for protection against Lilith, the night spectre, one of the impure demons of Jewish Kabbalism. She belongs to Gamaliel, called the polluted of God, and she kills young children unless this amulet is displayed. It's rare to see this, dare I say, superstition in a Sefer Yetzirah. I wonder why it's here.
He turned a few more pages.
This is odd, too. This one page was loose, removed from the bindings, but left within the book alongside your father's letter.
The page was covered in strange symbols and what looked like a form of Hebrew prayer, but she had never seen anything like it before. Morgan's frown deepened. She picked up the brown paper wrapping that the book had come in. Her name was inked on the front in her father's sloped handwriting, but the address had been written in a different style and had clearly been added more recently. Where was the package sent from? Martin looked up from the book.
I tracked it back to a central post box in Barcelona, near El Col, the Jewish quarter of the old city, or at least where the Jews used to live.
His voice tailed off, and his eyes flicked nervously to Morgan. Since a fire at the Grand Lodge of England where they had both narrowly avoided being burned alive, Martin had been more protective of her. Morgan appreciated the gesture, but the history of Spain's Jewish population was nothing new, repeated around Europe in those dark centuries. Based on her recent trip to Budapest, the story wasn't over yet. My father, Leon, was a Sephardic Jew, she explained. The Sierras originally came from the south of Spain near Granada and left during the expulsion in 1492, when Spain united under Ferdinand and Isabella, and they forced conversion, death, or expulsion. She tilted her head to one side, trying to remember the details of the northeastern area of Spain. I think that Barcelona was mostly cleared of the Jewish population in 1391, with pogroms wiping out many of them, and then the expulsion finished off the rest. But I've heard that there's an active synagogue there, small but growing once again. Whoever posted the package must be part of that community, so they shouldn't be too hard to find. Martin nodded.
I was able to lift a couple of partial fingerprints from the package, and I've set a search on them. Shouldn't be too long before we have some leads.
Morgan's fingers brushed the faded blue ink on the envelope, imagining her father inscribing the words years ago at his desk in Safed. His head would have been bent to the desk, his hands flowing over the pages as he whispered words from the Torah or sang snatches of the Hebrew songs he loved so much. He had been a secular archaeologist earlier in life, but after she had joined the Israeli Defense Force as a psychologist, Leon had discovered his faith in the scriptural analysis of Kabbalah, a form of Jewish mysticism. Leon had practiced gematria, a way of analyzing the numeric value of words to divine meaning in their numeric equivalents. Morgan remembered him telling a story of Rabbi Ishmael from the Talmud, who watched a scribe writing sacred words on a Torah scroll. My son, be meticulous in your work, the rabbi said, for it is the work of heaven. Should you omit one single letter, or add too many, you would thereby destroy the whole world. The precision of words was of primary importance to the Kabbalists, so on one level Morgan was desperate to know what the letter said. On a deeper, emotional level, the thought of opening it frightened her, knowing these would be the final words she would ever hear from her father. She took a deep breath and reached for the letter. Chapter 2. Morgan opened the envelope carefully, trying not to damage the letter within. Inside, There was a single page of cream paper with her father's message on one side. Morgan, my daughter, I hope you never have to read this, for if you do, then you are the last of the remnant. We have protected the location of the key, but now we are threatened, and it is in jeopardy. It falls to you now. Those who seek the gates of hell must not find the key. It is not for us to open, for to do so will usher in the last days. I love you. Papa. As she read the words, Morgan could hear her father's voice in her ear, his breath in the air around her sweetened with the honey cake he loved so much. Her tears dropped onto the page, making the blue ink run a little. She wiped her eyes and dabbed at the smudge with her sleeve, not wanting to mar his precious words. I don't know what it means, she said, shaking her head as she handed the letter to Martin. He believed in the spiritual realms, but I've never heard of this remnant, or a key, or even the gates of hell in this context. What do you think? Martin examined the words, his forehead creased in concentration. The gates of hell are usually mentioned in association with the Christian church, not the Jewish tradition. Jesus addressed the Apostle Peter, calling him the rock on which the church will be built, and the gates of hell would not prevail against it. But your father being Jewish, it's definitely odd. Give me some time, and I'll find out about this remnant for you. He handed the letter back to Morgan, and she laid it gently on the table. Martin was not one to shrink from a challenge. His life's work was to build the most complete database of human knowledge, not the easy stuff that Google archived, but the secrets and mysteries, the conspiracies and truths that most did not even want to know. He was a Kabbalah scholar in the last years of his life, Morgan said, her voice wavering as she fought back the tears that threatened. She remembered standing in her father's little house in Safed, north of the Sea of Galilee, the last time she had seen him. Her husband Elion had been killed on the Golan Heights during a skirmish with Hezbollah, and she had traveled up there for her father's combination of love and fatalistic acceptance of God's will. His sense that nothing happened without a reason, even if that reason didn't benefit the individual directly. Morgan could never bring herself to believe as he did, but given what she had seen with ARKANE in the last few months, perhaps she was now beginning to witness that supernatural side for herself. She was aware that beneath her, in the very lowest levels of the ARKANE vault, lay the Pentecost stones and the Devil's Bible alongside other artifacts of great power. Why not add the key to the gates of hell? Morgan found herself smiling at the thought, so far from the beliefs she had entered ARKANE with not so long ago.
Glad to see you smiling again, Morgan.
The voice was deep, with a hint of South African heritage, and Morgan turned to see Jake Timber in the doorway. He wore a blue-tailored suit that fitted his muscular body, noticeably leaner after his convalescence. Despite his recent injuries, he still moved like a powerful jungle cat as he entered the room, a beautiful predator Morgan was undeniably drawn to. She wanted to go to him, touch the corkscrew scar just above his left eyebrow, tell him how scared she had been, and how glad she was to have him back. All she could do was smile more broadly.
"How you doing, Spooky?"
Jake said. Martin flushed a little at the term of endearment, the nickname Jake had bestowed upon him based on his uncanny ability to discover hidden things that no one else would have considered. Morgan knew how much Martin looked up to Jake and that he would do anything for his friend. The three of them had made a good team in previous missions, with her and Jake out in the world, and Martin and his hacking skills their secret weapon back at base. Morgan let herself revel in the moment, three friends united in a brief span of calm. A rare situation, and one she didn't take for granted.
"Jake, I'm so glad you're back," Martin said, a trifle stiffly.
He put out a tentative hand, as if he'd learned that's what you should do when you see a male friend. Jake skillfully ignored the gesture, understanding that Martin hated physical contact. Instead, he produced a pack of colored paint markers from behind his back and put them in Martin's outstretched hand.
"These are for your wall. I found them in the therapy ward at the hospital and thought you'd do a better job than me at using them."
Morgan's smile widened at the pleasure in Martin's face as he accepted the unusual gift. For a man with so many PhDs, he liked coloring as much as Morgan's little niece, Gemma.
"I don't have anything for you," Jake said, turning to Morgan. "Sorry about that, but perhaps I can keep you company on your next mission. It sounds like you've been having way too much fun without me."
His amber eyes darkened, and Morgan recognized the undercurrent in his words. "You didn't miss much, to be honest," she said. "And it's been no fun without you." But her words hid reality, for if Morgan was honest, Jake had missed a lot, and she had definitely changed while he had been in the hospital. She thought of her hunt across Egypt for the Ark of the Covenant, the labyrinth under Budapest, and the extraordinary abilities of Blake Daniel in the halls of the British Museum as Neo-Vikings wreaked havoc in central London. Would she and Jake be able to return to the trust they had previously established as partners since he had missed so much? Had she become too independent in his absence, too used to working alone?
"What's this book, then?" Jake asked, breaking the tension. "New mission?"
He walked to the table.
"It's always a manuscript, isn't it? I wonder if in the future ARKANE agents will find old tablets or laptops and regard them as we do these objects."
Morgan handed him her father's letter. "It's not a mission," she said. "It's more of a personal investigation right now. The book was sent by my father, along with this note." Jake raised his eyebrow, the corkscrew scar twisting with his surprise.
"But your father is—"
"Dead. Yes. No need to step lightly around that fact." Morgan turned back to the pages of the book. "I can read some of the text, but the meaning is obscure, although it must be something to do with the gates of hell."
Jake shook his head in mock resignation. "Gates of hell? You really take me to the most fun places."
Morgan smiled again, and she realized that she had missed this. Jake's sense of humor was part of what she loved about working at ARKANE. He made life-threatening situations far more attractive. Martin's computer chimed, a complex bell fragment that left the listener wondering what the missing note was, like a question mark in the air.
"Must be the fingerprints from the package."
Martin bent to the computer screen.
"I'm surprised they're back so quickly."
He scanned the screen, eyes widening, his already pale face becoming whiter as he read what was there. Chapter 3. Martin straightened, his face stricken. "What is it?" Morgan asked as she and Jake moved to join him by the screen. Martin instinctively moved away from them as he explained.
"The fingerprints on the package belong to a man found dead this morning at the base of the Sagrada Familia Basilica in Barcelona. The police report indicates suicide. It seems that he jumped from one of the towers."
Morgan looked down at the face of Santiago Pereira, a stonemason, sculptor, and a Jew of Barcelona. She grasped her father's letter tightly in her hand. "Jumped, perhaps," she said. "Or maybe he was pushed. It's too much of a coincidence. Either way, I have to go there. Martin, can you call Marietti and say I'm on my way up? I need some time out for a personal trip." Jake reached out a hand as Morgan turned towards the doorway. His fingers were warm on her bare skin, his latent strength evident in just this one touch. "Want some company?" he asked, and there was a deeper question in his amber eyes. Morgan hesitated, part of her wanting to keep her father, her family, partitioned away from ARKANE. After all, they had been willing to risk her sister and niece during the fires of Pentecost. She thought of the end of that day, of watching the ashes smolder alongside Jake, how their fingers had entwined in the sunrise. She nodded. "I could use some help with Marietti, actually. I'm pretty sure he has us earmarked for something else."
Jake chuckled. "Yeah, right. A mysterious Jewish manuscript that might lead us to the gates of hell? Marietti won't be able to resist this."
Morgan turned back at the doorway. "Actually, Martin, I'll take that letter and that extra page of the manuscript. It must have been kept separate for a reason. I'll try to figure it out en route to Spain." Martin carefully folded the page and put it in the envelope with the letter, handing it to her.
"You two go safe now," he said.
Director Elias Marietti's office was in the public-facing building of ARKANE, several stories above ground, with a window that looked across Trafalgar Square to Nelson's Column and the Fourth Plinth, an art space currently hosting a bright blue cockerel. Marietti was staring out towards the National Gallery as Morgan and Jake entered the office, his back slightly hunched, shoulders tight with strain. As he turned, the light from the window illuminated the white in his hair, and Morgan noticed that he seemed to have aged recently. The creases in his forehead had deepened, and his eyes were heavy-lidded, bags of purple under them like bruises as the shadows played across his strong features. She knew that Marietti had protected the secrets of ARKANE for many years, but she wondered whether something new had caused this recent change in the director's features. Now, however, was not the time to ask.
"Martin told me about the book and the letter, Morgan."
Marietti was always gruff and to the point. Today was no different.
"What do you hope to find if you go to Barcelona? We have too much to do here right now. I need you both."
His eyes flicked to Jake.
"There are things I haven't told either of you yet. Things that concern all of us."
There was a challenge in Marietti's eyes, as if he wanted to hammer the world into submission, and the members of his team were his blunt instruments. Morgan strode into the center of the room, leaving Jake in the doorway. This was her fight, and she knew Jake's allegiance would be tested. After all, Marietti was his mentor, the man who had recruited him into ARKANE years ago. "There will always be something going on," she said. "You told me yourself that our fight will never end, and I left the manuscript alone to investigate the staff of Skara Brae because you were concerned about the threat of Ragnarok. I almost died on that island. You know that." She hesitated, unsure of the tone she wanted to use. "Whatever you say, I'm going to Barcelona. My father wrote that letter to me, and I need to know why Santiago Pereira sent the book, and why he died. The gates of hell are probably just a metaphor, an old man's fantasy, so I might only be a few days. But I am going." Marietti was silent, turning to look at the oil painting on the wall, his face in momentary contemplation. Every time Morgan had been in the office, there was a different painting on the wall, courtesy of Marietti's love of art and his special relationship with the creative establishment in London. This painting showed the corpse of a young girl laid out upon flagstones in the snow, surrounded by doves and pigeons. Her dark hair was spread like a nimbus around her face, her red skirt entangled with her legs. Her breasts were bare, and ropes were wrapped around her wrists as she lay at the foot of the cross she had been crucified on. It should have been a violent image, evoking horror at the girl's murder, but the snow lent it a peaceful aura, drawing the viewer into a moment of calm.
"It's Saint Eulalia,"
Marietti said.
as portrayed by John William Waterhouse in the pre-Raphaelite style. She was a saint of Barcelona, tortured and crucified for her beliefs during the persecution of Christians under Diocletian in the 3rd century.
He turned, his eyes boring into Morgan's.
The Jews have not been the only ones to suffer in that city, so be careful what you search for, Morgan. You just might find it.
Morgan stood unmoving, meeting his gaze. Her heart pounded as she challenged his authority, but she would not back down. After a moment, Marietti sat down heavily at his desk with a sigh.
All right, then. But you only have 3 days to get the answers you want. Jake, you go too, and make sure you're both back next week.
Morgan nodded and turned back towards the door. Jake walked out in front of her, heading for the elevator. As she reached the doorway, she thought she heard another whisper.
Because we're running out of time.
She turned briefly to see Marietti with his eyes closed, a look of agony on his face. A jolt of concern made her wonder if they were doing the right thing, if perhaps they should stay and work on whatever was worrying the director. But then she thought of her father's handwriting, his desperate note, and the crime scene photos of Santiago Pereira. Resolve hardening, she left Marietti to his contemplation. Chapter 4. Pacing up and down the length of his library, Adam Kadmon whispered prayers under his breath, entreating the divine to show him the next step. It had seemed as if his quest had been close to completion only a few days before, but the old man had been stronger than expected. Santiago's death had left questions unanswered, and Adam no longer had any hope of finding the key unless he followed the path of the coded numbers left by the Remnant. It would take longer, but there was still time before the alignment of planets brought the dark world closer to this one, the veil between them thin enough to pierce with the key. He heard a laugh outside, and a splash of water in the pool below. Adam went to the window and looked down to see one of his men by the fountain, flirting with a girl from the kitchen. Their faces reflected an age-old courtship dance that had been repeated here for generations. His family's ancestral home in Seville was nestled in the midst of the old town, a tiny entranceway hiding the palatial interior. Modeled in the Moorish style, the pool in the center of the house was open to the sky. The rest of the building surrounded it, protecting this peaceful heart in the bustling city. Adam's fingers touched his own face as he looked down unseen on the flirting couple. He had loved but once, and still wore the scar. The girl below laughed, and Adam heard his past echo in the sound. He hardened his heart. There were more satisfying things than earthly love. He slammed the shutters of the library, banging them closed. Outside he heard the couple's silence and imagined them walking swiftly away from the courtyard, never daring to look back. He paused by wooden shelves that stretched to the ceiling, full of books on the history of Spain and manuscripts of Kabbalah wisdom. Knowledge had no inherent morality, and Adam had learned that good and evil were in the eye of the beholder. He had been collecting these books for years, gorging himself on the pain and suffering of the people of this land. Now, it was time to act. Adam pulled down the book that had led him to this quest so many years ago. It was a handbook of the Inquisition, a documentation of the torture that had been inflicted on his ancestors, the conversos, the Jews who had been forcibly converted to Christianity and then persecuted anyway. Tortured on the rack, broken on the wheel, and burned at the stake at the orders of an empire whose end must come. Some might say that Spain was secular now, that religion was secondary to the pursuit of money and pleasure, but religion still lay at its heart. This world needed cleansing. It was past time. Santiago's pity still jarred him, and he remembered the old man's face as he jumped. There had been peace in his eyes, as there had been when he had taught so many years ago. In those early days, Santiago had taught Adam the ways of Kabbalah mysticism that were approved and sanctioned, aimed at a higher purpose. But as Adam had dabbled at the edges, where the white-hot truth of the Torah melted into ivory and then in shades towards black, he had discovered Jewish demonology and caught a glimpse of the other side. The black ink of the Torah letters had appeared as a deep well against the white page. In his mind, he had tipped over and fallen into the pool of pitch. As a teenager, he had been mocked for his slight frame and bookish ways, but all of that had fallen away when he perceived this other realm. It became an addictive retreat as the bullying intensified. He remembered Santiago's face when he spoke of what he saw, the rabbi shaking his head as he listened. Adam's voice had faltered, doubt flooding him as his mentor had spoken of the thin line that a righteous man must walk. He told of Jacob's ladder and the different worlds that existed closer to God, where the air was thin and angels could walk the earth. But there were also darker realms, where the body was heavy and dense and where demons roamed. Those who could see through the veil could perceive both extremes, but the true Kabbalist must gather up the fragments of light from the broken vessels and restore them to God, leaving the darkness behind. He had made a decision then to follow Santiago's path of light, until the day the other boys had come for him. Adam pulled his gitana cigarettes from his pocket with slightly shaking hands. He lit one and inhaled deeply, allowing the smoke to permeate his lungs as he regained control. He walked to the oversized table where he had laid out the astronomical maps, the pages of calculations he had pored over for years now. In just over 2 days' time, at exactly 1:02 a.m., Mars, Earth, and the Sun would align. Although this event was relatively regular, happening every 778 years, this occasion would be followed by 4 dark red blood moon lunar eclipses, a highly unusual tetrad that had coincided with extraordinary religious events throughout history. One had occurred as the Jews were expelled from Spain in the 15th century, and Adam was determined that this event would rectify that injustice and avenge his ancestors. The sun shall be turned into darkness, and the moon into blood, before the great and the terrible day of the Lord comes, Adam whispered, quoting the words from the book of Joel. He gathered up one of the maps, rolling it into a tight cylinder, and walked to the end of the great hall, his footsteps echoing on the polished marble. He paused in front of a wooden table with a large square box set upon it, carved with the symbols of the occult. Above it was his most precious possession, a painting of Veronica Pereira, capturing the beauty of her youth. When he had first met the rabbi's only daughter, he had been an awkward teenager with a devout love of the Torah. He had thought to win her through her father's favor, but she had fallen for the handsome guitar-playing Javier Rueda. Javier had played on his good looks and charm, a mean bully with the face of an angel and the smile of an innocent. Adam remembered the night when Javier and his gang of local boys had cornered him in a ruined building site, back when he had been called Luis, a name he rejected as stigmatized now. The boys had taunted him, pushing him between them, their blows becoming rougher until he lay on the floor, hands wrapped around his head as they kicked him. He could still feel the pain and the cold of the stone beneath as he wet himself in fear. The years fell away, and he was back there, reliving the shame of it.
"Look at the little son of a puta," Javier spat at him. "How pathetic."
The other boys were drawn in by the taunting, wanting to bloody their hands, wanting to be men. The stink of piss filled the air, and Luis felt shame wash over him, his fear amplified by humiliation. Javier drew a knife, hefting it from hand to hand, his eyes flashing with desire to see blood welling. He gestured to 2 of the bigger boys.
"Hold him down," he said, advancing.
"No, please," Luis cried. "I'll do whatever you want."
I want you to stop coveting what you can never have."
2 boys held an arm each, kneeling down and pressing Luis's body into the dirt. Another sat on his legs, pinioning him.
"Stop ogling my girl," Javier said. "You're not worthy to look at her, and as punishment, I'll make sure you never look again."
The knife had a polished silver blade. It reflected the hate in Javier's eyes as he slashed it down, once, twice, and then again. A white-hot burning pain seared across the side of Luis's face, and it was as if his eyeball exploded. He screamed, thrashing against the boys who held him down. With his other eye, Luis could see the excitement in Javier's face, the almost sexual arousal at the sight of blood and broken flesh. Javier raised the knife once more, but shouts from the perimeter of the building stayed his hand. The boys looked towards the noise, and their demeanor changed. Javier bent closer.
"Keep that other eye away from my girl."
"We've got to go," one of the boys whispered urgently. "There's someone coming." Javier nodded, and they ran off, leaving Luis curled up on the ground, his hands over his ruined eye. The demolition man who had disturbed the attack took Luis to a hospital, but they hadn't been able to save his eye. As the pain relief drugs had taken him into a realm of visions and swirling mist, Luis had made a decision. He would say nothing of the boys who had done this. No one would believe his word against the favored sons of the town anyway, but he would have his revenge on Javier in the promise of the misshapen, the devourers, and the dark Kabbalah. That night, as he lay in a drug-fueled dream, Luis had wrestled with the angel as Jacob once had. The dark angel was powerfully muscled, with burning skin and horns. It forced his head towards a pit, twisting his arm until Luis's face was near the edge.
"Open this gate, and the world will be devoured," the dark angel had rasped. "Creation will be remade. The one you love will be returned to you, and those you despise will be torn asunder."
He had glimpsed a whirl of oblivion in the pit, a riot of crawling things that made him both shiver and marvel at the power he might hold one day. Luis couldn't forget those words. His quest since that day had been to open the gate and let whatever was beneath into this realm. He had drawn the dark angel, sketching its misshapen features, its mouth dripping with the blood of innocence. A thrill of the forbidden had sparked in his mind, a way to better his teacher, a way to avenge his pain, a way to finally win the heart of the girl he loved. He had become Adam Kadmon after that, a new man with purpose. Emerging from the memories of the past, Adam looked up at Blanca's painting, her captured perfection unmarred. She had been despoiled by the man he most hated, Javier Rueda, who married her and became Santiago's favored pupil. Her eyes looked out at him from inside the painting.
"I'm sorry,"
he whispered, guilt twisting his guts, a punishment for his own failure. Adam reached out a hand and gently caressed her cheek, the blush pink a terrible reminder of what he had lost.
"I will not fail this time, Blanca. I will find the key, open the gate, and you will be returned to me, as the Dark One promised."
Adam reached out and caressed the top of the wooden box, tracing the symbols. A smile danced upon his lips as he considered what was inside and how the world turned again in the circle of his revenge. There had been a daughter of the union between Blanca and Javier, Santiago's granddaughter, Sofia. Those beyond the gates of hell required a sacrifice, starved as they were of blood to sustain them, and her death would also finish the line of Rueda. Footsteps echoed in the hall beyond the library, and then one of Adam's bodyguards entered, his heavily tattooed features sinister in the half-light.
"We're ready for you, sir."
Adam rose to his feet, his face grim with determination. Take this box to the plane and send someone to clean up the Sagrada Familia. We have much to do tonight. Chapter 5. The private plane flew down the east coast of northern Spain and then banked towards the west on the approach to Barcelona. Morgan looked out the window at the sparkling Balearic Sea, the water a deep blue in the afternoon sun. She could almost feel the cool touch of salt waves on her skin, and it reminded her of trips with her father to the Israeli coast, on the opposite side of the Mediterranean. He had loved the water, spending hours swimming with her in the waves, ducking under and throwing her up so she could do somersaults before landing in the blue. He had chosen to live away from the ocean as his love of Kabbalah had grown, moving to the hillside town of Safed, a place of scholars. After that, Morgan had barely gone swimming, shunning the swagger of the Tel Aviv Strip and with no time to escape further afield. She and Elian had always worked so hard, never realizing how short their time would be together. He would have loved this ocean too.
"Have you been here before?" Jake asked, interrupting her thoughts.
He leaned over to look out her window at the city, and Morgan was acutely aware of this living man, forcing aside the memories of her dead husband. "Only for a conference years ago," she said, relishing the feel of Jake pressed against her. "I didn't see much of the city then, but I did devour the guidebook." She pointed down to the port area. "That long strip of sand north of the port is Barcelona Beach, popular with locals and tourists alike. I had some marvelous paella there once."
"Not sure we'll get much time for a beach on this trip," Jake grinned wickedly. "Maybe another time. I could use a tan after way too long in the hospital."
The thought brought to Morgan's mind the physical scars he must have from the multitude of operations. Unwillingly, she found herself led then to the scars she could never see, mental scars he must still carry. Could she trust Jake if it came to another physical threat?
"What's that area?"
Jake asked, pointing down to a hill with a number of large buildings nestled upon it and a cable car that slanted down towards the beach. "Montjuic, home to many of the city's great art collections. They hosted the 1992 Olympics there, which was also when they revamped the whole city. Not sure we'll get there either, though." The plane banked around and down to the airport, and they were soon in a taxi heading for the Sagrada Familia Basilica.
"I love these old buildings,"
Jake said, as the taxi lurched around the Barcelona streets, winding its way in and out of tall blocks, dodging the motorcyclists.
"Check out those balconies."
He pointed up, and Morgan leaned across to see classical carotid figures carved into stone pillars supporting a green-edged balcony above. Red flowers spilled over from a tiny garden, and a tabby cat lay trapped in a sunbeam, licking its paws. This close, Morgan could smell Jake's skin, clean and fresh with a hint of dark spice. She wanted to bury her head against his chest. She pulled back quickly at the thought.
"We have nothing like these in South Africa," Jake continued, oblivious to her reaction. "I'd love to live in one of these flats overlooking the ocean, up where the breeze is fresh, but still in the heart of it all."
A moment of silence passed before Morgan spoke. "I have a little house in Oxford," she said. "It's more of an occasional sun trap than breezy, but that's more appropriate for the British weather." Jake said nothing, waiting for her to continue. "I have a cat, too. Shmi is totally spoiled by my neighbor, who looks after him most of the time. I shouldn't really have him anymore. I suppose I should find him another home, but he's independent enough. When I'm back, he makes me feel as if I should just stop all this running around and adventuring. Do you ever feel like that?" Jake sighed softly, his expression serious.
I didn't stop thinking about it lying in that hospital bed. I knew that I had a choice. I could leave ARKANE with plenty of benefits and buy myself a place somewhere, retire from this crazy life.
He turned and looked at Morgan.
But I'd be so bored in about a week, and so would you.
She laughed. Damn it, but you're right. Maybe we just need a weekend off.
Maybe you do, Jake said, but I'm itching to get into your mystery.
The taxi turned into the square in front of the basilica, and they caught their first glimpse of the Temple Expiatory de la Sagrada Familia.
Wow,
Jake said as he got out of the car. Morgan followed and looked up at the 4 towering spires of the Passion facade that stretched into the blue sky above them. Imagined and begun by the obsessive genius architect and sculptor Antoni Gaudi in 1883, the basilica was still under construction after more than 100 years. The towers swelled with organic grace, betraying Gaudi's disdain for straight lines, finding none in nature. Instead, he combined the Gothic and curvilinear Art Nouveau forms in his creation, directing the gaze towards heaven, but also tinged with a sense of fun. The 4 spires, representing 4 of the apostles, were topped with starbursts outlined in baubles of gold. Words from the liturgy burst from the stone high above them, words that were almost out of sight of the crowd below, where only the angels could see them. Morgan wondered what it would be like to fall so far. Beneath the spires, a gigantic sloping portico was tethered to the ground with stone pillars like the trunks of sequoia trees stretching to meet at the center. Beneath it was the Passion facade, inspired by Gaudi but decorated by Joseph Subirax in the mid-20th century. The angular sculptures portrayed the story of Christ's Passion in a tableau of torture and death, watched over by a man with Gaudi's face, a tribute from Subirax to the master who had breathed life into this glorious work. There were cranes on both sides of the building and the cacophony of an active building site. The metallic thunk of tools on scaffolding, the sound of drills and the tap of chisels on stone. It was exhilarating to see something with so grand a vision, driven by a belief that spanned several lifetimes to completion. Morgan followed Jake into the forecourt before the Passion facade and spotted a policia from the Guardia Urbana de Barcelona scanning the crowds, as if he was waiting for someone. Martin had arranged for them to meet a police officer here in order to get a briefing on the case, so she caught the man's eye as they walked over.
"Bienvenidos to Barcelona," the man said, hand outstretched as they approached. "I'm Inspector Ramon Perez. Your colleague told me of your interest in this case, and, of course, I'm happy to share our information with you."
Morgan caught a flash of concern in Ramon's expression as he spoke. She wondered briefly what strings Martin had pulled to get them in here. Being with ARKANE certainly had its benefits in terms of access. "Where was the victim found?" Morgan asked, after the customary introductions. Ramon pointed a meter away from them, just outside the overarching stone portico. A dark stain could still be seen on the ground, and Morgan shuddered a little as she remembered the crime scene photos of Santiago's smashed body on the gravel path.
"We think he jumped," Ramon said. "There's no evidence of anyone else being here. We've also discovered that Pereira had been forcibly retired from the Basilica team a few months ago due to his age. Understandably, after so many years working in and around the Basilica, he was depressed. His wife and daughter died years ago. He was estranged from his granddaughter and alone. So it's not surprising, really."
Morgan nodded as she turned to consider the detail of the facade, with the huge statue of the bound and whipped Christ at its center. Above the post of torture, there were several levels portraying aspects of the Passion story. The Last Supper was being eaten alongside Christ dragging his cross, watched impassively by muscled soldiers in armor, the crucifixion in its central position. She noticed a 4x4 square chart, like a Sudoku puzzle, carved into the stone next to the betrayal of Christ by Judas. Her father had always made a game of adding up the numbers on license plates whenever they drove anywhere, and as he became obsessed with gematria and numerology, the results had taken on new meaning. Morgan quickly added up the first line. 33. Then the next, which was the same again. She realized that all the rows, columns, and diagonals added up to 33, the age of Christ when he was executed. There were also two numbers repeated twice, 10 and 14. When the four were added together, the total was 48. According to the numerical order of the Roman alphabet, it was the gematria for INRI, Iesus Nazarenus Rexio Deorum, the text inscribed upon the cross of the crucifixion. Morgan wondered what other codes were hidden in this magnificent house of God. Did Santiago work on this part of the basilica? She squinted up at the details of the building in the rays of the afternoon sun, noting the inverted face of Christ with his vicious crown of thorns. Ramon nodded. He apparently worked here for most of his life, only taking a year or so off to help with reconstruction work at the Mezquita in Cordoba. He worked alongside the sculptor Subirax in the late 1960s, so perhaps he wanted to die here by his life's work. Perhaps, Morgan said, walking closer to the side of the building where Jake bent to examine a low metal door. He turned on her approach.
It's fascinating, he said quietly.
Morgan took in the riot of symbolism displayed there, words that scattered across the door in shades of green and purple. With curves and patterns, medals and rondelles, it seemed to be so jam-packed with meaning, there was no room for understanding. I hope it's not for us to fathom, Morgan said under her breath so Ramon couldn't hear. We only have the weekend.
We should go inside now, Ramon said, interrupting them, clearly aware of the late hour of the day. The Catalan were renowned for their acute sense of work-life balance and the focus on what was really important. I've halted the tourists so we can go up the tower alone, and of course, you need to have a quick look inside the nave.
A sense of pride echoed through his last words, and his back straightened. Morgan appreciated Ramon's love for the basilica and his city, recognizing that it was how she felt about Jerusalem. Of course, she said. Please, show us around. Ramon led the way through a great pair of double doors, words from the Bible in Spanish crammed into the space, some words picked out in greater relief. Above them, Morgan noticed the Greek letters for Alpha and Omega, the first and the last. She traced the letters on the door, the lines so familiar to her. She had been brought up in Israel as a secular Jew, but because her mother was a Christian, Morgan was not actually Jewish and had never converted. She felt at home in the plain synagogues her father frequented, but the depth of beauty in these graven images struck her here. She turned from the door to see Jake a few steps ahead with Ramon. As he entered the main nave of the church, Jake looked up, and Morgan saw his jaw drop. Chapter 6. Jake turned and beckoned, his eyes wide with wonder. Morgan followed them through and walked into the main nave of the church, a wide smile dawning on her face as she gazed up at the fantastical architecture. An elvish kingdom, a fantasy forest of marble pillars rose from the floor, separating into branches that supported the high coffered ceiling in Gaudi's unique design. The impression was organic, as if the earth had grown up into this space, reaching to meet high above them in a forest canopy. It was light and airy, and Morgan could imagine Cirque du Soleil performers in here, leaping and twisting in praise to the Creator. It was a far cry from the austerity of Gothic architecture and somber darkness of most great European cathedrals. This was all light and pattern, rippling in the evening sun. The palette of color moved across gentle pinks and blues from the Montjuic stone to darker granite and the almost burgundy of Iranian periphery. Light streamed in through multi-hued windows of rainbow glass, all circles and curves, caressing the flagstones as light would ripple through the forest leaves. Those who worshipped the pagan gods of nature would feel at home here, Morgan thought. The only obvious nod to Christianity was the figure of Christ on the cross under a parachute above the simple altar. But it was dwarfed by the sheer overwhelming beauty of the stone trunks and intricate design of the basilica, lifting the worshippers' spirits above their earthly pain. Morgan remembered sitting with Jake in the darkness of St. Mark's Basilica in Venice just a few months ago. He had asked her about her beliefs then, and the shadows had given her permission to share. She had told him of glimpsing God under the waters when scuba diving, looking up at sunbeams through waving fronds of giant kelp, floating in her own natural cathedral. This place made her feel the same way, a buoyancy of spirit, and she could see why Santiago Pereira could have worked here even as a Jew. It wasn't God who created these distinctions between religions, only man, and the sense of something truly ineffable could certainly be found here. Jake turned back to her, grinning like a schoolboy, his delight evident. It was as if the demon-inflicted wounds had disappeared, and he was whole again. Morgan captured the moment in her mind, grateful that the appreciation of beauty could still punctuate life in surprising moments, though the wonder never lasted long.
"Come then," Ramon said, walking towards a side door. "This way, and we can ascend the tower."
The lift clunked on its way to the summit, and soon they stood looking out over the city from on high. It brought to mind the biblical story of Jesus tested in the wilderness by the devil, taken to the summit of a mountain, and offered all the kingdoms of the world if only he would bow his head to worship. He had been encouraged to throw himself from the highest point of the temple, to demonstrate that he truly was God's son, and that the angels would come and lift him up. Morgan looked down over the wall of the tower, feeling a little dizzy, on the edge of vertigo. Sweat prickled under her arms. Behind her natural fear there was a compulsion to feel the sensation of flying, of falling.
"We live in such a beautiful world," Jake whispered, his amber eyes reflecting the dying rays of the sun.
It seemed his near-death experience had given him a new love of life, and Morgan was grateful for his enthusiasm. It was counterpoint to her dread at possibly discovering something about her father that would tarnish his image in her mind. He had been her hero, and there was nothing that he could do wrong in her eyes. But would this trip alter the memories she had of him? Ramon pulled aside a tarpaulin and pointed to a shallow ledge beyond.
"We think he jumped from there. There would have been no reason to go out otherwise, and the tarpaulin was found flapping in the wind, when it should have been tethered shut." "Is there any security camera footage?" Jake asked.
"No." Ramon shook his head. "Not here, but cameras show Pereira entering the main gate not long before his death was reported. There are places where the cameras don't monitor parts of the perimeter, so just because he came in alone doesn't mean there wasn't anyone else here. But the body showed no signs of a struggle, only injuries from the impact." Ramon crossed himself.
"He would have died quickly."
Morgan looked out at the stone walkway. There was nothing to indicate what had happened, nothing that might direct them to why Santiago Pereira went off that ledge. She stepped out and walked toward the end, where the wall sloped off towards the air of the city.
"Careful,"
Ramon said, his voice tinged with concern. Morgan stopped only inches from the edge. She understood the pull of oblivion, the attraction of finality. The rays of the sun illuminated the gold on the statue of the risen Christ below her, and the reflection glinted, as if there was something offsetting the smooth surface. She squinted a little and saw a symbol carved on the back of the statue's head. It looked like a similar grid to the Superax square below, but she couldn't be sure. As Morgan bent towards it to look closer, she heard a whisper on the wind, a sound she recognized from her days in the Israeli military, distinctly out of place in the cooling air of the Barcelona evening. Her eyes flicked up and away from the cathedral, widening as she saw in a split second what would happen next. Chapter 7. Morgan turned and took one more quick step before leaping towards Jake and Ramon, pushing them to the hard stone floor as she rolled inside the tower. The air exploded behind her with a whoosh of hot air. Debris showered down as the tower shook from the impact, and chunks of rock crashed from the tower onto the forecourt as masonry and sculpture collapsed. A chorus of screams and shouts rose from below as injured tourists ran for cover. Ramon pulled his radio from his belt, crouching on the floor of the tower as he spoke rapidly in Spanish, his police-issued Walther P99 pistol in his hand. Morgan sat up, her ears ringing.
RPG?
Jake coughed his question as debris settled around them. Morgan nodded, her face grave. She stood up, brushed the stone dust from her clothes, and went to the ruined doorway, tentatively peeking out in case of further attack. The statue had been obliterated, the impact precise and the surrounding damage substantial enough to add several more years to Gaudi's multi-generational schedule. The symbol, so briefly glimpsed, had been thoroughly erased. She looked out towards the direction that the rocket had come from. The area was dense with housing, and it could have been fired from any of those rooftops or high windows. Whoever had fired it would be long gone by the time the address could be triangulated. Morgan was sure that the statue had been the target, the rocket small enough not to do truly extensive damage. This was not terrorism. It was intended to cover up whatever symbol Santiago Pereira had carved up here, and it made Morgan even more curious to follow his trail. Santiago's death couldn't have been a suicide if someone is cleaning up, she said. We need to get to his flat quickly, in case there's more evidence to destroy. It took only minutes to get down from the tower, and Ramon radioed for a car to meet them by the gate. The ground floor of the basilica was chaos, with injured tourist triage on site by medical staff and a full-scale evacuation of the area underway. Some people were silent, eyes wide as they clutched their children's hands, walking as fast as possible away from the building. Others chattered nervously in Spanish, eyes darting around backpacks as if they suspected who was responsible. The ever-present threat of terrorism fed the panic, memories of the Madrid 2004 bombings coming to the fore, when simultaneous explosions on the train system had killed 191 people and wounded 1,800. The panic was almost palpable in the air, and it would only take another loud bang for this crowd to stampede. In the midst of the throng, Morgan caught sight of an old woman standing absolutely still in the forecourt, her gaze fixed on the crucified figure of Jesus above. Her lips moved in swift prayer, her fingers clicking through the rosary beads as she called out to her God. The click of cameras and whir of cell phones could be heard as the wail of sirens grew ever louder. Police and security shouted directions as they tried to evacuate people away from the area where masonry might fall. The usual building site noise had stopped, to be replaced by the sounds of an explosion aftermath, a cacophony that Morgan knew only too well from Israel. Back in her own country, she would have expected a second bomb, one that targeted those who came to help the injured. But this was different. This was a very specific attack. The question was whether they had already finished cleaning up the rest of Santiago's life. With the siren wailing and tires screeching around corners, it was only a few minutes' drive through the back streets of Barcelona to the Plaza Nova, where vibrant shopping streets merged in the Barri Gothic, the heart of the medieval city. Ramon pulled the police car over at the edge of the square, overlooked by the towering cathedral, slightly disappointing after the eccentric grandeur of the Sagrada Familia basilica. Ramon spoke with the officer who had accompanied them, and the man nodded, getting out and joining the group.
This is as close as we can get with a car, Ramon said. We have to walk into ARKANE. The word means alleyway, and you'll see why in just a minute.
Ramon walked swiftly into the maze of tightly wound streets, so narrow that most of the area was pedestrianized. Morgan began to jog, and Jake loped next to her, his long legs striding to keep up. The buildings surrounding them made a labyrinth of little shops, doorways that opened into secret courtyards, and tiny flats that clung to the edges of history. Restaurants and bars opened late here, and Morgan glanced into a tea shop as they passed, the smell of jasmine dispersing into the streets. It was darker now, and the looming buildings prevented the last rays of sun from penetrating the tiny lanes. Morgan thought of the persecuted Jews, hunted down and massacred here, their blood mingling with the rain. Civilization was only a thin veneer over man's more animal nature. Round another corner, Ramon stopped in front of a metal door with 4 call bells for the flats above. A mezuzah was hammered into the wall next to it, a simple ivory box containing a piece of parchment inscribed with verses from Deuteronomy, the prayer of Shema Yisrael. Ramon pointed down another side street. The synagogue of Barcelona is just over there. It's actually tiny, but it's at least functional these days. It was bought in the 1990s after extensive research and opened to the public in 2002, 600 years after the last Jews had been emptied from the city. Ramon shook his head as he pulled out a key. Amazing to think of its restoration after all this time. Apparently, Santiago Pereira helped with the conservation, bringing his stonemason skills back into the local community. Ramon opened the little door, indicating in rapid Spanish that the other officer remain at the street entrance to the flat. The officer nodded and took out his radio, finger ready on the emergency call button. Morgan and Jake followed Ramon up several flights of stairs into a tiny one-bedroom flat nestled in the eaves of the building, with skylights that made the place seem bigger than it really was. As Morgan stepped inside, she had a flash of sensory memory. The air smelled of cedar wood and old scrolls, like her father's place in Safed. This was a scholar's abode, belonging to a rabbi, a teacher of the Torah. The main room was plain, with a tiny kitchenette and a single bed that doubled as a sofa. There was a cupboard with a few clothes, and a hanging tool stand with pockets for the implements of a sculptor. She quickly realized that this room held no real interest for someone consumed with mysticism. It was the hub for his physical body, but the real Santiago, the rabbi obsessed with symbols, was elsewhere. Morgan walked through into the room beyond. It was here she found a deeper sense of the man who had sent her the Sefer Yetzirah. Shelves lined the walls with the Torah, Talmud, and rabbinic teachings stacked neatly. On a plain wooden desk, there was a scroll rolled out to display several columns of Hebrew text. A notebook lay open next to it, with the handwritten etchings of a man obsessed by the words of his God. Morgan could sense echoes of her father here in the familiar setup of the Torah scholar. Santiago would have sat here for hours, deepening his consciousness and sinking into a trance state through the repetition of prayer and meditation on the words of God, for in each of those words lay a world within a world.
The scene has been processed already, Ramon said.
He walked in behind her and pulled a couple of pairs of sterile gloves from his bag.
You can wear these and go ahead and look through his things. Pereira's wife and daughter were killed in a car accident several years ago. Santiago was in the car too, but he was thrown free. There's a granddaughter, Sofia, a flamenco dancer in Grenada, but there's no indication of any contact with her for at least a year. We're still trying to track her down to notify her of his death.
Morgan pulled on the gloves and leafed through the notebook on the desk. Santiago's Hebrew scrawl consisted of musings on the meaning of verses and gematria equivalents for a section of Ezekiel, the vision of the living creatures emerging from a fiery whirlwind. There were doodles on some pages, stylized letters, but nothing specific about the Sefer Yetzirah. At the back of the book, there was another sketch. It was a black pencil drawing of a skeleton, its mouth open in a scream, its body shaped into a key design. Morgan frowned. Could this represent the key they sought? Was it real or figurative? There was another 4x4 square grid beneath it, the numbers different from the ones on Suberak Square. Had this been the carving on the back of the statue? A hoarse shout came from downstairs, and then a single gunshot. Morgan started, turning her head at the noise. Ramon whipped his pistol out, pointing it at the entrance to the flat, his face stricken at the fate of his fellow officer. He pulled his police baton from his belt, hands shaking a little, and passed it to Jake. They waited on either side of the front door for whoever might emerge from the stairwell.
"Hurry, Morgan,"
Jake whispered. She tucked the notebook into the inside pocket of her jacket, looking around quickly for anything else that could indicate what the symbol on the statue had been. On a little table close to the ark where Santiago kept his Torah scroll, Morgan noticed a silver photo frame. In it were 3 generations of Pereiras, snapped in one happy moment several years ago. Santiago himself was in the center, surrounded by the women he loved, his wife and daughter standing with their hands on his shoulders. His granddaughter, Sophia, stood in a classic flamenco pose, one arm raised, her face dramatically serious, but the fire in her eyes still evident. Santiago smiled in pride, a moment captured before tragedy had befallen the family. A volley of gunshots peppered the front door, and Ramon fired a couple of shots back through the splintered wood. Enough to hold them off momentarily, but Morgan knew he would be out of ammunition soon. An eruption of shots came from the street below, followed by screams, the smash of glass, and running feet.
"Morgan, we really need to get out of here," Jake called softly from the other room. "There are more of them than we thought. We can't stay any longer."
His voice was calm, with an edge of excitement. Morgan knew he would be feeling the adrenaline rush, heart pumping, ready for action. The addiction of what they did meant these moments were both danger and lust, a heady attraction. Morgan grabbed the frame and pulled the back off to extract the photo. She found 2 more square-numbered grids carved into the inner backside of the frame. At a swift glance, it looked like the numbers were the same on each. Morgan refastened the frame and put it inside the other jacket pocket. She went back into the main room, looking around for escape options, her senses heightened. Another shot came from the stairwell, and Ramon fired back again. 2 shots, enough to halt them for just a few seconds. Morgan dragged a chest of drawers below the largest skylight and clambered up on it. She pushed the glass until it tilted away from her enough to reveal the tiled rooftops beyond. "We can get out this way," she said. "Quick, Jake, give me a boost up and I can help you from outside." A flurry of gunfire came from below, and the wood of the door completely splintered, the lock exploding. Ramon stepped back quickly.
"You go," he said. "I'll keep them occupied." "No way," Jake said, determination in his expression. "These guys want the flat, not us. If we get out of their way, they might not follow. You need to come with us." He turned and boosted Morgan upwards. She climbed out, pulling herself onto the rooftop, and then reached down to help Ramon, tugging his arm as Jake pushed him from below. The sound of feet hammered up the stairs, and the door burst open just as Jake reached up, gunfire filling the room. Chapter 8. Morgan and Ramon yanked Jake up, and he pulled his legs through the skylight a split second before gunfire shredded the room below. The 3 of them didn't stop to look back, but ran across the maze of rooftops away from the scene. The light was fading fast, and the gloom would hopefully hide their escape. A clattering came behind them, and Morgan looked back to see one man clambering out of the skylight. "Down!" she shouted, pushing Ramon sideways and ducking behind a buttress separating 2 properties. A ping and a chip of stone exploded near her shoulder. She looked sideways to see Jake sheltering a little further away. His eyes reflected her own thoughts. If only they had some weapons, this might be going differently. He grinned suddenly, and she couldn't help but smile back, reading his thoughts. It was good to be out here together.
Another shot shattered a window behind them, this time at closer range. It was time to get out of here. Scooting to the edge of the building, Morgan looked over to see a large balcony and an open window below. "This way," she whispered, slipping over the edge and dropping down onto the wide stone terrace. White curtains billowed around them as Ramon and Jake followed. Morgan stepped inside to find a beautiful apartment, a table set for dinner. A woman in a short pink dress walked into the room, a gin and tonic in her hand. She clutched at the wall as she saw them, dropping the glass in alarm. "It's okay," Morgan said, her hands out in the international gesture of reassurance. Ramon started speaking in Spanish, pulling his police ID out even as he got on the radio to call for backup. A shout came from the rooftop above, and the woman retreated into her bedroom.
"We have to get out of here," Jake said. "It doesn't look like they're giving up. We need to get out onto the street and lose them in the maze of the old city."
They hurried out into the streets below, ducking under porticos and bar umbrellas to stay out of sight from above until they were far enough away to be sure they were safe. A police car eventually picked them up near the port, and Ramon escorted them to a hotel, checking them in under assumed names and assigning them police protection.
"I'll come by in the morning, and we can go through everything we know about the case,"
Ramon said as they walked towards the lifts. Morgan shot Jake a quick glance before she nodded. "Of course. We have a lot to discuss."
Jake reached out his hand. "Thank you, Ramon. I know you lost a man tonight. It's going to be a tough time ahead."
Ramon shook Jake's hand with a strong grip, resolve in his expression.
"Eduardo was a good man, and he had a little son. We'll get the bastards."
He turned and walked off, leaving Morgan and Jake alone. On the 5th floor, they paused outside Morgan's room. "How long do you need?" she asked.
"Give me an hour," Jake said. "I really need a shower, and I'll get the plane on standby. It's only a couple of hours' flight to Grenada. We could even catch the late flamenco show and talk to Santiago's granddaughter."
In her room, Morgan pulled out Santiago's notebook and photo frame. The numbers on the checkerboard sketched in the back of the book and etched in the frame were the same, but different to Subarak Square. The latter totaled 33 in any direction, but these numbers added up to 70. Morgan tried to recall what she had seen on the back of the statue's head on top of the tower. Had it been the same as this, or were they a series of squares that together would add up to a clue? She took a couple of pictures with her smartphone and emailed them to Martin Klein back at ARKANE. The art of gematria was such that it could be used for a specific message, but it could also result in gibberish, the numbers translated into words that meant nothing. If Martin could sift through the myriad options, it might help them figure out what the numbers meant. Morgan lay back on the stiff bed covers, relaxing for a moment as she replayed the events of earlier today. She heard the rush of water next door as Jake started his shower. He hadn't shown any signs of being affected by his injuries, so maybe he really was fully recovered. She imagined how his scarred body must look under the water spray, and a smile played at the corner of her mouth as she allowed herself that brief fantasy. Post-action adrenaline, she thought, always devastating for the libido. She wondered if Jake was thinking along the same lines and went to the connecting door between their rooms, her palm on the handle. She only had to enter to see if he felt the same way. After a moment, she turned and headed into the shower in her own bathroom. A few hours later, just after 11 p.m., the plane taxied to a halt at a small private airfield near the city of Grenada. To the British, the hour might be considered late, but to the Spanish, the night was still young. Morgan was used to the later hours, as Tel Aviv ran on a similar clock. She let her hair down as they headed into the city, brushing out the dark curls and putting on some darker makeup. "Might as well play the part of a tourist after some nightlife," she said, catching Jake's sideways glance at her ministrations. There was an appreciation behind his raised eyebrow. It seemed that the chemistry that had sparked in the fires of Pentecost was still alive and well. Jake's phone buzzed. "It's Martin," he said. "Santiago's granddaughter, Sophia, is performing at the Alhambra in some kind of flamenco extravaganza sound and light show. It's already started, but the festivities go on well into the early hours. She'll be in several sets, so she should be there for most of the night with her band." The taxi sped through the city, and Morgan gazed out at the streets, busy even at this late hour. Grenada sat at the foot of the Sierra Nevada mountains, and Morgan was thrilled to be back. Her father had brought her many years ago, a teenager keen on discovering more about her roots. Her name came from this area, and her ancestors had roamed these craggy mountains, only an hour from the ocean in the southeast corner of Spain. This was Andalusia. The word conjured its past, the soft fullness of the Arabic al-Andalus, a melting pot of influences from ancient Greeks, Romans and Byzantines through to Muslims, Sephardic Jews, and the Catholic Church that still dominated here. Morgan thought for a moment of her sister Faye, back home in England. A twin in blood, but so different in looks and personality. Faye's daughter Gemma looked like a Sierra, with darker skin and almost black hair, more like Morgan's child than her blonde sister's. Her own family was so mixed in origin that this multicultural area of Spain would always feel like home. They rounded a corner and caught sight of the Alhambra, the fortress on the hill a forbidding welcome to new arrivals. The 11th century palace had been constructed by a Moorish emir, and even though the Reconquista of Spanish Christendom had taken the city, the Islamic architecture still remained. They pulled up to the gates and bought tickets for the flamenco event, heading in through the wide entrance. "Where's the dancing?" Morgan asked the ticket seller. "In the Court of the Lions," he said, glancing down at his watch. "The last set has just started, so you'll have to hurry." Morgan led Jake quickly through the terrace of the Western-style palace towards the Moorish buildings beyond. The mournful sound of flamenco guitar floated on the balmy night air, and Morgan breathed in the scent of flowers from the extensive gardens. She could see across the valley to the narrow, winding streets of Albaicin, where she had stayed with her father so long ago. She heard his voice telling her stories of how the cave dwellings of Sacramento had sheltered their ancestors as blood was spilled on these streets. They reached the Court of the Lions, surrounded by the stunning arabesque architecture of the ancient Moorish kingdom. Slim pillars in cool ivory-colored marble led towards soaring archways intricately designed with filigreed geometric shapes and Arabic calligraphy. The overwhelming sensation was light and delicate, as if the stone palace was constructed of magically spun air. The Court of the Lions was open to the night air, a courtyard surrounded by 124 white columns topped with decorated archways. In the center of the courtyard, a great alabaster fountain supported by 12 marble lions spouted water, sparkling in the subtle lighting that only seemed to enhance the otherworldly atmosphere. The courtyard was filled with people, eyes riveted on the scene before them. A young man sat on the edge of the fountain, plucking his guitar, while next to him stood 2 older men and a woman, singing a song of the Gitanos, the Romani people of Spain. In front of them, a young woman danced with the proud stamps and hand claps of flamenco. Her scarlet dress with full ruffled skirt accentuated her dark skin, and her full eyebrows arched as she turned, arms raised. Morgan saw her face in profile and recognized the young girl in the picture in Santiago's room, the granddaughter he was estranged from. Her dance mesmerized those watching, the embodiment of duende, the soul of Andalusia that undulated through her hips and the arch of her back. Morgan had heard that true duende resonated with a heightened awareness of death and a dash of the diabolical, and there was truly an edge of darkness as Sophia moved. The shadows at her feet were almost living things that she stamped back into the depths of the earth. The wail of the older woman's song grew louder, a desperate lament for the loss of their homeland. Sophia whirled, her steps faster and faster until she stood motionless at the crescendo, the guitar silenced by the applause. She held the pose as the noise died down, waiting for quiet again. She turned and gestured to the guitar player, and Morgan caught the look that sparked between them, recognizing an intimate knowledge. This was Sophia's boyfriend, perhaps the cause of the rift with her family. He had the look of a Moroccan Spanish Arab, his long dark hair worn loose about his face. A Muslim, perhaps, or a Gitano, a man Santiago may have considered beneath his pure-blood Jewish granddaughter. The young man began to pluck the strings, and one of the other men from the group stepped forward to dance with Sophia, stamping with fast heels. A figure stepped from the crowd, standing poised on the edge of the open ring. He wore the black shirt and tight trousers of flamenco, and his strong features brought to mind a toreador, a bullfighter in his prime. He had been wounded in battle, his right eye scarred and sightless, but Morgan's gaze was drawn to his wide chest, muscled arms, and his posture of dominance. She tensed at his entrance, aware of the imminent danger Sophia was in, but perhaps this man was just a member of the troupe, a plant for dramatic effect. The man stepped forward, raising his arms, commanding attention as he stamped rhythmically towards Sophia. She turned in the dance, away from the man in her troupe, indicating her acceptance of his challenge. The man began the dance of the bullfighter, and they circled around each other as the music soared. There was a chemistry between them, and even though the man was old enough to be her father, he was attractive, a dark intensity in his gaze as he danced closer to Sophia, calling his olé as he clapped. She spun in his circle, tilting her body towards his. Morgan saw the guitar player's eyes narrow at this rival. The taut strings of attraction held the pair at arm's length, but as the music reached a crescendo and the song ended, the man reached out and pulled Sophia to him. The young woman's eyes widened, her mouth opened in a gasp. Morgan stepped forward, suddenly realizing the threat. Then the spotlights flicked off, and the fire alarm rang out, its piercing shriek echoing around the Court of the Lions as the whole area was plunged into darkness. Chapter 9. Morgan froze as the shrill alarm filled the courtyard, and darkness sparked a panic amongst the hundreds of people crammed into the tiny space. Someone screamed, and shouts erupted as the mass of bodies began to surge for the exits. Morgan felt Jake's hand on her arm, and they pushed sideways to stand against one of the marble columns as the tide of panicked humanity swept around them. "We need to go in the opposite direction," Jake said close to her ear. "Away from this emergency exit." Morgan pressed back against the pillar, feeling the cool weight of the gun against her back. They had made the decision to carry weapons after Barcelona, but the Barak SP-21 pistol was next to useless in this crowd in the dark. She thought of the man's face, his ruined eye that did nothing to diminish his proud bearing. Was he responsible for Santiago's death? And if so, why did he want Sophia? The pressure of the crowd lessened a little, and Morgan started to push through the oncoming horde, heading back into the square, Jake following behind. The flash of torches illuminated the delicate archways above, flickering across the names of God inscribed on the walls. Beneath the cries of the crowd, Morgan heard running feet heading towards the gardens, the sound echoing on the marble of the hallways inside the palace. "This way," she whispered. She pulled her gun out as they found themselves alone in a high-vaulted room, shafts of moonlight catching the trellis windows and turning the tiles around them to spun silver. The cry of a woman came from a little way ahead, swiftly muted. Morgan ran around the room to the other side, weapon held angled down and in front of her. Jake flanked her, going the other way, until they were both at the entrance to the next room. A flash of torchlight came from the corridor beyond. Morgan carefully peered around the column. A crack of stone and a gunshot echoed. Morgan pulled back quickly as another round blasted the centuries-old palace wall. Jake took the chance to fire back. A shout of pain came from the room beyond. "They're taking Sophia," Jake said, firing again into the room, pulling away as the men returned fire. "There's no point to us engaging here," Morgan said. "This way." She turned and ran for one of the vaulted windows, tucking her weapon back into her jeans before climbing out. She shimmied down, using the intricate decoration for fingerholds, into the gardens below. She heard Jake get off a couple more shots, and then he clambered out the window to join her. The darkness was complete out here, the scent of flowers overladen with smoke from the gunfire. The sound of a helicopter carried on the night breeze. "That's how they're planning to leave," Morgan said. "I seem to remember that there's a more open area by the pool. They could be using that." She ran swift and low, keeping close to the wall of the palace until they emerged next to a pool surrounded by palm trees. A shot whizzed by Morgan's ear, and they took cover again, only able to watch as the man with the scarred eye was pulled up into the helicopter, a limp Sophia in his arms. As the helicopter banked away to the west, the armed men faded into the night, no longer needed and eager to escape the growing police presence at the hilltop palace. "We need to get out of here," Morgan said. "We can't be found with weapons. They'll hold us for too long." She walked to the parapet at the edge of the pool, looking down into the dark green below. "You up for a climb?" Jake smiled, his teeth white in the dark.
"I'll take that challenge. Race you to the bottom."
Together they slipped over the wall and disappeared into the darkness below, hand over hand into the woods below the citadel. Morgan beat Jake to the bottom by a few minutes, and she watched him finish the difficult clamber down. He clearly favored one side, and she could see the stiffness in his body. When he finally reached her, there was sweat on his brow. That wouldn't have been there prior to the devastating injuries he had sustained. Morgan felt a flicker of concern for his health, wondering at the same time whether she could really trust her partner to have her back if they bumped into another shooting party. "You okay?" she asked. Jake nodded, leaning against a tree.
"Give me just a minute."
His breathing was uneven, and Morgan saw pain in his expression, both physical and from his own frustration at not being at full health. He had been signed off for active duty, and she knew he'd been in training since discharge from the hospital, but his weakness made her uneasy. One part of her wanted to fold him in her arms, to let him take strength from her own. But there was another part, the soldier with a mission, who knew she should request another partner and let Jake go home. She pulled out her phone and texted Martin Klein, describing the man with the scarred eye who had taken Sophia. She knew he would come up with something in the next few hours, but where should they go in the meantime? They had no way of knowing where the scarred man might have taken Sophia, or even why she was important to the hunt for the key. Morgan slipped Santiago's notebook out of her jacket and, using the light filtering through the trees from the Alhambra, she counted the numbers in the grid. The photo frame had a different set of numerals carved into the back, and Morgan had copied them into the notebook too. So now they had 3 different grids, if Subarax was to be included, and one that had been blown apart on the statue of the Sagrada Familia. Martin was working on the possible gematria answers, so there was nothing to do but wait. She stood up. Jake's color was returning, and he breathed more easily now. "Let's head back to the plane," Morgan said. "It's late, and if we give Martin some time to work on the info, I bet he'll have something for us soon." They walked together through the trees, eventually emerging on a residential street. They walked towards traffic noise and soon caught a taxi back to the airfield. Back in the plane, Morgan immediately grabbed a blanket, curled up in one of the large chairs, and fell asleep. Her years in the military had taught her to take advantage of any lull, however brief, repairing the body and mind with unconsciousness. Jake watched Morgan's face relax as she slept, but her curled body still seemed to hold its tension. His own muscles still spasmed from the effort of the climb down the Alhambra wall. Before the injuries, he could have beaten Morgan down, and he was angry. Really angry that he wasn't able to even match her. He had spent years in the British military honing his physical fitness and combat skills, and the ARKANE missions had kept him fresh. He'd passed the last battery of tests with top marks, yet he couldn't even get down a single wall climb without feeling nauseous. He had wanted to throw up at the bottom, his legs and arms shaking with the effort, and the pain in his chest excruciating. It had to be more than physical. The demon in Sedlitz had crushed his bones, but had it also crushed his love of the game? Jake glanced over at Morgan once more. She was made for this work, and she looked glorious as she did it. Moving through the dark of the Alhambra, weapon in hand, she had been stunning to watch. Her slight curves did nothing to hide the hard edge of her resolve, and he knew she respected strength. Would she turn from him now he had shown weakness? They were friends, for sure, and after what they had been through together, they were more than just work partners. There had even been moments when they could have taken it further, for the spark of attraction remained. But now, Jake thought he glimpsed doubt in her eyes. Morgan sighed in her sleep, and a dark curl slipped down to cover her cheek. Jake ached to touch her, but, instead, he closed his eyes, willing the darkness to come. Chapter 10. Sophia heard voices as her consciousness returned, men speaking in rapid Spanish arguing over a football game. She tried to open her eyes, but a dark scarf prevented her from seeing too much. It smelled of apple tobacco smoke from the hookah pipe bars, and for a moment she was transported back to the warm Granada evening, laughing at something Alejandro had said without a care in the world. Then she remembered the lights going out in the Court of the Lions, the men who had taken her, and their rough handling before oblivion. Though blindfolded, Sophia could sense that she was lying sideways on a reclinable chair, a safety belt snapped tightly shut and pulled across her hips. Her hands were cuffed behind her back, her throat was dry, and a bitter aftertaste lingered. Her head throbbed, and, from the sound of engines, she was on an aircraft. Where was she? Why had she been taken? Sophia recalled Alejandro's face as the lights had gone out, his fingers frozen on the guitar strings. Had anything happened to him? The men's conversation stopped suddenly, and Sophia was aware of someone sitting down in the chair next to hers as the air shifted. Her heart thumped, and she closed her eyes again, unwilling to face what was coming. A moment later, her blindfold was removed.
I know you're awake, Sophia.
The man's voice was smooth and deep, rich like molasses.
Come, have coffee with me. I'll take the cuffs off if you promise to at least hear me out.
Sophia took a deep breath and opened her eyes. She shifted on her seat and turned her head to see who spoke. It was the man from the flamenco dance, as she had known it would be. When he had stepped forward last night, his bearing proud, she had sensed danger in him, but she had been drawn to it. For when Sophia danced flamenco, she became someone else. No longer the independent woman she was in the daylight hours, Sophia became the archetype of femininity, and as the music transformed her, she had responded to this man's dominance. The slash of scar tissue over his eye only served to give him gravitas. His thick hair and muscled limbs exuding a masculine presence she couldn't help but respond to, despite their obvious age difference. She looked around, trying to get her bearings. They were in a small private plane with luxurious seats, fully equipped galley and entertainment space. 4 men sat intently watching a football game, their neck muscles taut in the effort not to turn and see what was going on. The man noticed her look, stood up and pulled a curtain across, giving them a modicum of privacy. "What do you want?" Sophia said softly, meeting his gaze. His one good eye was sensual, the color of winter spices, offering a trace of dark pleasure. The man lifted his fingers to her cheek. Sophia froze, willing him away, but he gently caressed the side of her face, tracing her fine bone structure.
You look so like your mother.
His voice was wistful. Sophia frowned.
You knew her?
He pulled a knife with a short blade from his belt. Sophia jerked back instinctively, pressing herself against the wall of the plane, her heart thumping in a rhythm of fear.
It's okay, the man said, his tone gentle. Turn, and I'll cut your cuffs off. They were just temporary. You're my guest now.
After a moment, Sophia relented, turning in her seat. She felt a brief tightening around her wrists and heard the sawing of the blade. Then her hands were released. She rubbed her skin, restoring circulation as the man poured black coffee into 2 espresso cups, carefully placing one of them in front of her with a spoon and 2 sugar cubes. He was precise in his movements, deliberate and practiced.
Who are you?
She asked, as he poured a glass of water and set it down next to the coffee.
Drink,
he said, lifting his own cup to full lips, his big hands dwarfing the crockery. His mouth was generous and sensual, his tongue licking the crema from his mustache after drinking. Sophia drank the glass of water straight down and then took a sip of her coffee, beginning to feel better already. She felt his gaze on her, watching her throat as she swallowed.
How did you know my mother? She began again.
Why am I here? He smiled, his dark eye glinting a little in remembrance.
Blanca was just as curious and impatient as you.
His gaze flicked to hers.
And I loved her for it.
Sophia heard a dark promise in his voice, something that made her gut twist. She realized that his kind of love wasn't something she wanted to experience. She waited for him to continue.
My name is Adam,
he said finally.
I knew your mother when she was young, and I had dealings with your father. I also studied with your grandfather a long time ago, so my life has been entwined with your family for many years.
Sophia looked out the plane window, down at the fields of Spain far below.
Then you'll know both my parents are dead, and I haven't seen my grandpa for years now. He disapproves of the way I live, my dancing and my boyfriend. It's not proper for a Jewish girl, according to his outdated rules of life.
She snapped her head back around. What happened to Alejandro?
He's fine, Adam said, waving his hand dismissively. He's not my concern, for now at least. We left him behind in Grenada.
His eye flicked again to Sophia's.
But I came to tell you something, as a friend of your family.
He reached forward and took her hand. Sophia wanted to pull away, but there was something hypnotic about his gaze. She understood what a rabbit must feel like as it faced the devouring eyes of a wolf.
Your grandfather is dead.
His words were hard and unyielding. Sophia gasped and tried to pull away, but Adam gripped her hands tightly, forcing her to face him.
He killed himself yesterday by jumping from the top of the Sagrada Familia.
Tears ran down Sophia's face as Adam compelled her to listen.
His body smashed on the stone in front of the basilica.
No! No! Sophia wept openly now, and Adam pulled her towards him, embracing her and holding her head tight against his chest. She wanted to pull away, to run far from this stranger, but as his hands stroked her hair, she relaxed into his arms. He smelled of coffee roasting and cinnamon cologne, and as her tears soaked his shirt, she sobbed harder, remembering times past. Her grandfather had been a stubborn old man, trapped in a previous generation's way of doing things, but he had loved her. Sophia knew that. Guilt rose, a crushing pain in her chest at the thought of him dying without knowing that she had loved him too. He had mourned the death of his daughter, her mother, for many years, and really, Sophia had been all he had left. But she had denied him that relationship out of stubborn pride. The tears rose again, until at last her emptiness was complete. Adam handed her a tissue, and she blew her nose as she pulled herself together. "Are you taking me to the funeral?" she asked. "Are we going to Barcelona?" Adam shook his head.
"Not yet. The funeral will be in a few days. The local rabbi is organizing it. You don't need to worry about anything. But before he died, Santiago told me of a key that he sought. Something precious. But he was so depressed at the end, so distraught, that he wasn't able to finish what he started." Sophia's chest tightened, and the prick of tears threatened again at his words. "He told me that you could help with this quest, that you knew something of its whereabouts." Sophia frowned, confusion transforming her face. "I don't know about any key. Grandfather wouldn't talk to me about his Kabbalah knowledge. After all, I'm just a woman." Her voice was bitter. "And way too young. I think perhaps he would have told me later on, as my mother was taught after my father disappeared. But now it's too late." Adam's face darkened at her words, his expression evoking storm clouds, his mouth taut. He reached out and clutched her wrist tightly, his fingers crushing, turning her skin white beneath his grip. "You must know something. Think, girl." There was no trace of familial concern in his voice now. Sophia straightened her back, meeting his gaze. "Take your hands off," she whispered. "You're clearly no friend of my grandfather if you would hurt me." A range of emotion swept over Adam's face as he looked at her. A flash of something like love flickered in his expression again, and, for a moment, Sophia thought he might pull her back into his arms and comfort her again. Instead, his hand pulled back, and, with an open palm, Adam slapped her face hard. Sophia's head snapped sideways, and she gasped in shock at the sudden pain. "You spoiled little bitch," Adam said. "You don't know what hurt is, pretty one. Shall I give you to my men back there, and you can find out?" His gaze raked down her body, lingering on her curves. "I've seen you dance, and I like what I see." He leaned closer, his voice tinged with spite. "Perhaps I'll use you myself." Adam stood up, and with one hand he grabbed her hair and yanked her towards him. Sophia grabbed at his hands, fighting him as he roughly grabbed her breast, squeezing it tight, making her wince with pain. He laughed at her distress. "How I wish that bastard Santiago could see this. He would have given me anything to spare you, perhaps even the key itself. But it's too late now." He reached down and lifted her skirt, his hand rough on the skin of her thighs. "If you don't know anything, there's only one more use I have for you." He stopped suddenly, a dark smile on his lips, and Sophia saw madness in his gaze. "But before we proceed, I think we need an audience." He thrust her away from him. Sophia fell hard, knocking her cup to the floor, the spoon falling underneath her. Her fingers crawled to it, clutching the makeshift weapon. She looked around the cabin, searching for any way to escape, desperation rising within her. Adam walked over to a square wooden box on the floor, its rough panels carved with occult symbols. "I keep this with me as a reminder of what drives my quest, and how I deal with those who stand in my way."
He opened the lid and lifted out a large glass jar, his hands obscuring the interior. The preservative liquid inside was yellowish, and something round and heavy moved inside the jar as the plane rocked with turbulence. A dark foreboding rose within Sophia's chest. She didn't want to know what was inside. Adam lifted it higher to examine what was within.
Your father took my eye many years ago. Then he took your mother.
His smile was wolfish.
Years later, I repaid the debt.
Adam bent and thrust the jar in Sophia's face as she drew back in horror. The eyes of the severed head were wide and staring, the mouth fixed in an agonized scream. Sophia couldn't look away. For a moment, she thought that it couldn't possibly be her father. This fleshy specimen didn't look like him. But then the features coalesced, and beneath the grimace of death, she saw the man who had danced with her, teaching her the steps of flamenco as a girl. "No!" she gasped, her hand lifting to her mouth. A moan escaped her, a keening animal sound as she reached out to touch the jar. Adam pulled it away.
Your family has always been a thorn in my side, he said. Even in death, they plague me. I would know of this key, or your precious Alejandro's head will be next in a jar.
Please, Sophia said, her voice weak. I'll tell you all I know. I promise. Please don't hurt Alejandro. Adam nodded for her to continue. Grandfather would always talk about how the Sagrada Familia was his lifelong passion, but his heart would always belong to the Cordoba Mezquita. It was there he met my grandmother, you see. Please, whatever you seek, it must be there. That's all I know. Adam paused for a moment, then thrust open the door to the cockpit.
Change of plan. We're heading to Cordoba. He turned back to Sophia. And you, my dear, I will keep pristine for the final day. Your sacrifice to the Devourers will complete the circle your mother and I began so many years ago. Your father took what I loved most. Now I will return the favor.
Chapter 11. The buzz of her phone woke Morgan, and she felt around for it on the chair next to her.
I know where you need to go next.
Martin's enthusiastic bounce was evident even at this early hour. Morgan pulled up the blind on the window of the plane, squinting a little. It was just after dawn. Fingers of pink touched the skyline of the city, and thin clouds were highlighted with the golden glow of morning. She sat up, pulling the blanket off. Jake was still sleeping in the chair next to her, his handsome face marred with a little frown, as if he was solving impossible problems in his dreams. She nudged his chair with her hip as she stood, and his eyes flicked open, his hands coming up in automatic defense. He relaxed as he saw her. "Go ahead, Martin," she said, switching to speakerphone, and then moving to the little galley to put coffee on.
The man you saw at the flamenco is Luis de Medina, but he's known to his followers as Adam Kadmon, a name used for primordial man in Kabbalah teaching. The spiritual realm of Adam Kadmon is said to represent the Sephirah, or divine attribute of the crown, the specific divine will and plan for creation. He wants to return the earth to this perfect state, cleansing it of those who despoil its perfection.
Not egotistical at all, then, Jake said with a chuckle.
Exactly, Martin said. It seems that Kadmon was a student of Santiago's, thrown out many years over a fight. He courted Santiago's daughter, wanted to marry her, but she chose another man.
Morgan thought of the way Kadmon's gaze had devoured Sophia's body when he stepped into the flamenco circle. Was he obsessing over the daughter as he had the mother?
He also has a small militia group, well-funded and armed. It seems their plans are escalating, so whatever Kadmon wants to do, he intends to do it soon."
Martin hesitated, and Morgan sensed he was holding something back. "What is it, Martin?" she said, her voice sharp.
"He's, known to ARKANE, actually. I don't know how much I should tell you, Morgan. This file is marked for top-level security only. I haven't cleared it with Marietti."
Morgan could hear uncertainty in his voice.
"We could be running into this man and his organization again soon,"
Jake said, his voice gentle.
"We need to know what they're capable of. I'll sort anything out with Marietti. I promise."
A moment of silence, and then Martin started speaking, his words running into each other as he hurried to get them out.
ARKANE has always monitored the Kabbalistic community, as it does with any religious group, and Santiago was one of an international group of rabbis called the Remnant, who met in secret once a year in different locations. They were known to protect the key to the gates of hell, although this was always assumed to be something metaphorical, based on the symbols of their faith. This man, Adam Kadmon, was originally groomed to join that group, but it seems that he dabbled in the dark side of Kabbalah, obsessed with demonology.
Morgan poured black coffee into 2 cups, handing one to Jake. She wanted to hear what Martin had to say, but there was a flutter in her gut, a pressure in her head. Somehow, she knew he was going to say something that would change everything.
There were always 10 of them, a minyan, the number required for public prayer. But then, about 5 years ago, the rabbis started dying. 2 from heart attacks, and 1 under anesthetic in routine surgery. 1 was beaten to death in his own home, the one who had convinced the others to shut Kadmon out.
Martin hesitated again.
Then there was your father, Morgan, he said slowly.
She took a deep breath. "What about him?"
"Although his death was recorded as part of a suicide bombing, we believe it was to cover up his assassination. His, body parts were recovered from the hospital and tested positive for a fatal drug overdose. It's more than likely he was already dead before the bomb that killed the rest of the bus."
Morgan's hand flew to her mouth, and she closed her eyes, resisting the tears that threatened. Jake put a hand out to comfort her, and she thrust her arm out, holding him away, her eyes flashing a warning. "Why wasn't I told before?" she asked, her voice deadly calm.
"I didn't know," Martin said. "Truly, Morgan, I only just came across this information."
Morgan remembered how her mentor and friend, Father Ben Costanza, had warned her about ARKANE. She could never fathom the layers of secrets they held, even about her own family, it seemed. Her chest was bursting, her heart pounding as she tried to reconcile this information, tried to hold back her anger. "So just to be clear, this Adam Kadmon was responsible for my father's death. It wasn't a random suicide bomber." Her voice was frost now.
"It would seem so," Martin said.
Morgan's world shifted ever so slightly as the ramifications of the truth sank in. Her fingers clutched the edge of her seat so hard that her knuckles were white with pressure. She had spent so long working on forgiveness, arguing with fellow Israelis that, despite her own loss, she still believed that the 2 states could one day live side by side in relative peace. She had spent years trying to build something positive from her father's death, but she had also spent those years not knowing the truth, not knowing that actually her father had been murdered by one of their own. A Jew of Spain had killed Leon Sierra, and now he would pay. This was no longer a hunt for the key to the gates of hell. This would be her bloody revenge. "Where is Kadmon now?" she asked.
"I'm still working on that."
"He wants the key more than anything," Jake said quietly, his amber eyes a pool of concern.
"If we find that, he'll come to us, and then he's yours, Morgan."
She relaxed her clenched fists and took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. "You're right. That's the best way to get to him. Martin, have you been able to work out the possible options for the gematria on Santiago's numbered squares?"
"This numerology is an interesting thing,"
he said, turning professorial.
"There is never one final true answer. The codes in each square add up to 70, which has many meanings in the biblical tradition. It is made up of two perfect numbers, 7 representing perfection, and 10 representing completeness and God's law."
Morgan remembered her father teaching her of these things during lazy summer days in the hills of Safed, his face alive with passion as he described the wisdom of the Torah.
"It can represent a period of judgment," Martin continued, "as ancient Israel spent 70 years in captivity in Babylon, and it is especially connected with Jerusalem, as 70 times 7 years were mentioned in the book of Daniel as necessary for the city to end its sin and enter into everlasting righteousness."
"So, we must go to Jerusalem, then,"
Jake cut in. They had traveled there together during the hunt for the Pentecost stones, and Morgan felt a moment of hope that she could return to the city she loved.
"I don't think so," Martin said. "The art of gematria is also about finding the equivalent meaning from the codes, and the number 70 can also mean Malach, an angel or messenger from God. In simple gematria, it can stand for the word Vatican."
"My father and those like him would never have used simple gematria," Morgan said. "It must be Jewish and based on the Hebrew letters."
Martin mused, and they heard tapping as he worked. "In that case, you might be closer than you think. I considered that perhaps the two squares could be added together. Why else would you etch 2 of them in this back of the photo frame? They are an exact match, and 2 lots of 70 make 140. I wrote a little program that calculates place names based on gematria and narrows down results based on resonance with Jewish history. Only one name popped up."
Chapter 12. It was only a short flight to Cordoba, northwest of Granada over the flat agricultural plains. Morgan gazed out the small window at the panels of gleaming color below, the fields a patchwork of gold and green. She saw her father's formative early years in the landscape, working in the fields alongside grandparents she had never known. He had left his family to pursue his love of archaeology in faraway places, as he had later left her own mother to return to Israel. Perhaps there were distant cousins here, remnants of a family Morgan had never known. Her family had been fractured, but perhaps broken was the new normal in this world, where the phrase nuclear family evoked images of war, not cozy perfection. Morgan thought of her twin sister, Faye, who had never really known their father, brought up instead by their mother in England. Faye had a right to know how Leon had died, but Morgan questioned whether it would even bring tears to her eyes. After all, she had never known a life with him in it. Her sister lived in an ordered world, where being a wife and a mother were the pillars of her faith and service to the Christian God she believed in. Some days Morgan craved the normality that Faye lived within, a cocoon of baking and book groups, playing with little Gemma and church outings led by her pastor husband, David. But as much as that life attracted her, it repelled with its lack of excitement, its absence of the edge that Morgan craved. It was a dark addiction that she knew Jake understood, and the moments where life hung in the balance brought meaning in the aftermath. Without risk, life was far too dull. Her father had indeed raised the right twin, and Morgan knew that only she could honor his memory. She would tell Faye later, but this was her responsibility now. The private airship was just outside the city limits, and a taxi was waiting for them on arrival, sweeping them through the streets towards the ancient center. Cordoba had been a hub of learning during the Caliphate over 1,000 years ago, famous for the books collected by its knowledge-hungry rulers. Baghdad and the East were far in advance of Europe then, inventing the Arabic numerals and algebra still used today, along with decimal notation and the zero. As they drove into town, Morgan wondered if those in the mess of modern Iraq even knew how great their nation once had been. It was the curse of great empires, perhaps, that someday they must fall, as the British Empire had done, and the American reach had begun to crumble as the East rose again. The great cycles of civilization were an unstoppable force on the face of the earth, building and growing, and then falling prey to entropy, the disorder and collapse that devours us all in time. Morgan and Jake exited the taxi on the edge of the river Guadalquivir near the cathedral.
"Where are we heading?"
Jake said, as Morgan strode off ahead of him into the narrow streets of the old city. "The synagogue, first. It's the most obvious place for Santiago to have frequented," she said, walking faster, as if she could outrun her residual anger. Her words were curt, and she could see that Jake struggled with how to break the tension as they walked. High white walls flanked the narrow streets, with doorways marked by blue-numbered tiles and shops hunkered into the stone. There were no brand-name stores here, just individual shops specializing in different wares, the same as it had been for generations. "We don't need to talk about what happened to my father," Morgan said a moment later, as they walked down the Calle de los Surios and emerged into a tiny square in front of the synagogue. "I'm not upset over his death anymore. I've come to terms with that. But I'm livid at Marietti for not telling me what he knew when he recruited me." She took a step away and then turned back, eyes blazing. "And I will have a reckoning with this Adam Kadmon. He's mine, Jake. Remember that." Jake raised his hands in mock surrender.
"Of course. You're the avenging angel, and I'm your slightly broken sidekick."
His mocking smile twisted the corkscrew scar at the edge of his left eyebrow, but Morgan could see truth in his eyes. There was fear in the amber depths, not of whoever they might meet, but of letting her down. She softened. "I still need you, Jake," she said, reaching one hand out to touch his arm. "What you did in the crypt of Sedlet saved us both. Your scars are mine, too. Stay with me for this. Please." She couldn't say any more, couldn't put into words what having him back as her partner meant now this emotional bombshell had shattered her objectivity. This trip had been a search for something in her father's past, and now it was all-consuming revenge. She needed someone who would stop her if she went too far. After all they had been through, she trusted Jake. And there was almost no one else she could say of that. His eyes darkened, and she knew that he felt it too. The bond between them went beyond just arcane partners now. He nodded.
"We'd better get on with it then," he said. "I know you want to move fast. I'll work hard to keep up."
His joking tone broke the intensity of the moment, and Morgan wiped the prick of tears from her eyes, turning towards the synagogue. They entered the low door, stepping back to a simpler time, when there was nothing between the faithful and their God. Built in 1315, the building was of basic design, the prayer room almost square, overlooked by a gallery for the women. The walls were decorated in Hebrew script, geometric patterns and decorative arches drawing the eyes upward. The air was cool in the shadowy space, the high windows letting in some light but protecting the interior from the harsh Mediterranean sun. It was a refuge, and Morgan sensed an ancient peace, as if the generations of faithful had impregnated the walls with their prayers. After the expulsion in 1492, the synagogue had become a hospital, a school, and a chapel, finally reopening as a synagogue in 1985. The story of repressed centuries had been repeated across Spain, the efficacy of ethnic cleansing demonstrated in how long it had taken for Jews to find a place here again. Morgan felt a pull of allegiance, a sense of wanting to stay and help rebuild this community. It was the same feeling that had driven her in Budapest, where the rise of anti-Semitism was once again staining the political landscape. Her people, yet not her people. She was Israeli, not Jewish, British and yet not Christian, a woman without a place, except for ARKANE, a sanctuary for misfits. "There's nothing here," she said suddenly. "This is not where Santiago would hide a code. This place was sacred to him, and he wouldn't have carved into these walls." Jake nodded, looking around the open space. "And there's really no place to hide it, no way to keep a grid of numbers secret here. It would be too obvious. So what's next?" Morgan ran her fingers across the Hebrew script on the wall, thinking for a moment. "When we were at the Sagrada Familia, Ramon mentioned that Santiago had worked on the Mesquita here. It's a church built by the Visigoths around 600 AD and then turned into a mosque during the Caliphate, rededicated as a Catholic cathedral in the 13th century. There's been a lot of restoration work, and from what I remember from my visit here long ago, it's seriously ornate. It would be a far better place to hide a code, and it's not far from here." Morgan and Jake headed back out into the sun, dodging the tourist groups as they walked the short distance to the central World Heritage Site of the Mesquita. They emerged from the crowded streets into the Patio de los Naranjos, an Islamic-style ablutions court with fountains for ritual purification before prayer. The orange trees were welcome shade from the baking sun, and the sound of splashing water made this an oasis of calm. Jake walked to the fountain and plunged his hands in, scooping water up his arms and onto his face. Droplets sparkled in the sunlight, and Morgan imagined the faithful repeating this action over the last 1,000 years, an unchanging ritual that bound generations. "This is glorious," Jake said, his tousled dark hair wet around his temples. Morgan watched a drop of water trickle down his neck and into his shirt, and she itched to trace its path with her fingertip. She turned quickly to the archways that led into the church. They walked in and gazed through the riot of pillars that filled the grand space, linked by archways of red brick and white marble, the striped design repeated throughout the distinctive building. The pillars were all different sizes and types. Some were used from the old Visigoth cathedral, and others shipped from all over the empire and periphery, marble and jasper. As a mosque, the columned interior had once been open to the air at each side, a continuation of the forest of trees outside. As a church, it was more enclosed, the dim light enhanced by candles at the myriad altars. It was early, so there were still only a few worshippers kneeling around the place, and a calm silence gave the atmosphere solemnity. The ornate decoration was exhausting to look at, with a combination of elaborate arabesques and detailed Arabic script in gold, rust red, and turquoise, surrounded by the Catholic icons and shrines around the walls. Morgan appreciated the incredible architectural beauty of the place, but she felt nothing of God here. The air was thick, every breath heavy with incense, and candle smoke, cloying in the back of her throat. "Santiago could definitely have carved his numeric code somewhere here," she said. "This place wouldn't have been sacred to him." Jake turned around, stretching his arms wide as he indicated the sheer volume of space. "But where would it be? This place is huge." Morgan gazed deeper into the forest of pillars. I've heard that there are 856 columns here, and given his passion for numerology, it would make sense for Santiago to have carved on one of them. The question is, where to start counting? She began walking slowly, skirting the edge of the heart of the cathedral and heading for the mihrab, a semicircular niche indicating the Qibla, the direction of Mecca. Jake walked alongside her as they both tried to get a sense for the perspective of the place. The mihrab was at the opposite end from the patio to Los Naranjos and the Puerta de las Palmas, where they had entered. An extension in 960 AD had enlarged the mosque, adding even more pillars in the southerly corner. Hebrew is read right to left, Morgan said, walking to the furthest corner. So, I would start here for my count.
What number are we counting to? Jake asked, staring into the maze of columns.
Morgan grinned. Now that really is the question. We should try all the numbers we have come across so far. 33 and 48, 70 and 140. While we're doing that, I'll have a think about the other possibilities. They began to walk through the forest of stone, counting silently until they reached the 33rd pillar. Morgan crouched to examine the base, and Jake stretched up to look at the carved capital, its tendrils of leaves indicating it originally came from a Roman temple.
Nothing, he whispered.
Morgan straightened. Nothing here either. Let's try 48. A dull clang echoed through the church as they stepped away from the pillar, as if something heavy had been dropped. Morgan started, hand automatically going for her weapon. The sound of shouting voices followed, a flurry of Spanish, and then what sounded like a gunshot, and finally, silence. The few worshippers in sight turned their heads instinctively to the noise. One woman crossed herself and headed for a side door.
What do you think? Jake whispered, his hand hovering near his concealed weapon.
Let's hurry, Morgan said, stepping quickly around the pillars to count further. As they reached 48, the great doors of the Puerta de las Palmas swung open, the squeak of the hinges echoing through the cathedral. Morgan peered round the column to see a number of men entering, each armed with an assault weapon.
Chapter 13. Morgan counted 10 of them, far too many for her and Jake to take on. The distance and the gloom would obscure them for the moment, but they had to hurry. Adam Kadmon must have worked out the last code, or perhaps Sophia had told him of this place. Morgan thought of the stunning young woman, wondering what Kadmon wanted her for, whether she even knew her grandfather was dead by this man's hand. Her heart pounded. If Kadmon was here, she would have a chance to reach him soon. Her hand curled around the grip of her gun. She felt the whisper of Jake's breath on her neck, his hand over hers, staying her motion. There are too many of them. We need to find the code and get out of here. You take 70, I'll take 140, and I'll meet you by the Puerta de San Esteban. He slipped away, walking softly on the cool stone floor, his lips moving as he counted silently. Morgan took a deep breath and followed him, trying to ignore the men at the other end as they spread out slowly amongst the worshippers. They didn't know her or Jake by sight. They hadn't been clearly visible in the dark of the Alhambra, and Kadmon's men had no reason to suspect anyone else was here looking for the code. She counted to pillar 140 and searched it, her fingers running over the smooth marble. Nothing. She closed her eyes for a second, considering Santiago's state of mind. What would he have been thinking as he tried to hide his tracks? Slow footsteps echoed in the row of columns nearby, and Morgan turned to face the nearest shrine, walking quickly to kneel before the candlelit image of Saint Eulogius, one of the martyrs of Cordoba. She bent her head as if in prayer as the figure passed close behind her.
The polished metal of a giant candelabra caught a glimpse of his profile, and she saw that it was Adam Kadmon, his face concentrated on counting as she had done. Her hand snaked to her gun in the small of her back. All she had to do was turn. She had a clear shot. She stood and quietly moved behind one of the pillars, heart pounding as images of her father's face came to mind. Kadmon was still clearly in view. She pulled her Barak SP-21 pistol, sighting on his head, finger tightening on the trigger. At the last moment, she sensed someone behind her. As she began to turn in defense, he pulled her against his body, her back against his chest, his strong hands holding hers over the gun. She struggled, arching away from him, ready to fight. "Morgan," Jake whispered next to her ear, her name a caress. "You can't do it here. There are too many men with him. What good is killing Kadmon to revenge your father if you're gone as well? He wouldn't have wanted that." Morgan relaxed a little, letting Jake hold her tight for a moment. She could feel his heartbeat thud and the strong length of him against her back. The rage within her wanted to throw his arms off and finish Kadmon, whatever the consequences. A darker need, an edge of the forbidden, made her want to press back against him, tease him until he groaned, but this was really not the time for such distraction. She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Jake was right. Kadmon would keep. They were both hunting for the key to the gates of hell, after all, so there would be another time. Jake relaxed his arms, and Morgan reluctantly pulled away from him, putting her gun back and hiding it within her jacket. The footsteps of Kadmon and his men were moving towards the back of the cathedral now, perhaps beginning a new count. She looked towards the paintings of the saints around them, noting the scenes of judgment and remembering her father's teaching. For Christians, hell was the place the wicked were sent, but for Jews, that place was known as something else. Santiago might have used the same word for his coded reference to hell. Pulling out her smartphone, Morgan quickly calculated the gematria for Gehenna, a site outside of ancient Jerusalem where followers of Moloch had sacrificed children to their gods millennia ago. It was worth a try. "Pillar 106, she whispered, pointing. "Back that way." They stole through the forest of columns, their movements economical, using the dense pillars as shields. There were still a few faithful worshippers within the church, but most had hurried away at the threat of violence, so there was more chance of being spotted. Counting backwards through the church, they made their way to 106, and almost immediately, Morgan found the coded square chiseled near the bottom of the column. She frowned. The square also added up to 106 in all directions, numbering the pillar the same as the position it stood in. Strange. She had been expecting a different code, one that would direct them to the next location, but this was all they had. Morgan took a picture with her smartphone, and together she and Jake slipped from the cathedral, leaving Kadmon's men behind. Even if they had to search each pillar individually, they would have the code themselves within a few hours. Morgan tapped on her phone as they walked through the corridors, sending the photo to Martin Klein back at ARKANE. They only had a short window of opportunity to get ahead of Kadmon. Once outside, Morgan and Jake slipped into a tourist group heading for the Alcázar de los Reyes Cristianos, the royal palace, and one of the primary residences of Ferdinand II of Aragon and Isabella I of Castile, architects of the Reconquista. Morgan knew the Alcázar had also been used as the headquarters of the Inquisition in this area. Its Arab baths, designed for sensual pleasure, had been turned into chambers for torture and interrogation. Morgan definitely didn't want to go in there, and once they were far enough away from the mezquita, she ducked into a little cafe in a side street. Jake followed, buying 2 cups of strong black coffee and waiting until Morgan had taken a sip before speaking.
"I'm not sorry for stopping you back there," he said. We wouldn't have made it out of the church even if you had killed him. There were too many men."
Morgan took another sip and looked at him, the violet slash of color in her right eye a vibrant glow. She knew Jake was right, but the lust for revenge still burned in her. "Don't stop me again." Her voice was cold steel. Jake nodded, taking a sip of his coffee.
"What's the code this time?"
he asked after a moment's silence. Morgan pulled out her phone, opening the picture of the carved square grid. "The number 106 represents Gehenna, the Jewish equivalent to hell, which is how I worked out where the code was. But, look, the numbers in the square also add up to 106. She held the phone up for Jake to see.
"Maybe it's a double again," he said. "So it's 212 rather than 106.
Morgan shrugged. "It could be that, or so many other variations on a theme. I never understood the logic my father applied to his Kabbalah studies, but Martin can plug all the options into the gematria matrix and see what he comes up with." She took a longer sip of her coffee. "I've been thinking about this key, trying to work out what it could be. A physical object, or maybe just another code."
"Or a person?" Jake mused. "Someone who knows something that Santiago and your father wanted to protect."
Morgan's phone buzzed with a text. "Wow, that was quick. Martin must have optimized the gematria search." She scrolled through the page of options. "Using 212, our destination could be Hong Kong or Canberra in Australia."
"Neither is particularly Jewish," Jake commented, his eyebrows lifting.
Morgan smiled. "And, to be honest, I never want to visit Canberra again. It's one of those constructed cities with no soul, just bureaucrats and fake water features. It might be a version of hell, but I don't think the key to the gates would be there. It doesn't have enough history. Hong Kong is a different matter, though. It's one of those cosmopolitan places where you can find anything." A second text came in, and Morgan's face paled as she looked at it. Chapter 14. "What is it?" Jake asked, reaching his hand out to touch Morgan's arm. "Safed," she whispered, her eyes wide. "The gematria number for where my father used to live in Israel is 106. The town of Safed is also the center of Jewish Kabbalah, one of the 4 holiest cities to Jews. It must be the right place." Jake pushed back his chair.
"We need to get going then. Kadmon will eventually find that code, and he won't be far behind us."
Morgan sat motionless in the chair, her gaze fixed on a point in the distance, her mind whirling as she considered facing the city again. She still owned the tiny flat that her father had lived in at the time of his death.
"His murder," she corrected herself, rage burning again within her.
She had left the flat in the care of the rabbi who had officiated the funeral, and he occasionally emailed to ask what she wanted to do with the rent he collected on her behalf. She always donated it to whatever cause he suggested, and really, she had never thought she would return to the little town in the hills of Galilee. But it seemed that Israel kept pulling her back. Jake held his hand out to help her up, his dark eyes concerned.
"I'll be with you. It's going to be okay."
She smiled and accepted his hand, feeling the squeeze of pressure, the reassurance of his presence. But as she stood, she thought of Kadmon's face in the mesquita, his determination matching her own. She didn't want to bring his brand of destruction to her father's beloved town, and yet, it seemed, she had no choice but to pursue the key there. 5 hours later, the pilot announced that they had crossed into Israeli airspace and would soon be landing on a private airstrip near Safed. Morgan had spent the journey in turmoil, memories of her father bringing tears to her eyes even as rage bubbled within at the years of her father's life Adam Kadmon had stolen. Now she took a deep breath, readying herself to face the past. Her father had sent the letter knowing this day would come. She had to trust that he would have left clues she could follow. They landed and jumped into a taxi, driving towards the town. Morgan looked north to where flat, white Mediterranean buildings reflected the sun, the green hills bringing the city into relief. Her father liked to say that Safed was a city on a hill, like Jerusalem, one of the high places closest to God. She caught glimpses of the narrow cobblestone streets winding around the dwellings, and imagined his footsteps walking there years ago. Eventually, Jake broke the silence.
I've never been here, Morgan. Maybe you could tell me a bit about it?
She shook her head, sighing a little. Sorry, I know I'm distracted. This place brings back memories, and I'm trying to think where the key might be. Perhaps talking about the city will help, and it does have a hell of a history. Legend says that Safed was founded by a son of Noah after the Great Flood. The Book of Judges recounts that the tribe of Naphtali dwelled here, and the city was mentioned in the writings of Josephus at the turn of the 1st century. She pointed out the window. You can see some of the remainder of the ancient walls up there. It was a fortified city during the Crusades, taken first by the Christians, who were later wiped out by the Mamluk Sultanate, who turned it into a Muslim city. It's been fought over ever since, becoming primarily Jewish over time, but even now it's discussed in heated tones, like so many holy sites. It doesn't help that the president of the Palestinian National Authority, Mahmoud Abbas, was born here, evicted with his family during the war. She smiled, shaking her head a little. I don't think this land will ever be at peace. People have been fighting over it for millennia. Jake looked over at her, his eyes soft. Because people love it, like you do. This land inspires passion that too easily spills into bloodshed, and there's both a blessing and a curse in that. Morgan nodded, silent for a second before she continued. After the expulsion of the Jews from Spain in 1492, some of the prominent rabbis came here, and Safed became a global center for Jewish learning. It had a printing press to spread the teachings and a vibrant community of synagogues. My father was part of the school of Lurianic Kabbalah, started by Isaac Luria in the 16th century. Luria is buried in the cemetery here, one of the tightly packed graves, all painted bright blue. It's a strange place. Her voice trailed off as she visualized her father's grave in the corner of that same cemetery. The day she had buried him was the day she had sworn to end her life in Israel and begin again, an academic in Oxford far away from the blood and mayhem of this land. She had seen too much death in those years. Her husband, Elion, had died in a hail of bullets on the Golan Heights, and other friends had perished in the unending conflict that Israel couldn't seem to escape. She had chosen another way, and taken the path of academia. So why was it she was back here once more, ensconced in conflict, surrounded by death? Morgan imagined the ghosts that clung to her, the darkness that hid her in shadow. She pushed the thoughts aside. Luria was known as Ha'ari, the lion, she continued. His disciples wrote down his teachings so it could be passed on. He's probably one of the most well-known Jewish mystics, considered to have spoken with the prophet Elijah. Jake raised an eyebrow at that, and Morgan smiled. Yes, well, he was an ascetic with plenty of secrets known only to his disciples. He was called to deliver Israel from the klepot, the husks of evil, and help souls to find tikkun, the restoration of the divine sparks of God scattered throughout the earth. Like any spiritual system, it has its quirks, but my father believed it as truth. The taxi pulled up at the end of the steep cobbled path, wide enough for pedestrians, thin carts pulled by donkeys, and the inevitable scooters. Morgan and Jake began to walk up past little shops with shutters painted in hues of the ocean. The colors were picked out of a palette made from the sky and the Sea of Galilee, across the hills to the southeast. They passed a pottery shop and then a painter's studio, where abstract canvases with Hebrew lettering hung on the white walls. The smell of turpentine wafted from the shop, pointing the way to a working artist's haven. The stone walls and streets around them were clean and fresh, cafes interspersed with green plants and blooming flowers. It was an oasis of calm directly opposed to the craziness of Jerusalem that they had visited together not so long ago on the hunt for the Pentecost stones. The city has always attracted artists, Morgan said, particularly those with a spiritual side. They rounded a corner to find a crossroads with a little path that snaked steeply up the hill. My father's place is just up here. Martin called the rabbi who looks after it, and we're allowed in to have a look while the tenant is out for a while. They walked up a few hundred meters, and Morgan paused in front of the door, her hand poised with the key in the lock. The door was painted in the same shade as her own blue eyes, the same as her twin sister and their English mother. The color had faded a little, but she still remembered her father painting it when he had first moved here. He had been very much in love with her mother once, but had chosen Israel and archaeology over a stable family life in the wet winters of England. Leon Sierra had chosen independence and his own way of life, and perhaps Morgan had learned that from him. In a parallel universe, she would be happily married to Alion with a brood of children, her parents growing old together, her twin sister and niece by her side. Some of the Kabbalists believed in the multiverse, worlds between the light and darkness, shades of good and evil where events had turned out in a different way. But this was her only world, Morgan thought, and the choices her family had made were now her own. Morgan turned the key and pushed the door open, pausing on the threshold. For a moment, she expected the smell of her father's cooking to greet her. He had always baked when she visited on temporary leave from the Israeli Defense Force military base further south. It was just an excuse for him to enjoy rugelach, the rolled pastries of Ashkenazi origin filled with chocolate and nuts. She would nibble while her father tucked in, his eyes lively as she told stories of her latest work. But the scent in the air was only fresh with a hint of salt, the wind from the south blowing in through an open window. Jake walked in after her, and Morgan looked around the room. It was a humble space with a fold-away table for eating, a little kitchenette to the side, and a bedroom one level above. Under the stairs was a study area where her father had probed the mysteries of the Torah and the Zohar, the Book of Splendor, as the letters of Revelation spun before him. Morgan had never seen him engrossed in study, as he had always worked in private, but she had imagined him there. His spirituality had deepened over the years, and the mysticism of the Kabbalists had become his obsession, as if somehow he could stop time and step into the space where the divine touched the earth. Regret welled up within her. Perhaps if she had insisted on knowing more about his quest, whatever this key was, he would have told her of the Remnant. Perhaps she could have protected him, even saved his life.
"It's a hell of a view," Jake said, looking out the window over the white rooftops to the rolling hills of Galilee and its inland sea beyond.
Morgan came to stand next to him, so close she could feel the fiber of his shirt on her arms. Leon would have liked Jake, a man of action whom he would have trusted to protect his daughter. She smiled then, for her father had never really believed that she could look after herself physically, even when she had won national Krav Maga competitions. The Israeli martial art was only part of her skills these days, and she wondered what Leon would have thought of ARKANE and her role there now. He certainly would have understood the metaphysical side of what she had experienced.
"Are you okay?"
Jake said, turning to look at her.
"You're quiet."
All she needed to do was take a half step closer, and she would be in his arms. "I'm just thinking," Morgan whispered. "It's been a long time since I was here." She stepped away, back into the center of the room. "None of this is my father's stuff, though. It's like a new place with the old one beneath. I'm trying to put myself back into how it was when he was here." She turned towards the kitchenette, pointing to a space on the wall. "He always had a picture of me there, changing it every year as my career progressed." She touched the wall where the image had once hung, no trace of it now under the newer paint. "In the corner of the frame, he would tuck the latest picture of Faye that my mother sent annually. He used to send one back to her as I grew."
"I don't think anyone would allow twins to be split up and raised separately these days," Jake said. "Didn't you find it strange without your sister?"
Morgan shook her head. "Not really. My parents were unorthodox in their child-rearing, for sure, but you've met Faye. You know how different we are, and our parents differed in the same way. Maybe they saw the same in us when we were young. I could never regret my childhood, the times I had with my father growing up. Faye had our mother and England, and we were both loved. We had different lives, but like many broken families, something new was able to grow from the wreckage and create beauty in its wake." The sound of a plane flew low overhead, and Morgan instinctively looked up.
"If none of your father's things are here, how are we meant to find whatever the next code is?" Jake asked.
"I didn't say they weren't here, just that there was nothing on show that was his." She headed towards the stairs leading up to the bedroom. "His stuff is in the attic." The sudden sound of footsteps outside made Morgan freeze. Jake turned at the noise, and as the key in the lock rattled, they both drew their weapons, training them on the door as it opened. Chapter 15. The door opened slowly, and a man stepped through, awkwardly juggling his keys and 2 bags of shopping. His eyes widened as he saw Morgan and Jake, his gaze dropping to the 2 weapons pointed at him. There was a split second when Morgan saw him consider his options, an echo of how she would have behaved in the same situation. Then he gently put the bags on the floor, dropped his keys to the mat, and raised his hands to show they were empty. He was tall, with black curly hair. His 2-day stubble emphasized a prominent jaw. Morgan saw military experience in the ready stance of his fit, well-muscled body. He wasn't afraid of them, just curious.
"I'm Mikhail Levy, and this is my home,"
he said, in Hebrew and then again in English with a slight accent, as he registered Jake's confusion. As Morgan covered him with her weapon, Jake moved forward and searched Mikhail, patting him down swiftly. Mikhail's eyes fixed on Morgan's, and she felt a prick of recognition as she matched his gaze. Had she met him before? He was definitely younger than she was, but not by too many years. She struggled to think where it might have been.
"He's clean,"
Jake said, and Morgan lowered her gun.
"Of course I am," Mikhail said. "I just went to the market."
He bent to pick up the bags.
There was a text from the rabbi, but I wasn't expecting you so soon. I presume you're here about Leon's things?
He walked slowly to the kitchen, still wary of them.
I have roux-clock and coffee. Let me make you some.
His dark eyes flicked to Morgan again, and he smiled.
Your father told me all about you. I'm opening the drawer now.
He pulled it open slowly and brought out a tiny photo frame.
He always had this with him, and so I keep it here as he would have wanted me to.
Mikhail handed it to Morgan, and she saw her own face in the frame, frozen in a moment of happiness. She remembered the day it had been taken, at a wedding of a friend when she and Elian had danced into the small hours and Leon had laughed along with them. She placed the photo back down on the countertop. "Have we met before?" she asked, stepping closer as Mikhail switched the kettle on.
A long time ago, but I was a new recruit and you were with Elian in those days.
A hint of a smile danced at the corners of his mouth.
He was a hero to us younger men. The way he died...
He broke off, shaking his head.
I'm sorry. You lost your husband that day. But you should know that his leadership and bravery are still held up as exemplary. He is remembered.
In the moment of silence that followed, Jake stepped forward, holding out his hand. Morgan could feel him bristling at this younger man's intimate knowledge of her past.
I'm Jake Timber, Morgan's professional partner.
Mikhail took the proffered hand, and they shook with a firm grip, so firm that Jake's knuckles turned white. "How come you knew my father?" Morgan asked, breaking the tension of their masculine posturing. Mikhail continued making coffee, putting the little pastries on a plate as he talked.
Like you, I did my time in the military, but I became disillusioned with the never-ending spiral of violence. My wife... He sighed. She died after complications in childbirth, and my son died soon after.
"I'm so sorry," Morgan said, acknowledging his pain. Mikhail nodded in unspoken thanks.
I came up to Galilee to hike, spending a lot of time alone during that time. I had no patience with religion, much to my parents' distress. I think they hoped I would find solace in the shul.
Morgan smiled at that, understanding the Jewish parental pressure to attend the synagogue.
I met Leon in the hills behind Safed one day, and there was something in his demeanor, a peace that I craved. I was angry with the world, but he began to teach me another way.
Morgan felt a flash of jealousy that Mikhail had been able to access a side of her father she had not been privy to.
After I left the military, I moved up here to be closer to the Kabbalist community. I only had a few months with your father before he was killed.
The grief on his face was raw, and in a flash, Morgan remembered where she had seen him before. "You were at his funeral," she said. "You stood at the back, away from those who gathered close."
Mikhail nodded. I didn't know enough people at that point, and I didn't feel as if I belonged. I knew how devastated you were, how much you had been through, first Elian and then Leon. I understand why you had to leave. But why do you live here now? Jake asked, a hint of suspicion in his voice at this man's familiarity. Morgan put a hand on his arm, feeling the tension there, trying to calm him. Mikhail's eyes followed her gesture, noted the caution as he continued. As I learned Kabbalah mysticism from Leon, he began to speak of a remnant,
an exclusive group of rabbis from around the worldwide Kabbalist community who met once a year to meditate on the darkness in the world. They believed it was growing, spreading, taking root, and they worried that the balance was tipping away from the light. They were also getting old, and I think that perhaps Leon wanted me to become a part of it. Mikhail shook his head. Some days I think I was wrong about that, but now I'll never know. After his death, I found no written trace of the Remnant, and I can't find anyone who will even acknowledge their existence. That's why we're here, Morgan said softly. The Remnant are gone, murdered, as my father was, by a man who hunts what they protected. There was no surprise in Mikhail's eyes at her words. You knew he wasn't killed by a suicide bomber? Mikhail nodded. I suspected. He was frenetic in those last days, spending hours in study, reciting verses until he reached an almost shamanic state, an alternate realm of consciousness. He was truly a practitioner of the highest art. There are pages in the attic, reams and reams of notes he made while in trance, meditating on the letters of the Torah or the words of the Zohar. Most make no sense at all, but there are hints of what the Remnant were protecting. I want to see them, Morgan said. Mikhail nodded. Of course. He poured coffee into 3 mugs, putting out non-dairy creamer and sugar on a plate next to the pastries. I'll go and get the boxes. Do you need help? Jake asked. Mikhail hesitated a moment and then nodded. The men went upstairs into the bedroom above and then into the loft space further up. Morgan could hear their muffled conversation, sounding each other out in their attempt to build a bridge. They both had military backgrounds, but she knew that Mikhail's spiritual side would make Jake uneasy. Together they had seen things that would make the most eminent skeptic believe in something beyond the physical, but Jake had no patience with organized religion. Even many Jews would consider Kabbalism to be on the edge, however, a mystical dimension far from the confines of strict Hasidic law. Mikhail seemed to blend the spiritual with the physical, and perhaps that was what they needed in their quest. Mikhail and Jake soon came back down, each carrying 2 boxes that Morgan vaguely recognized from what had been left in the little house after her father's death. The local rabbi had organized her father's effects, leaving her to mourn without the terrible process of sorting through his things. She had promised to come back when the immediacy of grief had receded, but, of course, she had not returned. Was it now too late? I helped the rabbi pack Leon's work away, Mikhail said. His memory has been honored, Morgan. His dark eyes were kind, and Morgan saw that Mikhail had loved her father in his own way. Part of her wished she could have known him properly back then, maybe talked to him at the funeral. What would her life have been like if she had stayed here, made her home in this hillside town? All the boxes contain fascinating insights, but this particular one has some of the last pages Leon worked on in the days before he died. Mikhail pulled a sheaf of loose paper sheets from the box. They were dense with drawings and Hebrew writing in black pen. There were faces in the margins, contorted figures, some human and some clearly demonic. Morgan reached for one of the pages, where a spiral vortex spun, misshapen figures crawling from a central pit, their claws reaching for the world above, jaws open to devour those who stood in the way. His drawings got darker in the days before his death, Mikhail said. He was researching the demonology of Kabbalah and the klipot, the husks of evil in this world. Then there's this. He pulled a page from a clear plastic envelope that protected it from damage. It showed a key, made of a skeleton lifting its bony hands to plead with the heavens above. The etching was rough around the edges, and there were Hebrew letters and symbols inscribed around it. The whole drawing was surrounded by a circle, as if the line could contain its dark presence. Morgan shivered as she gazed at the skeletal figure, interceding for a doomed mankind, a more detailed rendition than the rough sketch in Santiago's notebook. She took the page, the paper smooth on her fingers, and tried to imagine her father drawing something like this. Had he actually seen the key? Or did he draw this while in one of his mystical trances? "My father wrote a letter to me," she said. "I don't know when it was originally written, but it was sent recently by another man, one of the Remnant." Mikhail's eyes widened with hope. Morgan shook her head. "He was killed a few days ago, but in the letter my father mentioned a key. Perhaps this is it. Are there any indications of where it might be or what it opens in his papers?" Mikhail shuffled through the pages. "I've been through them all, over and over. I can't find anything that points to where it might be, and it's certainly not here. Apparently, the Remnant didn't actually have it. They only protected its location. I'm not even sure they wanted it found." Mikhail paused and stood up, striding to the window to look out over Galilee. "I've been trying to follow Leon's path into Kabbalah mysticism, and I've seen glimpses of this key in my own trance states." Jake's rapid exhalation made Mikhail spin around. "Do you doubt the physicist who studies elementary particles in order to understand the cosmos?" he said, repressed anger in his tone. "Or the biologist who examines cellular DNA to fathom how the body works? DNA is just a code that makes up the sum of human life, and in the same way, the Kabbalist uses letters of the Torah to understand the spiritual heart of the world. Don't judge what you don't understand." Jake raised an eyebrow at Mikhail's outburst. "Oh, don't mind me. I'm ever the skeptic. What do you think, Morgan?" Morgan knew he wanted her to back him up, to make some flippant comment that would put her on his side against Mikhail. But as she looked at the man her father had trusted, his pupil in the mystic arts, she found herself with a glimmer of hope that he might be able to help in their quest. "I'm not writing anything off at this point. We should consider all the angles." Jake looked back down at the papers, his shoulders slumping as he ignored them and began to read again. "I think we need to—" Morgan's words were cut off as a blast of hot air and the cracking sound of an explosion shook the flat, the low rumble of collapsing buildings following swiftly after. Chapter 16. Mikhail and Morgan dropped to the floor next to Jake, and all three of them crawled quickly under the large dining table, sheltering in case of falling debris. Another explosion came from nearby, and they could hear shouts of people in the street, along with running footsteps. A lone woman wailed, her cries of grief a sound that this land knew only too well. "Rockets from the north," Morgan said, as it became clear the attack was over. Mikhail shook his head. "I doubt it. It's been quiet here for a long time now, and it's too much of a coincidence that this would happen on the day you arrive." He crept to the window, peering out across the town. "There's smoke coming from the airfield, and more around the area of the synagogue Leon used to attend." "We need to get out of here," Jake said. "I should have let you finish that bastard Kadmon in Cordoba." Morgan checked her weapon and then tucked it into the back of her jeans. "There's still time for that," she promised with a dark smile. "But for now, we need to move. They'll come here next for sure." She picked up the sheaf of her father's papers, the skeletal key prominent on the top of the pile, then turned to Mikhail. Should we take anything else?"
"Just a minute." Mikhail went into the study and returned with her father's books of the Torah and the Zohar, the Book of Splendor. He put them in a hold-all, along with a smaller bag he pulled from a cupboard under the sink, the familiar outline of a weapon inside. "Okay, let's go. I've got a car parked at the bottom of the hill." Jake eased the front door open and signaled the all-clear. Mikhail sprinted out into the street, Morgan and Jake following right behind him. The sound of sirens filled the air, and the scent of smoke blew on the breeze. There was a deadly calm about the people who moved through the streets. This was a city that understood the threat of attack. The people here had survived so much over the years that it didn't surprise them when their world was threatened again. Many expected it, retaining the perspective of living each day as their last, relishing each moment they could live on this precious land. "I'm sorry, Papa," Morgan thought. "I'm sorry for bringing this on your town." At the bottom of the hill, they reached a covered car park for the residents of the pedestrianized streets further up the slope. Mikhail clicked a button on his keys as they jogged through the rows of cars, and a dusty green Jeep Wrangler flashed its lights. They pulled open the doors and jumped in, Morgan hopping in the back as Jake jumped in the passenger side. Mikhail drove out of the car park, wheels screeching as they turned onto the main road, heading away from the city and south towards the Sea of Galilee. Morgan gazed out the back window, searching for any sign that they were being followed. It looked like they were free and clear, but then 2 4-wheel-drive vehicles zoomed out of the side streets, several men with weapons visible in each. "I see them," Mikhail said, teeth clenched as he stepped on the accelerator. He wrenched the wheel to the right and headed into the scrubland. "We can't stay on the main road. They'll catch up, and there are more towns up ahead." The Jeep bumped over the stony ground, hurtling Morgan sideways in the back. She struggled back to her seat and pulled on the safety belt just as the Jeep took some air. It flew over a bump and down into the ditch beyond. The jolt on landing slammed through her body, and she glanced at Jake, wondering how his injuries were holding up to this rough treatment. His face was a little pale, but he showed no sign of pain. "They're flanking us," Jake said, his weapon ready. "I hope you know what you're doing, Levy." A volley of bullets flew at them from one of the vehicles, and Mikhail pulled the wheel sideways, but it was too late. The passenger side windows blasted apart, the safety glass collapsing inwards. Morgan pulled her sleeve up to protect her face. She saw blood on Jake's face as some of the glass cut him, but he fired back, and the other vehicle pulled away. As it did so, the driver hit a large stone and the vehicle tipped sideways, its speed suddenly halted. It overturned, smoke pouring out the side as the men scrambled out, still firing after their escaping prey. Morgan turned her head to look at the other vehicle as they sped alongside it on a parallel track, navigating the scrubland on the outskirts of the city.
"These guys look pretty upset about their friends," she said. "What's the plan?"
"We might be able to lose them in the Limonim forest," Mikhail shouted above the din. He shifted gears and changed direction, pulling away from the other vehicle. "I know the tracks in there." Ahead of them was a patch of green, with some oak and pine areas interspersed with new plantings. As the other driver turned into an intercept pattern, Mikhail pulled off the track and drove straight into the forest. The muscles in his forearms stood out as he struggled to keep control of the wheel across the rutted forest floor. Morgan spun round in her seat as they entered, the dense trees now shielding the other vehicle from view. Mikhail knew this area, so they would have an advantage in here, but would the other vehicle even try to come in after them, or remain to ambush them on the routes out of the area?
"It would be good to have a chat with one of these guys," Morgan said, as their speed slowed and Mikhail guided them through the trees. The car engine was brutally loud in the calm of the natural surroundings. "I'd like to know where Kadmon has his base, what he's planning. What do you think?" Jake nodded, rubbing the blood from his head with his shirt sleeve.
I'd definitely like to have a few choice words with them. There's an area up ahead where we could wait, Mikhail said. If they come in here, they'll have to pass us.
Just stop a minute, Morgan said. Let's see if they're even following anymore. Mikhail slowed and shut down the engine. For a moment, all Morgan could hear was their breathing. Calmer now, the immediate threat was over. Then she heard the sound of another vehicle revving as it tried to navigate the forest, the crunch of gears as the driver downshifted. "They're coming," she said, her voice determined. "Let's get to your spot quickly." They drove on a little way until they reached a clearing in the wood, a temporary shed standing in the corner.
"There are tools in there," Mikhail said. "Rope, axes, that sort of thing."
"Park the jeep next to it," Morgan said. "I've got an idea." 10 minutes later, the remaining four-wheel-drive vehicle rolled into the clearing, 3 men inside with guns at the ready. They stopped when they saw the empty jeep next to the hut, parked carefully at the far side of the clearing. The man in the passenger seat spoke into a shortwave radio, waited a second, and then signaled for the 2 others to get out. The men exited the vehicle and walked towards the hut, guns in outstretched hands before them. They covered each other with sweeping movements, scanning the forest around them. One had a submachine gun slung across his shoulder, and as they reached the hut, he lowered his pistol and holstered it. His meaty hands gripped the stock of the submachine gun, and without warning, he peppered the hut with bullets. Strips of wood flew off the structure. The metallic sound echoed through the clearing, smoke dissipating on the breeze. The other man walked towards the hut, his own pistol at the ready. Just as he stepped forward to open the door, his head rocked sideways and he dropped to the ground, blood flowing from a wound on the side of his neck. He clutched at it, writhing in pain. The other man sprinted for cover behind the hut, on the opposite side from where the attack had come. Another shot rang out, and he went down too, hand clutching at his chest. He turned towards the woods and shot off the remaining bullets into the green before collapsing. The remaining man in the vehicle scooted across into the driver's seat, scrambling for the keys, trying to get away. Morgan pushed her gun against the side of his head, leaning forward from the back seat, which she had slipped into as the gunshots rang out. "Put the keys down," she said, her voice molten steel. The man raised his hands, his eyes wide in the mirror. His face was heavily tattooed, marking him out as one of Kadmon's men. As his gaze met hers, she saw something else in him, a flash of fear, not of her, but of what would happen to him because of this. She knew an instant before he took action that he would not give up so easily. Sure enough, he thrust open the door and threw himself out, scrambling to his feet and running towards the woods. Morgan jumped from the back seat, sighting on the man as he ran. She aimed and fired once. He dropped to the ground, clutching his leg, then pulled himself up again, dragging his injured limb, trying to get into the forest. Mikhail and Jake emerged from the woods behind and to the side of the hut. As Jake checked the bodies of the other 2, Mikhail joined Morgan as she walked after the injured man. "I'm not going to kill you," she said. "I just need to talk." He turned, his expression desperate as he shouted at her, a stream of Spanish she could just understand. "They'll kill me anyway. Please, finish it." The man fell to the ground, his hands clutching the bloody wound. Morgan kept her gun trained on him and approached cautiously. "Where is Kadmon's base?" The man moaned, his eyes watching Morgan, but she knew the fear was not of her or of dying here. There was no time for hesitation, and she saw Adam Kadmon's face as she shot into the man's other leg, and he howled in agony. "Where are you going next?" Morgan moved closer, her aim now clearly between his legs. Her eyes were fixed on the wounded man's face, her face a sculpted portrayal of fury. Mikhail raised an eyebrow. "Remind me not to piss you off," he said. This time the man wouldn't shut up, a torrent of words spilling from him, his breath ragged as he clutched at both legs, blood oozing out onto the pine needles. "What did he say?" Mikhail asked. "Kadmon wants the key, and when they find it, they will take the girl to the gates. He doesn't know where the gates are exactly, but it's a castle, and not here or in Spain. Sophia is with them, and they call her a daughter of the Remnant." Morgan felt a kinship with the young woman, hunted for what her grandfather had started, and what Morgan's own father had protected. Jake came over and stood next to Morgan, wiping blood from his hands. "Those other two had no identity papers, nothing to trace them. But clearly others from the group will be coming through the forest to find them. We need to make a move." He gently touched Morgan's arm. "There are too many of them to try and get Sophia back now. We have to trust that he's keeping her alive for a reason." Morgan nodded. "All right. We'll retreat for now, but we're not leaving Israel until we know where to find the key. And I know just the person to help us." Chapter 17. Pushing the blue door open, Adam Kadmon stepped into the modest home that had once been Leon Sierra's haven. He had never met the man, but he had paid the bomber who had blown the bus up that day, promising extravagant reward for the martyr's family. In a land scarred by such killings, it was a less noticeable method of ridding the world of another member of the Remnant. There were a couple of boxes on the floor. The contents of one lay strewn across the carpet, a man's handwriting on the pages of jumbled notes. Adam bent to pick up a couple of the pages, scanning the stream of consciousness. He frowned. Were these just the ravings of a man deep in a spiritual trance, or was there a truth hidden in Leon's papers? Those who had been here before the attack must have taken anything of real worth, but who were they, and why did they also seek the key? Adam walked into the area where Leon Sierra had studied. The air felt rarefied, and Adam was aware of a tingling sensation, as if something shimmered just outside his vision. A rush of doubt flooded through him. He had assumed that the Remnant were corrupt, inflated with a sense of their own importance, unwilling to commit to the grander goal. But had he actually destroyed the man who could have led him to the key? Sweat broke out on his brow, prickled under his arms as a sense of anger and frustration rose within. Adam began to systematically search the room, emptying drawers, lifting papers, looking for clues to where he should go next. He strode into the kitchen, pulling open doors and cupboards. A radio crackled from outside. The door creaked open, and Carlos, his tattooed bodyguard, put his great head around the corner. His expression was downcast, his eyes not meeting Adam's.
"They've escaped, sir. One of the vehicles was disabled in the scrublands, and when the men got outside in the nearby forest, they found 3 of our men dead, and the targets missing."
He fell silent, waiting for the explosion to come. Adam slammed his fist down on the kitchen countertop, the sound reverberating through the apartment.
"Bastards," he
said, his face contorted with anger.
"Get access to the satellite surveillance. I want to know where they're going next."
His gaze dropped to the counter, and he noticed a small photo lying there. A woman looked out at him, dark curls around a striking face, her eyes a brilliant blue with a violet slash through the right. Adam picked it up, looking more closely at the image. She would be older now, but this was definitely Leon Sierra's daughter. He had not intended revenge on the children for the sins of their fathers, but if this Morgan was intent on beating him to the key, he would have to deal with her as he would with Sophia. The daughters of the Remnant would be a sacrifice to the dark power that drove him onwards. Chapter 18. Father Ben Costanza found his breath a little short as he walked up the stone steps to his office on the first floor. He stood at the window as his pulse calmed, watching the students lazing on the grass below in the quad of Blackfriars Hall in the heart of Oxford. He smiled a little. They were so young, these students, their faces lit with hope and the possibility of a bright future ahead. He still taught some tutorials in theology, but his mind was often elsewhere these days. Ben knew the students saw him as another creature, utterly removed and invisible to their worldview, his wrinkled, shrunken old flesh anathema to their young lives. Had he once looked at his own tutors that same way? A flash of memory, and Ben remembered that one amazing summer when he had fallen in love. As a Catholic priest who had taken his vows, he could only ever dream of her, and Marianne Sierra had belonged to another anyway. At least he could honor her memory and watch over her twin girls as their lives progressed. Pulling his smartphone from the folds of his black Dominican cloak, Ben checked the text again. It had been a while since he had heard from Morgan, and yet here was a message from her halfway across the world asking to speak with him. He worried about her involvement with ARKANE, but equally, he recognized a spirit of adventure in her, a wild creature who could not be tamed. That kind of spirit must be allowed to roam, and he would be here as long as possible to help her. Would he want to be young again now, in this crazy, fast-paced world? Ben looked out the window once more. It seemed as if the rate of change kept increasing. He had just come from a meeting to discuss how they would turn the precious library area on the ground floor into a more usable space. Right now, it was filled with shelves containing oversized physical books, some beautifully illustrated, many of them containing precious wisdom from the history of the church. The young librarian had told the gathered monks that the students had petitioned for more desks with super-fast Wi-Fi connection, and proposed removing the old shelving, retaining just a few of the old books for display and decoration purposes. Ben shook his head. Times had changed indeed, but he supposed that even Oxford must move with those times. He sighed and turned to put his little kettle on. His daily cups of blended chai were at least one way to stay in control of his world. He turned on the computer and poured his tea, sitting down carefully, the chair creaking under the weight of his old bones. He signed into Skype and called Morgan. Ben smiled as he saw her lovely face on the screen, the dark brown curls hanging loose about her face, her blue eyes vibrant and the slash of violet almost glowing on the screen. Ben saw the fire in her and knew she must be on a mission again. He had seen that look on her face before, when he had helped her track down the Ark of the Covenant. It had almost ended them both in smoke and flames, but here they were once again.
"Hi, Ben," Morgan said. "You look well. Are you okay?"
Ben smiled. As well as can be, although the autumn turns and my old bones start to protest at the rigors of the order. Morgan laughed.
"I've never envied you those crack of dawn masses, but I know you love it, really."
"When are you coming home again?" Ben asked.
Morgan's Oxford house was only a few streets away from Blackfriars, but she was rarely there these days. Ben sometimes popped in for a cup of tea with her neighbor to visit Morgan's sometimes cat, Shmi. A shadow crossed her face, and Ben noticed the strain in the muscles around her eyes.
"I can't say exactly, but once again I need your help with something. Do you have time?"
"For you? Anything, my dear. You know that."
Morgan pulled out a sheaf of paper and held it up to the camera.
"Can you see this?"
It was blurry at first, and then the focus shifted. The drawing showed a kind of key, with the skeleton on top pleading with heaven. It was haunting, as if the bones communicated a desperate need for salvation. It was surrounded by symbols and Hebrew words written in a shaky hand. As Ben stared at it, the sun went behind the clouds outside, and a cold wind blew through the old window frame in front of the desk. He shivered and pulled his cloak more closely around him.
"What is it?" Ben asked. "Is that what you're looking for?"
Morgan pulled the image away again, but the picture was seared into Ben's mind, the bony limbs imprinted on his consciousness. He knew that he would see the key when he closed his eyes tonight.
"We think it's meant to be the key to the gates of hell,"
Morgan said, raising her eyebrows and giving a wry smile.
"I know it sounds a little crazy, and we don't actually know whether it's real or what it's supposed to do, but my father was trying to protect its location before he died."
Ben heard the pain in her voice, and although he had no love lost for Leon Sierra, his heart ached for Morgan.
"And you want to find it now," Ben finished for her.
"There's more." Morgan paused, her eyes flashing with anger, and Ben knew he would never want to stand against this fierce woman.
"Someone else is looking for it as well. Someone who is capable of great violence. Someone who wants to open these gates and let whatever it is in there out into the world."
She shook her head.
"It sounds crazy, but what I've seen with ARKANE makes me wonder. What do you think, Ben? I'm at a loss as to where to go next. We need to find the key, but I don't know where to start. The clues have stopped in Safed."
"Email me a copy of the image," Ben said, "and I'll have a look in the archives here. There are still a few favors I can call in with the theologians of Oxford if necessary. I suppose it's urgent as ever?"
Morgan smiled, her eyes lighting up at his acquiescence.
"Of course, but I know you love the chase. I'll bring you back some chai spice when I come for tea next time. I promise."
"Make that soon."
Ben turned serious.
"You be careful now, Morgan. Your family wants you home again, as do I."
Morgan looked wistful, her voice tinged with guilt.
"Have you seen Faye and Gemma?"
"They came to a fundraising event the college put on last week. Gemma was such a sweetheart, until she ate too much ice cream and ran around like a little hellion."
Ben laughed, his eyes crinkling in pleasure at the memory.
"It's so good to have the laughter of children around the college. We old men take ourselves far too seriously otherwise."
"I wish I could have been there with you all, Ben."
A frown deepened in Morgan's forehead.
"I want to be home more, but this is something that I have to see through. Something about my father's death. I don't want to tell Faye until it's all over, so please don't mention I called, but I miss you all."
Ben nodded.
"Give me a few hours to work on this key, and I'll get back to you. Get some rest. You look tired."
Morgan smiled and signed off, her face disappearing with the connection. Ben's office was quiet and lonely once more as the warmth of her voice faded. The computer dinged a moment later as an email arrived, and Ben steeled himself to look again at the image of the key. Something about it made his skin itch, as if tiny creatures burrowed into him with jagged teeth. He opened the file, noting the fine detail of the skeleton, the intricacy of the edges of the key. He forced his gaze away from the image and looked at the words and symbols etched around the edge, translating from the Hebrew, allowing the mesh of his mind to start making connections. Ben sat back in his chair, staring out into the quad. The sounds of Oxford faded away as his mind roamed the stores of memory, gears of theology and philosophy swirling about him as he tried to sift through the patterns. Sometimes the truth was not one specific thing, but an amalgam of many. He had learned with age that the truths of his own church were built upon the beliefs of other faiths, even the superstitions of pagans, whose gods had been assimilated into the Christian faith over millennia. For Ben, this layering was like a rich silt where new shoots could grow, and the compost of ancient faith allowed new life to rise. It was into these layers that his mind now wandered, for even though Ben was surrounded by books and papers, his computer tapped into the vast storehouse of the Bodleian Library. The trick was knowing where to start looking. After a moment, Ben refocused. He took a sip of his chai, the spicy tea now cool in the ceramic mug. He pulled himself up from the chair and went to his bookshelf, which took up the length of his study, encompassing the entire back wall. Even if they digitized the whole of Blackfriars Library, he thought, I will keep my physical books here until they cart me out in a box. His joints creaked as he stooped a little. That may be sooner than I would wish, he mused. Ben reached for his King James Bible, one of several versions he kept for study along with the scriptures in Hebrew and ancient Greek. The only way to truly fathom the words was to read in the original, but for this, the King James Version would suffice. He lifted the heavy tome and rested it on the back of a chair, his fingers skipping through the thin pages, familiar verses leaping out at him as he thumbed his way to the back. Here it was, Revelation 1:18. I am he that liveth, and was dead, and behold, I am alive for evermore, amen, and have the keys of hell and of death. But this was Jesus speaking in a New Testament text, not a Jewish scripture. Why would the Kabbalists refer to something Christian? He flicked back through the Bible to Isaiah, a book sacred to both Jews and Christians, and after a few moments, found what he sought. I said in the cutting off of my days, I shall go to the gates of the grave. I am deprived of the residue of my years. The pages rustled as a draught blew in from the windows, and Ben shivered a little, feeling the cold deep in his bones. He prayed that it would not be Morgan who was cut off and deprived of years. Take my old bones, Lord, he prayed, but not hers. The Hebrew version used Sheol for the grave, an abode for the dead, a dark place cut off from God where shades dwelled. Sheol was a neutral place, whereas the term Gehenna was truly the destination of the wicked, the biblical valley of Hinnom where pagans had sacrificed their children to Moloch. Was this key to a dark underworld or a true hell, Ben wondered? The pleading skeletal key flashed through his mind. It was surely from a place of torment, a place of the dead. Ben sighed and reveled in his breath. At this stage in his life, each moment was a blessing, each inhalation a miracle. He turned back to the bookshelf and pulled an oversized tome on biblical art history down, the exertion making him wheeze a little. He laid the book on his desk and opened it to the sculptures of Rodin, flicking over until he saw what he was looking for. The gates of hell were 15th century bronze doors depicting scenes from the Bible, influenced by Dante's Inferno and the inspiration for Rodin's more famous works. The original figure of the thinker sat at the top of the doors, looking down at the suffering below. The couple from The Kiss had been portrayed in the panel originally, but were removed as they didn't fit the scene of suffering. The effect was chaotic, and movement seemed to shudder from the images on the page, the detail of the sculpture depicting sinners writhing in torment, trying to escape the cloying embrace of the bronze sea. Ben stared into the picture, the juxtaposition of so much history of speculation about what hell could be. But again, it was the Christian hell, a place of active suffering. Ben slammed the book shut, his mind on the simpler world of the early Jews.
What was hell when you lived in the desert? It wasn't fiery torment. It was...
Of course. It could only be. Ben smiled and turned to the computer to call Morgan back. Chapter 19. The more I think about it, I'm convinced that this whole thing resonates with salt.
What do you mean?
Morgan asked, frowning at the screen as Ben's image crackled a little over the Skype connection. Jake and Mikhail stood behind her, both listening closely to the conversation. "Bear with me," Ben said, his voice lively, the excitement of his realization driving him on. The idea of hell for the ancient Hebrews was a place of emptiness, a land where nothing would grow, a place of death where you couldn't even drink the water. Salt seasoned their food and was an integral part of sacrifice, as well as being used to preserve the dead in many cultures at that time. It's a powerful symbol of both life and death. Now, look at the image again, Ben continued. See, the chemical symbol for salt, NaCl, is scribbled on the edge of the page. The calligraphy makes it hard to understand, but once I started looking, there were other things too. On the opposite side, you can just make out the word melech, or king. It has the same gematria number as salt, which is 78. It's all there. Do you see?
Okay,
Morgan said, a trace of doubt in her voice.
I can see those things in the text surrounding the key, but how does that help us find where it is?
Ben hesitated. This is where we have to extrapolate a little, and I'll admit I may be wrong about the location. But for the ancient Israelites and modern Jews, the Dead Sea is also called the Salt Sea. There are even some who believe that the site of Sodom and Gomorrah lies beneath those waters. Scripture tells us that Lot's wife was turned into a pillar of salt there, and now similar salt pillars rise from the depths. Of course, the exact location of Sodom and Gomorrah has never been officially acknowledged, so this is where you'll need the restricted archaeological surveys that I know have been done on the Dead Sea. I'm sure your arcane contacts can get those for you. Morgan turned to Jake and he nodded, pulling out his smartphone to send details to Martin Klein. Ben continued. Did your father ever mention the Dead Sea, Morgan? Did he ever take you down there?
Morgan nodded. Of course. We did the tourist trip to En-Gedi and on to Masada, but there wasn't anything that particularly stands out from what I can remember.
He was in Beersheba when he was killed, Mikhail said, his voice flat. We don't know why he was so far south in the Negev desert, but perhaps it was something related to the key.
Ben frowned at the unfamiliar voice. This is Mikhail Levy, Morgan explained, as Mikhail ducked into the frame and waved a hand. He worked with my father. He's helping us search for the key.
Ben smiled, and Morgan saw his relief that she had friends to help her. Well, I think you should investigate the Dead Sea, he said. From the drawing, we assumed the key was made of bone, but perhaps it could actually be fashioned from salt. He paused. Go safely, Morgan. A few hours later, they were parked up near the water's edge on the western bank of the Dead Sea, a few kilometers south of the resorts that had grown up around En-Gedi. During the drive down along the west bank of the Jordan River, Martin had sent them a GPS location based on classified sub-aqua archaeology, and Mikhail had called in some favors to get them appropriate scuba gear for the environment. Once again, Morgan was grateful for the access and connections that ARKANE provided. I didn't even think you could dive in the Dead Sea, Jake said, as they started to pull the gear from the back of the Jeep. It's considered extreme, and only for highly experienced divers, Mikhail said, as together they hefted down a chest. He flipped open the lid, revealing kilos of lead.
You also need a lot of extra weight to get down. At over 9 times the saltiness of the ocean, we'll be super buoyant.
His eyes glinted.
Oh yes, and you'll need to wear a full face mask so you can't accidentally swallow any water while you're down there. The salt concentrate can swell the larynx and lead to near-instant asphyxiation.
Morgan almost laughed out loud at Jake's deep frown, but she knew he wouldn't lose face by voicing his concerns. Mikhail was right about the dangers in what they were attempting, but she knew that they were all experienced divers, so it wouldn't be a problem. If they remained calm, of course. She looked back to the north. And if they didn't have to deal with any company. The guys began to strip, Mikhail revealing a tightly muscled torso with just the right amount of dark hair. Morgan averted her eyes before he noticed her gaze. Jake kept his t-shirt on, and she felt a rush of concern. Would his injured body deal with the gear? Would his scars hurt in the salt?
"Maybe one of us should stay up here," she said, "just in case Kadmon's guys find us."
You volunteering?
Jake said, his eyes blazing as he pulled on his wetsuit, the challenge obvious. Morgan shook her head.
"Guess one of us wouldn't be much use against them anyway." She smiled innocently. "And who would want to miss out on the chance to dive this place?" She stretched out her arms and spun around to encompass the landscape in her reach. The low hills were shades of dust, an arid brown strewn with rocks and boulders. On the border of Jordan, Palestine, and Israel, the Dead Sea was also the lowest place on earth, lower even than sea level. Salt encrusted the shoreline where the waters lapped, a languid blue that belied the hypersalination of its depths. It was a harsh environment, an eerie place that people drove through as fast as possible, fleeing the desert where nothing lived. The spirits that haunted here were withered and desiccated, their corpses mummified by the dry heat, their souls seeking a place to rest in this parched land. Seeing the 2 men were almost ready, Morgan pulled on her shorty wetsuit quickly, tugging the neoprene over her skin. The water temperature was like a warm bath all year round, and with the additional gear, it was good to have at least some freedom of movement in her lower half. They dragged the weights to the water's edge, putting them on in the water, using its buoyancy to aid the completion of gearing up. They each buddy-checked the other, silent as they made sure they would all be safe. Mikhail carefully inspected the seals on their face masks, and Jake checked his in return as Mikhail attached a catch bag full of extra gear to his jacket with a carabiner clip. Finally, it seemed they were ready. Mikhail took the lead, pointing his thumb down, indicating descent. Morgan dumped the air from her BCD jacket, exhaling as she let the weight pull her under, relaxing her lungs so she became negatively buoyant, sinking beneath the gentle waves. Under the water, Morgan breathed more easily, the rhythmic sound of her regulator lulling her into the relaxed state that diving aroused. The combination of long, deep breaths, physical ease, and a sense of wonder brought her alive down here. The world beneath made her excruciatingly aware of her physicality, the shortness of life, and her tiny span upon the earth. Strangely, that insignificance brought her comfort, for when her bones were dust, this place would just carry on. The peace she experienced when diving was addictive, and Morgan craved the depths, understanding those who chose to keep descending until narcosis made them uncaring of ever surfacing again. Down here, life could turn on an exhalation, when the diver sank past the ability to return. The weight that had been so constricting above water now enabled her to sink into the welcoming green, the buoyancy of the salt lifting the weight from her chest. Morgan tilted her body so she could sink further down. The pressure forced her mask against her face, and she equalized instinctively. Her movements were natural, but this was unlike any other dive she had ever done.
Whereas usually she would expect to be surrounded by ocean life, this environment was empty, at least to the human eye. In fact, there was a vital microbial and bacterial population here, thriving in the severe environment of the lake. A crystalline pillar loomed suddenly from the murky water, and Morgan kicked her fins gently, gliding towards it, keeping her arms folded against her chest so as not to touch anything by accident. Through her mask, she could see the individual salt crystals that had coalesced over time into these giant columns, reminiscent of ice sculptures. The nodules looked like a strange form of coral, clumped together in cauliflower shapes to rise up through the cloudy water. There were other natural sculptures sticking up from the bottom, some like boulders, and others with fingers pointing to the blue sky above. Morgan spun in the water and looked behind her, the two figures of Jake and Mikhail following behind. With the identical masks and tanks, it was hard to tell them apart. The turbulence from her fins lifted a coating of dust from the salt, clouding the water. For a moment she lost sight of her companions, and Morgan hung motionless, her senses alert. The skeletal figure flashed into her mind, its limbs outstretched, begging for salvation. A ping echoed through the water, a distinctive metallic sound. Mikhail had attached an elasticated ball to his tank, and by flicking it, he could at least communicate a little. Morgan swam towards the noise, and the long forms of the two men were soon visible again. She gave the OK signal, and Morgan turned to fin deeper, checking the compass heading on his computer console. They swam past freshwater vents that jetted into the bottom of the Dead Sea, the less saline water appearing as coils and eddies like smoke twirling up to the surface. After a few minutes, Mikhail slowed as they reached a particularly dense area of salt structures. He hung, neutrally buoyant, in the water on the edge, checking his compass. Morgan glanced at her computer, noting depth and time. They would have to do longer decompression stops at this point, but they still had time left. Mikhail pointed into the maze of salt pillars and then swam in, Morgan following with Jake behind. They finned between the pillars, and Morgan looked up and around her at the towering structures. So few people had even seen this place. It was pristine, untouched. There was a sense of the primitive, that perhaps these were ancient gods turned to salt, destined to lie forgotten here in the silence of millennia. There was a touch of the sinister as well, as if it had been Sodom and Gomorrah. The tales told of this city would indeed haunt the depths. Morgan remembered a story told by her father from the Midrash, where a young girl had taken pity on a beggar and given him bread. The people of Sodom were so corrupted that when they discovered her good deed, they coated her in honey and hung her from the city walls until she was stung to death by bees. The story had stuck in Morgan's mind, and she could never eat honey without thinking of the girl on the walls. The Talmud said that the girl's dying screams had heralded the city's destruction, for they had driven God to obliterate the place where no righteous man could be found. Mikhail stopped finning and hovered in mid-water by a thick pillar. He examined his dive computer carefully, and then pointed at the nearby column. Jake glided closer, and Morgan followed suit, peering through the murky water at the surface of the salt structure. At first glance, it was unlike any of the others, a combination of glossy surface nodules and gray silt covering. But then Morgan saw what Mikhail was pointing at. Engraved into the salt was the six-pointed seal of Solomon, the image from the fabled ring that had given the king of Israel the power to command demons, a protective amulet against evil. The two interlocked triangles symbolized the impact of the spiritual on the physical realm, that as above, so below. It signified the mingling of opposites, the good and the evil natures, beginning and end, each as necessary to the world as the other. Morgan remembered her father teaching her this symbol, so resonant to Jews as the Star of David. She thinned closer and lightly ran her fingers around the edge of the star, looking for what it might signify here. The swirling silt from the water had encrusted the engraving, but as she brushed it away, she saw something else, an indentation where a hole had been plugged. Morgan's heart thudded with excitement, and she began to brush away the silt. Jake came closer, and with his spare regulator he released a spurt of air, revealing what was underneath. Chapter 20. A hole ran horizontally into the rock, and there was clearly something metal within it. Jake turned and beckoned, moving away from the pillar to allow Mikhail access with his catch bag of extra gear. Mikhail's scuba diving contacts had recommended bringing down a special type of pump which superheated water and used a nozzle to direct the flow, causing the solidified salt to melt under the high pressure. Now Mikhail took it from his bag and, bracing himself against the next pillar, he directed the nozzle towards the metallic glint. The salt dissolved and swirled in the water like milk. After another minute, Mikhail shut off the flow, and they waited a second for the cloudy water to dissipate before fitting back to look at the pillar. The shape of a small metal box could clearly be seen. Morgan met Mikhail's gaze, matching his excited smile with her own, and then turned to give an enthusiastic OK signal to Jake. Mikhail blasted more of the salt away, until finally Jake was able to lift the metal box from the pillar and place it into the catch bag. Morgan could hardly wait to get back up to the surface, but they did the required safety stops as they ascended, ensuring correct decompression, but taking longer than she would have wanted. As she hung mid-water, she caught Jake's eye and smiled at him. His grin matched hers. This was why Morgan loved ARKANE. It wasn't just the illicit knowledge, the sense of being on the edge of the unknowable. It was also the thrill of what they could do in the world, and she was glad Jake was back to enjoy it with her. Finally, the three of them broke the surface of the water, and the weight of the lead hung heavy on them again. Morgan tugged off her jacket and weight belt, dragging them to shore, her legs trembling at being subject to gravity again, the freedom of weightlessness lost. Jake spluttered as he pulled off his mask too fast, getting water into his mouth. He spat and hawked his throat, grimacing at the violent taste. Mikhail grinned, turning away quickly so Jake didn't see his amusement, and carried the catch bag up to the jeep along with the gear. Morgan grabbed a towel and opened a can of Coke, handing another to Jake to wash out his mouth. The cool sweetness was refreshing, and she began to feel connected to her body again as the post-dive headiness wore off. She tapped the catch bag. "What do you think? Should we open the box here, or wait until we can get it to a controlled environment?"
"I'm sure we can get access to a lab at one of the universities," Jake said. "It would only delay us a couple of hours."
Mikhail opened the bag and pulled out the box, placing it on the edge of the jeep. It was camouflaged dark green metal. Jake bent closer to examine it.
"It looks like a World War II ammunition box," he said. "It should have kept the contents dry."
He turned to Morgan.
"Do you think your father put it there?"
"I really don't know," she said. "But it seems there was a lot I didn't know about his life." She reached for the box and lifted it slightly with both hands. It was heavy, and the contents shifted slightly. "I think we should open it now," Morgan said. "The key looks pretty robust in the diagrams."
Jake raised an eyebrow.
"Uh-huh," he said with a grin.
"Not that you're impatient or anything. And if Marietti asks, I wasn't here for this part."
Morgan smiled back, rebellion in her eyes, as Mikhail grabbed a screwdriver from the back of the jeep.
"Here,"
he said, handing it to Morgan.
"It's all yours."
She put the tip of the screwdriver into the gap where the lid was tight against the rest of the box and began to lever it, going around the edges, shifting a millimeter at a time. Had her father sealed this years ago? If he hadn't left it there, he must at least known of its existence. His drawings of the key were so intricate that he must have seen it for himself. Morgan thought of him diving down into those murky depths, precious cargo in hand. Maybe he'd been running from something back then, too, before that bastard Kadmon caught up with him. After levering slowly for a couple of minutes, finally something gave, and the pressure relaxed. The seal broke, and the lid popped up. Morgan examined the contents as Jake and Mikhail leaned around to look at it, too.
"Well, that's disappointing," Jake said, voicing everyone's thoughts.
The box contained a milky white sludge with lumps of solidified salt within it. Clearly water had gotten into the box over the years, dissolving whatever had been there. Morgan poked the screwdriver into the contents, testing to see if there was anything underneath the viscous gunk. The tip just kept touching the metal container on the opposite side. A flood of disappointment made Morgan's heart sink. All this way for nothing. If the key had been salt, then it was gone. Jake pulled out his phone, his expression serious.
"I'll see what Martin can find out. There must be other options."
Morgan walked to the water's edge and stood looking out towards Jordan on the opposite bank. She imagined her father standing here. What would he have been thinking back then? Had he been desperate to hide the key, aware of its potential power?
"I don't believe Leon would have put the key down there."
Mikhail's voice was soft as he came to stand next to her.
"If he had wanted to destroy it, there would have been easier ways. I knew your father, Morgan. He was a smart man. This is just another test. I'm sure of it."
She nodded. "I feel that way too, but where do we go now?" The sound of engines in the distance made them both look up and to the north. The noise carried on the still air, and the vehicles were a while away, but Morgan sensed a wariness in Mikhail's stance. She felt the same. "How about we think on this while driving south?" Morgan said, heading back to the jeep. "I'd like to visit Beersheba anyway. Perhaps my father left something there before his death." Mikhail nodded.
"It's worth the shot."
As they approached the jeep, Jake finished putting the rest of the gear into the back and they hopped into the vehicle. They drove south in silence, and Morgan gazed out at the harsh landscape, a deathly beauty that put life in perspective. Out here, it all became very simple. Find fresh water, or die. It was easier to be close to God because civilization had been stripped away. In the cities, humanity found endless ways to divert attention from the bigger questions, but out here, with no distraction, you could only face stark truth. For a moment, Morgan wanted to stride across this hard place and mourn her father, alone but for the wide expanse of the sky above. Jake's phone buzzed.
"It's Martin," he said after a moment. "There are salt caves a little further south, alongside the southern basin of the Dead Sea."
He turned in his seat, hope in his eyes.
"They're located underneath Mount Sodom, which is entirely made of halite or rock salt. Most unusual, apparently."
"A dry environment, too," Mikhail said. He stepped on the accelerator, and Morgan noticed him glance in the mirror, his concern evident.
"It's got to be worth a look, and it's not far from here."
Within half an hour, they had reached a more industrial part of the Dead Sea, where the water was a collection of shallow pools processed to extract minerals. It had a desolate air, as if this ecosystem sensed the end was near, and each day another inch evaporated into the atmosphere. Electricity pylons stood across the sandbanks, their shadows like stakes into the heart of the land. Jake pointed up to the hills on the right side of the road.
You see that separate pillar up there? It's called Lot's wife.
The Lord rained down burning sulfur on Sodom and Gomorrah, destroying all those living in the cities and also the vegetation in the land. But Lot's wife looked back, and she became a pillar of salt, Morgan said, quoting from the book of Genesis. I never thought that was quite fair. She always seemed quite blameless in the whole sordid tale.
Not much in Scripture is fair, Mikhail said, no trace of amusement in his voice.
As his eyes flicked to meet Morgan's in the mirror, she caught a flash of something off to the side of the road. She turned her head to see a huge truck barreling out from behind one of the works buildings. She shouted a warning, but it was too late. Chapter 21. Mikhail slammed the wheel sideways in evasive maneuvers, but the truck smashed into the driver's side, the sound echoing through the desolate salt valley. Mikhail threw his arm up to protect his face, his body thrown violently sideways by the impact. Jake's head whipped back and smashed into the glass on the passenger side. He grunted and his head dropped to his chest, unmoving. Morgan slammed into the side door, the pain of impact rocking through her. But the attack wasn't over, as they were pushed towards the steep edge of the road. "We have to get out of here!" she shouted at the two men, smacking her fists against the seats in front of her. But Jake was still, and Mikhail's responses were sluggish as he shook his head slowly in a daze. The truck revved again, and the jeep slid off the side of the narrow road. Morgan braced herself in the seat as the vehicle rolled down the embankment towards the water. They were strapped in, but it didn't lessen the impact as the jeep landed upside down in the shallow water. Scree and rocks tumbled down with them, pelting the upturned vehicle. The salt water began to seep into the vehicle immediately. Jake's unconscious body lay face down, his mouth open, the trickle close to his face. Morgan could hear shouts from the men on the road above and the slip-sliding of coarse rocks as they began to descend the slope. This was not an accident, and she had a feeling these men weren't intending to help. She undid her safety belt and drop-rolled into the body of the vehicle, then reached down to undo Jake's belt and drag him up so his face was at least out of the intense salty water. Blood dribbled from a deep cut on his temple, pooling in the corkscrew scar. She slapped his face, and he groaned. "Jake, you bastard, wake up," she said, shaking him. "I need you." Mikhail coughed in the seat next to them, rubbing his chest.
"Is he okay?" he whispered, his voice hoarse.
Morgan turned to see Mikhail's handsome face frowning with concern. Jake rolled his head suddenly and groaned, just as a hail of rocks announced the arrival of the men outside. Morgan reached for her gun. Mikhail put out his hand to stop her.
"There's no point," he said. "There's too many of them. You know that, but if we can give Kadmon the box, maybe he'll be satisfied with that." "Get out of the vehicle," a rough voice shouted in a coarse Spanish accent. "Don't even think about any weapons."
Mikhail reached out a hand to Morgan and took hers, squeezing a little.
"We're going to be okay. I promise."
He smiled, and Morgan saw her father's confidence in his expression, a certainty about the world. It was a confidence that spoke of a knowledge that went deeper than this physical realm. Was there something Mikhail hadn't told her? He undid his belt and slithered out of the car sideways.
"I'm not armed,"
he called, putting his hands out first as he was roughly pulled out and dragged up.
"My friend is hurt in there. Please be careful."
Faces appeared at the windows and several men bent to drag Jake out the side window. Morgan crawled out after him. As she stood up, she couldn't help but stare at the mountain of a man who led this group, his face tattooed. "Where's Kadmon?" Morgan asked, wiping the blood from her hands onto her jeans. Didn't he want to get his hands dirty? The man jerked his thumb towards the salt mountain. He's up there, which is where you're going to. He pulled out a bottle of water and tipped it over Jake's face, the cold making Jake splutter and cough but bringing him round. He shook his head, looking dazed. Morgan? His first word was of concern for her, and Morgan couldn't help but smile. Bring them, the big man said to the group. 2 of them lifted Jake under his arms, propelling him forward, and the others prodded Morgan and Mikhail with their guns, herding them up the embankment back to the road. A tiny path wound up the cliff in front of them. Walk, the big man said, forcing them ahead. It's not far from the top. Panting and wheezing, clutching their injuries, they stumbled up the slope. Morgan was hyper-aware of every difficult breath that Jake took, cursing her idiocy in letting him come on this mission. He had barely recovered from his last lot of injuries, and she should have known that this wouldn't be a basic search and rescue trip. Once more, she had put someone she cared about in danger. She glanced over at Mikhail, his eyes focused, darting around the men, assessing their strengths. At least he seemed to be all right, and his wounds were healing fast, the cut on his head almost gone. Perhaps the dry heat and the salty air really were the restorative tonic they sold to the tourists. At the top of the hill, Jake fell to his knees, coughing as Morgan clutched him tightly. One of the men thrust a bottle of water at them. Drink this. We can't have you dying. Just yet, he laughed. Morgan lifted the bottle to Jake's mouth. Sip it, she whispered. Not too fast. Her eyes met Mikhail's, her rage barely suppressed, his own reflected back at her. He shook his head, barely perceptible, but she understood. This was no place to attempt any kind of escape. There were too many of them. Besides, she was ready to face Adam Kadmon now. For her father, for Santiago and Sophia, and since none of them had the key, there was still everything to play for. When Jake had recovered a little, the group marched on, trudging through the salt hills towards a cave entrance, a slant of jagged rock. A sign clearly noted that this entrance to the caves was forbidden, with danger of collapse. Where once these caverns had been open to the public, rock slides and cave-ins had now made them unsafe to explore. The tattooed man pulled aside the sign and walked into the crack in the rock, fitting a head torch to his thick skull. The guards that followed pushed Morgan, Jake, and Mikhail onwards, following with their flashlights, shining the way ahead. It was cool inside, a pleasant temperature, and the air smelled fresh as it filtered through the salty rock and purified on the descent. Beyond the noise of their footsteps, Morgan could hear dripping. Water that had formed the caves still trickled through here, creating new pathways one droplet after the next. Torchlight illuminated glimpses of the cave walls as they walked, layers of salt like rings of bark belying the age of this place, lines laid down over millennia by the inexorable waters. The path wound around sculptural formations in the salt, reminiscent of the landscape beneath the waters further north. Time mattered little here, and whatever happened on the outside, these caves would outlast the horrors of men. The darkness began to lighten as they came to a wider section of the tunnels, finally emerging into a large cavern. It was open at the top, where white clouds scudded across a blue sky, oblivious to the human drama below. A thick salt pillar rose from the center of the space, pockmarked with gaping dark holes around its outer edges. Adam Kadmon stood in front of the pillar. Morgan had to restrain her desire to rush him, envisioning how many times she could smash his head into the salt rock before his men took her down.
"Welcome," Kadmon said, turning to look at them. "And apologies for calling such a dramatic halt to your progress on the road."
The tattooed man stepped forward and handed Kadmon the green metal box.
"Of course. I know the key is not in here."
He tossed it aside, the clang as it dropped absorbed by the thick cave walls.
"I took my research a little further than your arcane friend."
He nodded at Morgan's widened eyes.
"Oh, yes. I know all about you now, Morgan Sierra. I knew your father, of course. His death was one of the easiest of the Remnant to arrange."
"You bastard!" Morgan shouted, lunging forward, intent on reaching him as her rage erupted. The tattooed man turned as she moved, backhanding her across the face and knocking her to the floor. Another man held a gun to her head, the muzzle pushed hard against her temple. Morgan froze, her breathing fast as she tried to hold herself back, suppressing her fury. Kadmon's smile was amused at her attempt, and Morgan swore silently that she would see him dead before the end of this.
"Now I have 2 daughters of the Remnant," he said. "A potent sacrifice for the gates of hell, but we still need the key. When we hacked your communications to Ben Costanza, we took the research deeper, accessing the records of this area. It seems your father was here once before Morgan. He knew people who had sheltered here during the war."
He turned to look at the pillar.
"But it seems they left more than the key in this place. Listen."
In the hush of the cave, there was a muffled sibilance, the hissing of serpents and a rustle of scales as they slid over one another.
"They writhe through the pillar, a nest of them, protecting what's inside."
Kadmon pointed to a man lying prone toward the side of the cave, his body still curled up in agony.
"They're quite testy as well, as he discovered. I don't want to waste any more of my men, so I thought perhaps you might have more luck. All you need to do is crawl in through one of the holes and get the box from inside the pillar."
"How do you even know the box is in there?" Mikhail asked. Kadmon pointed at the prone man.
"He saw it and told us before his throat closed and he couldn't speak any more. The box looks to be bone or ivory carved with the symbols of the dead. But enough talking. I want this done before the sun goes down and we lose the light."
He gestured to the 2 men holding Jake up.
"That one looks half dead already. He can go first."
"No," Morgan said. "Leave him. I'll do it." Kadmon laughed.
"I love the sentiment, but I need you for later. Your sacrifice can wait, but he's expendable now."
He nodded at 2 guards, and they dragged Jake towards the pillar. He dropped to his knees as they stopped supporting his weight, his head drooping. Kadmon stepped closer.
"If you—"
Jake exploded from the floor, pushing himself up fast, propelling his body forward. He ducked his head at the last millisecond, his thick skull crunching against Kadmon's face. "Ah!" Kadmon bellowed in pain, blood streaming from his broken nose. Before Jake could continue his fight, 2 of the guards jumped on him, tackling him to the ground, beating at his body with their fists and boots. Several of the men around Morgan moved to join in, and she took her chance, praying Mikhail would do the same. She lashed out at one of the men and pulled him forward, slamming her knee into his solar plexus and whipping her elbow down onto his neck, leaving him gasping on his knees. Behind her, she heard the grunts of men fighting. Morgan bent and picked up a rock from the floor, ready to finish her guard off. A gunshot rang out, echoing around the chamber. Morgan instinctively ducked, using the man she had beaten as a shield.
"Stop this!"
Kadmon's voice was ragged and nasal, his face bloody and broken. Morgan peered round to see that he held a gun to Jake's head.
"The next bullet ends him, if you so much as twitch."
Chapter 22.
Finish it, Morgan.
Jake's voice was unwavering as he pressed his head into the gun, teeth gritted, eyes blazing.
Take this bastard out for me.
Kadmon laughed.
You're still outnumbered, and you have no weapons. I admire your spirit, all of you, but it does you no good. If you help me get the box, I'll leave you alive. How about that for a deal?
Morgan stood up, hands raised in surrender. Don't shoot him, please. Kadmon gestured with his free hand.
Tell your friend.
She turned to see Mikhail with one of the guards in a necklock, the man's face bright red as he struggled for breath. Mikhail met her gaze, and she could see that he would continue the fight if she allowed it. Please, she said softly. After a split second, Mikhail relaxed his grip and released the man, who collapsed, panting. Immediately the rest of the guards swarmed them, tugging their arms behind their backs, forcing them to their knees again. Kadmon used his gun to lift Jake's chin.
Now, since you seem to have made such a dramatic recovery, why don't you get me the box?
He nodded, and the men behind forced Jake to his feet.
Which entrance do you want to take?
Morgan watched in dismay, her heart thumping with anxiety. Growing up in Israel, she knew there were several kinds of deadly poisonous snake, and the worst of them, the Israeli mole viper, lived in these desert parts. If there truly was a nest in there, and Jake was bitten with no help at hand, survival was unlikely. There was no antivenom, and they were a long way from any medical help, even if they could get away. Morgan struggled to come up with another plan, but she could only watch as her partner considered his next move. Jake could taste blood in his mouth as he walked slowly around the pillar, peering into each hole. He stalled for a time, each second that passed forcing him closer to a darkness from his childhood in South Africa. His head thumped with pain, and he reached out a hand to brace against the rock. The rhythmic sound of sibilant hissing pulled him back into memory. His father's hand clutched his arm, dragging him down to one of the workers' huts on the farm as a boy. In the shadows of a meager dwelling, a man lay on a low bed curled up in agony, his body swollen from a snake bite. Jake met the man's eyes and saw terror there, a level of suffering that went beyond the fear of death. His father had made him stay to watch the man die in pain, a vital lesson of the bushland. Jake had carried a sambok, a heavy leather whip, after that day, and had beaten many snakes into the dirt until their bodies lay smashed and broken. But the man's expression haunted him, and that childhood horror still left him shaken. Jake looked over at Morgan, on her knees and held captive because of his inability to protect her. He couldn't fail her again. He took a deep breath, exhaling sharply before crawling into one of the widest holes. His heart hammered in his chest, but he pushed inside. His muscled shoulders almost spanned the width, but he wiggled down, pulling his feet up behind him. Jake paused as his eyes adjusted to the dark, the light sandstone walls close around him. He pushed away thoughts of their collapse, aware of the tons of rock above him. His breath came fast, and his vision narrowed as the dizziness of panic threatened to overwhelm him. Sweat prickled on his skin, his palms slick with it. "Breathe," he told himself. "There's still a chance you can do this." After a moment, he crawled forward slowly, and the hissing sound grew louder and more violent. Jake held himself totally still, willing the creatures to quiet. He could see a turning in the tunneled rock ahead, perhaps the opening to the chamber that held the box. It was only a few meters. He pictured Morgan behind him, determined that she would not have to crawl in here. He moved forward again, reaching out with tentative hands to pull himself onwards. The hissing intensified, and a sinuous shadow darted from the tunnel, striking Jake's outstretched hand. He cried out as a burning pain shot up his arm. He pulled it away, instinctively shuffling back as the snake threatened to strike again. His dizziness escalated, and Jake knew that panic would overwhelm him if he stayed in the tunnel. He would die here, entombed in rock, snakes slithering over his rotting corpse. Jake backed out of the tunnel, drenched in sweat, his arm a searing pain. As he emerged into the light, he saw the double puncture marks, the skin already swelling as his heart pumped venom through his body.
"Get back in there, you idiot," Kadmon shouted, pushing Jake towards the hole again. "You've got time before the poison affects you. Keep crawling and you might just save your friends."
Jake stood by the hole without moving, his head hanging down, a sense of his own failure welling within. His breath was fast, the panic all-consuming. Tears pricked his eyes as he sought to hold on to his composure, but the base-phobic reaction was too much. He fell to his knees by the pillar, limbs weak and shaking.
"I can't go back in there."
He turned his head towards Morgan.
"I'm so sorry."
Morgan saw the desolation on Jake's face, something that went much deeper than the pain of a snake bite. She realized that she knew too little about his past, and that she dearly wanted to learn more when they made it out of here. She stepped forward.
"I'll go instead," she said. "I'll get the box. You don't need me when you have Sophia."
"No." The voice was commanding, and Mikhail pushed Morgan aside, his eyes fixed on Kadmon's.
"I'll go in. Leave them be."
"So be it."
Kadmon gestured, and the guards dragged Jake to the edge of the cave. Morgan ran to him, kneeling at his side. She cradled his head, desperation welling up as each ragged breath tore from his chest, his heart beating erratically, his expression betraying his devastation. Morgan felt as helpless as she had in the bone church of Sedlitz. Her friend was dying, and it looked like Mikhail would go the same way. How could it be any different when he crawled within the pillar? But something had changed. As she calmed herself, Morgan noticed that the atmosphere in the chamber had turned, the air somehow growing thicker. Mikhail was chanting, at first in a whisper. Then his words grew stronger. He spoke Hebrew prayers, the words somehow familiar, and yet their phrasing was foreign, as though spoken with an accent she had never heard before. Kadmon must have recognized something because he held out his gun, hand shaking as he pointed it at Mikhail, his eyes wide with something like fear. Mikhail squatted down by the pillar and drew in the dust with a slim finger. Morgan could just make out a circle with symbols etched inside and around it, as Mikhail continued to chant, his voice echoing in the chamber. His tone was powerful, commanding, and it transformed him. Was this what her father had taught? Was this the Kabbalah magic that was only spoken of in whispers? Mikhail completed the symbol and then clutched the air above it, pulling it into him and inhaling some of the dust. The symbol disappeared in a rush of air as he finished, going silent for a moment. He stood up. He seemed taller now.
"You speak of things."
Kadmon's voice wavered and trailed off.
"How do you know these words of power?"
Mikhail ignored him and bent silently to one of the wide openings in the side of the pillar, crawling inside. Morgan waited to hear the hissing grow louder, but there was nothing more than a shuffling as Mikhail crawled deeper. The sibilant hissing seemed more of a welcoming chorus this time, unconcerned by the intruder in their midst. A few minutes later, Mikhail emerged with a small ivory box in his hand, carved with symbols of power representing the Kabbalah tree of life and words in Hebrew script. Kadmon reached for the box, but Mikhail held it just out of reach, his confidence unshakable.
"We leave now," he said. "My friends stay here, and you give them a mobile phone to call for help. I'll come as your sacrifice, but they stay here."
Morgan's forehead creased with confusion. What was Mikhail doing? Jake coughed and shuddered a little. Morgan stroked his thick hair, one hand on his chest, his heartbeat weaker now, its rhythm skipping. Whatever Mikhail planned, Morgan knew she needed to make sure Jake was safe, and for that, they needed to get out of here soon. A moment of indecision, and then Kadmon nodded.
"Whatever you want," he smiled. "You'll be an even more appropriate sacrifice to the misshapen ones."
Mikhail handed the box over and turned back to Morgan. He moved towards her and Jake, the guards backing away from his advance, allowing him to kneel by Jake's side. He began to trace another circle in the dust. Across the cavern, Kadmon stroked the box, his good eye gleaming with lust for the powerful object which must surely lie inside. He walked away from the group of guards, his back turned to shield what was within from their view. Mikhail's chanting was different now, a sing-song prayer as he finished drawing on the ground. He turned Jake's head, opening his mouth a little. Then he pulled the symbol from the dust and blew on his upturned palms. Morgan thought she saw something shimmer in the air, something that Jake inhaled, coughing as he did so. His eyes drooped closed, and his head relaxed against Morgan's arm, his heartbeat becoming steady again.
"Look after him," Mikhail whispered, his dark eyes glowing with some otherworldly power. "I've given him more time, but he still needs medical attention."
"What?" Morgan's words were cut off by Kadmon's audible gasp. He spun around in triumph, holding a white object aloft in his hand.
"It's here!"
he cried, a childish delight in his voice. Morgan laid Jake's head on the ground gently and rose with Mikhail as Kadmon walked over with triumph. He held out the key for his men to see, his palm slightly curled so he could close his fist if any tried to snatch it. Morgan couldn't help but look at it. Its presence seemed to suck the life from this dry place. The handle or bow of the key was intricately carved into a skeleton figure, its bony hands lifted towards heaven, pleading for release, its jaw open in a tortured scream. The knobs of its vertebrae became the blade, with a tangle of bone that surely wouldn't fit any normal lock.
"Legend tells that the key is made from the bone of one of the dark angels, one of those who guard the gates of hell."
Kadmon's voice was reverent.
"The lock will open when this bone fuses with the rest of its remains, and the eternal circle is completed."
He looked at Mikhail.
"You know this. You have clearly sought it too. So come with me now, and we'll finish this together. You will see it open before you are torn apart by the devourers."
"I do not serve the one you do," Mikhail said, his body taut. Morgan could almost hear a powerful hum coming from him, like a generator storing energy, readying itself for some final event.
"But I will see this ended."
He held out his hand. "You promised a mobile phone." Kadmon's eyes narrowed as he closed his fist around the key. Then he nodded at one of the men.
"Give them yours," he said. "Then cuff this one and gag him. Blindfold him after we're out of the caves. I wouldn't want any kind of mishap on the way to the gates."
The guard tossed a mobile phone on the ground near Morgan, as two others cuffed Mikhail, moving quickly, clearly concerned about his powers. He looked at Morgan just before they placed the blindfold. His gaze was piercing, and in his eyes she saw a promise. He would finish what her father had wanted to. He was the last of the Remnant. She knew it without question in that moment. He hadn't told her everything before, but she knew that Mikhail would stand side by side with Leon's memory, that he would act as her father would have wanted. Her heart went out to him, and she took a step forward, wanting to touch his hand. A guard pushed her away, and they marched from the cave, pushing Mikhail before them. Morgan turned and picked up the phone as they left, checking the bars to find there was no reception. She cursed and began to jog towards where the men had exited. Maybe Mikhail could get them to at least let her and Jake out of the cave first. A boom resounded through the cave, and a shockwave lifted her off her feet, slamming her back onto the salt rock floor of the cavern. Her ears rang as she lay stunned, realizing too late what had happened. Kadmon's men had set an explosion at the entrance to the cave, causing it to collapse. They were trapped down here, with Jake on borrowed time. Chapter 23. From where she lay on the floor, Morgan could see all the way to the hole in the roof of the cave. The sun had dropped in the blue sky, but the harsh desert light still cast shadows within. The vast central pillar stretched almost to the top, only a few feet from open air. Perhaps it was close enough for her to climb out, or at least get a signal on the phone. Morgan took a deep breath, feeling the ache in her chest from the fall as well as the earlier accident, the exhaustion in her body from the scuba dive, and the adrenaline hangover from the rush of the day. In her 20s, she could have shrugged off the physical pain, but now, perhaps she was getting too old for all this. Perhaps she should have stayed at Oxford University and followed the academic route after leaving Israel. She laughed softly, shaking her head as she got to her knees and then pulled herself up, using the wall of the cave for support. This was where she belonged, out in the field for real-time adventure, not studying artifacts that were the end result of someone else's experience. Jake coughed from where he lay, his face pale once again, his eyes closed in pain. Morgan went to him, lying down by his side and pulling him into her arms. It was the first time they'd been this close, and Morgan wished it could have been under different circumstances. He whispered something in Afrikaans, a language she'd never heard him speak, a timbre of pleading and desperation as if he was locked in a terrifying memory. She cradled his head, rocking him back and forth. "It's all right," she murmured. "I'm here. You're going to be fine, I promise." His eyes fluttered open, the amber brown meeting her gaze. "Morgan." Jake's voice was hoarse, but the way he said her name made her smile. "Shh." She put a finger on his lips. "Save your strength. We'll make it out of here. We always do." His lips twitched a little as if to smile, and then he grimaced, fists clenching in pain. Morgan pulled him closer as his muscles spasmed, his stubble rough against her neck. As the convulsion passed, he moved his head away slightly. "There are some benefits to dying," he said, voice muffled against her skin. "You're not dying if you can make comments like that," she said, pulling away slightly, just enough to look into his eyes again. His skin was paler now, and his joking words weren't enough to hide his pain. He raised his hand and cupped her cheek. "Morgan, if you go after Kadmon, and I can't be with you, please be careful. Your father wouldn't have wanted you to die in his memory, and Your scars are mine, remember," Morgan said, her voice soft. "You're always with me, Jake. But this isn't over, and you're not dying here. Promise me." He nodded, but Morgan could see his eyes were unfocused now, his forehead clammy with sweat. There wasn't much time. She untangled herself from him and laid his head down gently, turning him onto his side in the recovery position in case he lost consciousness entirely. She stroked his hair one last time, and then stood to assess their options. Walking slowly to the rockfall that blocked the exit, Morgan checked the area, looking for any way they could dig themselves out. But the cave-in had been well orchestrated, the charges at several places along the tunnel. The salt rock had spilled out, many of the chunks too big for her to lift on her own. The faint cry of a desert eagle broke the silence, the call of a hunter. Morgan looked up at the opening and saw the bird silhouetted against the blue. That's where she needed to be. She turned and studied the thick pillar, the round openings an easy foothold to get her started. Her eyes narrowed as she followed the contours up to the smoother surface nearer the top, the salt rock polished by the rain. It was a long fall. Morgan put the phone in her inner jacket pocket and walked to the pillar. The sibilant hiss of the nest of snakes had calmed, but she still placed her foot gently into the large entrance hole. No need to goad them into emerging to check their territory. She began to climb, her body remembering the instinctive moves that she had once practiced with Elion in the Judean desert, exploring the Ain Farah canyon. The muscles in her legs ached, but she pushed them to the limit, reaching for the handholds above her and propelling herself up. Her breath was labored as she reached the halfway mark. Don't look down, she thought, wedging herself into a crack and pulling out the cell phone with one shaking hand. There was half a bar showing. She dialed Martin Klein's number, but the phone just beeped with no service. She had to go higher. Morgan's leg muscles and forearms burned with pain, but she knew Jake didn't have much time before the venom began to shut his system down. Despite her concern, it was Adam Kadmon's face she saw at the top of the climb. He would pay for her father's murder, would pay for Jake's pain, and she would be the one to take him down. Taking a couple of deep breaths, Morgan began to climb again, her eyes fixed on the opening above, imagining herself out there in the open. To keep her mind from the pain, she thought of Mikhail, the near glow on his face as he had chanted prayers she didn't recognize. After what she had seen with ARKANE, his powers seemed only surprising because he hadn't revealed them sooner, but she wondered what his angle was on the gates of hell. Did he even care about Kadmon's agenda? Or was he intending to wrest some kind of power for himself? Finally, Morgan could go no further. Her heart hammered in her chest, her leg muscles burned, her arms shaking with the effort of the climb. Sweat soaked the back of her t-shirt. The rock had smoothed out and there were no further handholds, no way to boost herself up higher without the certainty of falling. She pulled out the phone again. 3 bars. She dialed Martin's number, heard the ringing tone, and breathed a sigh of relief. Please answer, she thought, exhaling a long breath, trying to calm her heart rate. It kept ringing, and then finally clicked into voicemail. Tears of frustration welled up and pricked her eyelids. There were other ARKANE numbers she could call, but Martin had a unique way of shortcutting how things were done, oblivious to politics and people's feelings. He was their best hope for organizing the quickest response. She closed her eyes, hung up, and dialed again, willing him to be there. This time the phone was picked up.
Hello?
Martin's familiar voice was curt, as if he had been deeply engaged in something and resented the intrusion. Morgan imagined him pushing his glasses up his nose, pulling his attention from whatever held his interest. Martin, it's Morgan. We need help, and I haven't got long.
Of course.
She had his attention now.
Go ahead. Give me the details.
Trace this signal and get a helicopter medevac here as fast as possible. We're in a salt cave under Mount Sodom. Jake's hurt, and... Morgan looked down at the cave floor far below, realizing that she had no plan for the descent. I'm stuck up a very high pillar.
Okay.
Martin's voice was bemused, but Morgan could hear his fingers tapping fast on the keyboard at his desk.
I'll mobilize out of Dimona, the closest military base. It shouldn't take too long. Can you hang on in there?
I guess I'll have to, she said. Tell them to hurry, though. The light's fading.
Martin cut the line, and Morgan started counting, her whole being concentrated on clutching the pillar, focusing as the seconds ticked away. The sound of chopper blades overhead stopped Morgan at number 1806, and she managed a faint smile, hoping they would find the hole quickly. Once the light faded, there would be little hope of being found, and no way of descending either. The silhouette of a helicopter soon appeared above the hole, and a safety ladder descended. Morgan looked up to see a soldier leaning out the door, gesturing for her to grab the swinging end. With one shaking arm, she reached for it on the next pass, clutching it to her chest, feeling it tug upwards. She let go of the pillar and wrapped her legs around the rope, winding her body into the space between the rungs. The helicopter winched her up, and she ducked her face against the wind that buffeted the air around her. Strong arms pulled her up into the body of the chopper, strapping her into one of the seats with practiced movements. There were 2 soldiers in the back, and one up front with the pilot. One of the men put a headset on her.
"Are you all right?" he said in Hebrew. "We were told you're IDF, but we have no record of any teams out here."
I was in the Israeli Defense Force a number of years back, Morgan replied in Hebrew. Thank you for coming to get us, but my friend is still down in the cave. He's been badly bitten. We need to get him out. Morgan explained about the cave-in, and the soldiers had a brief conversation, still hovering over the hole. A minute later, one geared up with the harness and extra safety ropes.
"It's too narrow for a stretcher," he said. "So I'm going to go in and get your friend. Will he be conscious?"
Morgan shook her head. I don't think so. Please hurry. The soldier roped up and leaned out of the helicopter as the other man did a final check of the equipment. One last nod, and the soldier jumped backwards, letting out his rope and abseiling from the chopper, down towards the hole. He slowed at the entrance, maneuvering inside and then letting out more rope. Morgan watched him descend into the darkness alongside the great pillar. Inside of 2 minutes later, the winch began to engage and wind back up, pulling the soldier and his unconscious passenger out. Morgan watched the men ascend, anxiety for Jake and her own exhaustion making her head ache. Jake's body slumped in the harness, his head lolling against the soldier he was strapped to. He would get the best medical treatment now, and somehow she knew he would be okay. She should probably get some medical help herself. She should rest, but Morgan heard Adam Kadmon's name in the beat of her heart, and she knew she couldn't stop now. Once Jake was in medical custody, she needed to find out where Kadmon's team had gone, because she was going after them. Morgan helped pull the other soldier and Jake into the helicopter, and soon they were flying southwest to the Dimona military base in the Negev desert. Morgan used the helicopter's communication channel to get back in touch with Martin at ARKANE. "Can you track the group who left the caves before us?" she asked, struggling to be heard above the din of the helicopter blades. "Then I need transport out of here to wherever they've gone. They must be heading for the gates now. I have to be there."
"Give me some time to hack the satellites, but I'll be able to find that information easily enough." Martin's fingers tapped a staccato rhythm. "The transport links and airspace for Israel are so heavily monitored, I'll be able to discern a heading soon. How's Jake?"
Morgan looked down at her partner's pale face, his lips pursed together in pain. She stretched out her fingertips and touched the heartbeat in his neck, feeling the strength of the pulse. Whatever Mikhail had done, it had definitely given Jake more time than Kadmon's man back in the caves. "I think he'll be all right," she said. "But you'll want to get him home as soon as he's stabilized."
"Do you want me to mobilize an agent to take his place?"
A beat of silence. Morgan thought of the wounds Jake had suffered by her side, the deaths of the men in the desert of Tunisia. She remembered the groans of Khal al-Suid, beaten in the caves of Mount Nebo while on her quest. She brought suffering to those who worked alongside her, and she couldn't face the thought of putting anyone else in danger. I won't be on my own. Mikhail Levy worked with my father. He's a Kabbalist, but also ex-military. Don't worry, Martin. I have my backup, so please don't send anyone else. There was a hesitation. If you're sure, but Morgan, please be careful. I can't have all my friends in hospital. Morgan smiled a little. I certainly don't want to end up there. Although she wondered if perhaps hospitalization was on the more positive end of the equation when it came to the gates of hell. Can you get back to me with travel details ASAP? I'll sort out comms when I land. Of course. Back soon. The chopper landed at Dimona military base, and a pair of medical staff ran towards the helicopter with a stretcher. The 2 soldiers helped lift Jake out, strapped him down, and then wheeled him off towards the medical building as the helicopter's blades stopped spinning and relative quiet descended. The military base was busy, always alert and in motion, as all bases in Israel were. The threat was constant, the training continual, and this was a world Morgan knew, that all Israelis understood. Your friend is in good hands, one of the soldiers said, his dark eyes kind. I know others who've been bitten around these parts, and they've made a full recovery when treated quickly. Thank you, Morgan said. Your help saved his life, and mine. He who saves one soul, it is as if he saves the whole world. The young soldier blushed as he recited the motto of the Israeli Medical Corps. Morgan climbed out of the helicopter as another soldier came running up, a cell phone in his hand. This is for you, he said, handing it to Morgan. There's someone on the line, and the phone is yours when you're done. Morgan could see deference in his eyes, and she wondered what strings Martin had pulled this time, what story he'd spun to get this kind of attention. Whatever it was, she was grateful. She put the phone to her ear, and her eyes widened as she heard what Martin had discovered. Chapter 24. Seriously? Morgan said. I'm going back to the Czech Republic? As Martin explained where she was headed, dark memories resurfaced from the night when she and Jake had confronted a demon in the bone crypt of Sedlitz Chapel. The scar throbbed in her left side where its claws had ripped through her skin, and her hand instinctively rubbed at the old wound. She barely heard Martin's words now, her frown deepening as foreboding rose within her. They had barely escaped with their lives that night, and now it seemed she was going back to that area, as Martin had traced Kadmon's group to Huska Castle, just a few hours north of Sedlitz. The military are going to transport you back to Tel Aviv, Martin explained. Then I've arranged a private charter plane from there. I'll send the details of the castle to your phone and you can read it en route. It's only around 4 hours flight, and because of the 1 hour time difference, you'll be there before midnight. His words brought visions of torchlight and evil swirling through her mind. Let me know when you get there and what else you need, he continued. There'll be a care package in the hire car when you get to Prague. Be safe, Morgan. As she hung up, the helicopter's blades began to spin again. She ducked and ran back, hoisting herself into the belly of the chopper. They ascended into the darkening evening, and Morgan gazed out across the Negev desert. The shadows on the dunes seemed to move, twisted figures emerging from the rocks, a promise of desolation in the way they slunk across the barren earth. The key had been hidden in the caves of Sodom, a place legend said God had destroyed because of human depravity. It made her wonder what it could possibly unlock. Morgan dozed on the short transfer to Tel Aviv and managed to go through the motions of necessary paperwork to leave the country. She had a brief thought of calling her friend Dinah, who worked near Jerusalem, of sleeping in a real bed and laughing about old times. It seemed that whenever she came to Israel, Morgan found herself dashing about on a mission for ARKANE, but perhaps she could just forget all this for one night. She soon dismissed the thought, however. Memories of her father lingered, his scribbled last words urging her onwards. Kadmon was within reach, and he didn't know she was coming. Once on the private plane, their heading locked in for the Czech Republic, Morgan finally allowed exhaustion to catch up with her. The flight would be a few hours, so she pulled on an eye mask, set the alarm, and sank into a deep sleep. The alarm woke her too soon, and Morgan sat bolt upright in the cabin, the darkness broken only by flashing lights on the wings outside the window and the green cabin safety strips. For a moment, she thought she was back home in her little Oxford house, but then the roar of the plane brought her back to reality. She shook her head, clearing the fog, and went to the galley area to make the thick, dark coffee that was her addiction. Returning with a steaming cup, the aroma stimulating her senses, Morgan checked her phone, opened the file that Martin had provided, and devoured the information. 100 kilometers north of Prague, Hoska Castle had been supposedly haunted since the 9th century, and was now in private hands. Martin had traced the ownership to a shell company owned by Luis de Medina, the man they knew as Adam Kadmon. Morgan flicked through pictures of the castle, mostly older shots with unclear images of the place. It didn't look like anything special, just another crumbling Eastern European estate. Morgan thought of Trafalgar Square in London, and the levels of ARKANE's secret base underneath that few knew of. Appearances could be deceiving indeed. Records of previous building plans showed a level under the structure that was rarely seen, a series of secret caves only accessible by those who knew how to find them. Martin had noted that the castle's defenses were considered strange, as they didn't face the outside to protect those within. Instead, they faced inward towards a central courtyard, as if trying to prevent something inside from getting out. The report detailed that the chapel was built over a bottomless well, claimed by locals to be the gateway to hell. All kinds of ghosts had been sighted there, from headless horses to chains of tortured men and black-winged creatures that threatened those who tried to investigate further. Its lore was so powerful that during the late 1930s, the Nazis had taken over the castle and carried out experiments on dimensional portals and other fringe occult practices. Rumors had also circulated that it was where they kept women of pure blood to serve as officers and multiply the master race. Now it seemed that Adam Kadmon was trying to open whatever dark gate lay beneath the castle. Morgan laid the smartphone down and gazed out the window, the dull roar of the plane almost hypnotic as she stared into the shifting black shapes of the clouds outside. The clash of her belief systems jarred her, as it seemed to in every ARKANE mission. The scientist in her, the psychologist who believed in the empiricism of observable truth, knew that there could be no gate to hell, that Kadmon's quest was just a fantasy, and the key purely an artifact of curiosity with no real power. That part remembered her father as a man who had found his God in Kabbalah, his spirituality in the letters of the Torah, and friendship with the men of the Remnant. But that side of her had been squeezed into a smaller box by what Morgan had seen with ARKANE, and the powers she now knew worked in the world. The Pentecost stones, the Devil's Bible, the Ark of the Covenant, and more recently the Staff of Scarabray. These were experiences she could not explain in any scientific manner. This interpretation made her father into the practitioner of a powerful mysticism, murdered for his ability to commune with the infinite. Morgan sipped her coffee, the turbulence of the plane reflecting her inner state. Kadmon was just a man, but did the key make him more than that? Would Mikhail stand with her when it came down to confronting whatever dark power lay beneath Hoska Castle? Her father had trusted him, or at least that's what Mikhail had said. She had no way of knowing if he spoke the truth. "Help me, Papa, wherever you are," Morgan thought, as the seatbelt light came on and the plane began to descend. Morgan drove out of the Prague city limits, the care package Martin had left next to her on the seat. Knowing her penchant for speed, Martin had managed to get her an Audi R8 Spider convertible. With the top down, the night air was chill, but it made her skin glow and her eyes sparkle with pleasure. She darted through the empty streets, heading north and east, the roads narrowing as she approached a more rural area. Morgan reveled in the power of the vehicle, shifting gears to speed around corners, her body barely moving, foot pressed down on the accelerator. The euphoria made her smile, tasting the exhilaration of movement, truly alive in those moments where risk edged closer to oblivion. She glanced at her watch. Just over 2 hours until the dawning of the day of reckoning, when many believed the veil to the other worlds was thinner, more permeable. Finally, she rounded a corner and saw Huska Castle, lit from below to emphasize its imposing presence. It perched on the edge of a rocky sandstone cliff, its Gothic hall hugging the side of the mountain. The dense forest encroached as far as it dared, leaving a distance between the edge of nature and the domain of man. Morgan had read in Martin's notes that the castle was never meant to be inhabited. There were no kitchens, no water source, no proper fortifications, and it had been nowhere near trade routes when it was built in the 13th century. It was only constructed to keep the demons from escaping the gates of hell, and the chapel was built directly on top of the pit, in the hope that the power of the faithful could keep them from ascending. From this distance, the lights in the castle seemed to be concentrated in only one section, far from the tourist entrance. Morgan didn't have enough time to approach with care, and she wasn't expected, so she drove right up to the car park. The area was dark, and there were no guards, no sign that anyone was here at all. She parked and slid out of the car, tucking the gun from Martin's package into her jacket pocket alongside the page from the Sefer Yetzirah. She pulled the head torch out as well, but didn't turn it on, spending a moment absorbing the atmosphere. The night was still and quiet. Morgan took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of the pine forest below the escarpment. The stars were brighter away from the city. Some of them seemed to throb, pulsing with power. A chill wind picked up dust from the ground and whirled it around in a mini tornado. As Morgan blinked and rubbed her eyes, she heard the nicker of a horse and the sound of hooves on the tarmac beneath the wind. She whirled around, her vision still blurred. There behind her, standing proud, was a huge black stallion. Its mane hung in dark waves, its eyes wide with terror. It pawed the ground, whinnying, its gaze fixed on the air behind her. Morgan put a hand out. "There, boy. It's okay," she said, wondering where it had come from, how it could have appeared from nowhere so quietly. It seemed spooked by something behind her. She turned to look, and the wind picked up, further whirling the dust around them with violent force. Pieces of stone and glass began to surge into the air. She put her hands up to protect her face as the particles bit into her skin. She pulled her sleeves over her hands and watched in horror as the sharp objects cut into the horse's flesh. As blood began to drip from his skin, he reared up, lips curled back in fear. Morgan stepped away from the powerful hooves. She couldn't stand to hear his pain, wanting to help, but knowing she couldn't do anything. The cuts deepened on the horse's neck, dark blood pulsing from the wounds. He crashed down and galloped past Morgan, rushing headlong towards the cliff edge, drops of thick blood falling to the ground as he thundered to the brink. "No!" Morgan couldn't help but shout, her hands outstretched as the horse leapt out into the void. But as she watched, expecting to hear the dying scream as it fell, the horse disappeared into the black. Not falling, but just fading away. The wicked wind gained in ferocity, and Morgan pulled her jacket closer about her, watching as the drops of horse's blood faded on the ground beneath her feet, until it was as if they had never been. A moment later, she heard a huffing sound behind her, and turned to see the same magnificent black stallion pawing at the ground. His eyes were tortured, intelligent, as if he knew that he was doomed to repeat this painful end into eternity.
"I'm so sorry," Morgan whispered, understanding now that this was just some replay of a long-time event, a glitch in the environment of this dark place. She stepped towards the main doors into the castle, her heart hammering in her chest. What else was trapped here on the edge of reality? Chapter 25. Sophia stumbled as the men dragged her down the stairs and into the stone chamber below the castle. It was cold and damp with a chill that penetrated her bones, every breath a freezing inhalation. Her mind was foggy with the drugs they had given her over the last few days, but she was aware of the space around her, the sound of their voices. There was an excitement in the air, anticipation of something, and she forced the giddy nausea down as she tried to make sense of what was happening. Adam Kadmon knelt by a gigantic round trap-door set in the middle of the room. He reached out with one hand and placed it gently on the surface, whispering a prayer of some kind. His back was bent as if a heavy load pressed down upon him. For a moment, Sophia saw beyond the lunatic he had become to the man of faith he had once been. He rose and turned, walking towards her, and she straightened her back, standing proudly to face her captor. She was a Rueda, and she would not back down, even now.
Sophia.
Adam's voice was soft, a caress on his lips. He reached out to stroke her cheek, and she froze, unflinching as he touched her.
You should have been my child, but your mother was deceived. She loved Javier when she should have chosen me.
His face contorted, a glimmer of suffering from years of obsession.
I tried to win her, but he held her heart until death.
Adam closed his eyes for a second, and when he opened them, Sophia saw tears in his unscarred eye.
Her death was a mistake. You have to know that. The car bomb was only meant for Javier.
He shook his head and turned back towards the trapdoor. Through the haze of drugs, Sophia felt the impact of his words ricochet in her mind. This man had killed her whole family, threatened the man she loved, and now held her captive for some unseen purpose. Sophia tugged her arms out of her captor's grip, her energy taking them by surprise as she lunged for Adam. "Bastardo!" she screamed at him as she raked at his face with her nails. She drove him back onto the trapdoor as she attacked, her grief and rage exploding into violence. The guards rushed forward to restrain her, but Adam grabbed her arms, pinning them behind her back and pulling Sophia against his body. She struggled violently in his grip, trying to bite his face, desperate to draw blood. He grabbed her hair and pulled her head back, his strength pinioning her.
"Shh," he whispered. "You can't win. This is how it must be."
With one last burst of strength, Sophia twisted in his arms, but he held her tight until she could struggle no more, collapsing in his embrace. "My father was a good man," she sobbed. "My mother loved him because he was everything you could never be." Adam's grip tightened in her hair at the words, pulling until Sophia winced in pain. He bent to her neck and inhaled the scent from her skin.
"You have no idea what."
His words were cut off as the trapdoor under their feet vibrated, and a deep boom resonated in the chamber.
"It begins
Adam said, his voice triumphant. He pushed Sophia away, back towards the guards.
"Secure her."
Two of the men dragged her to the other side of the chamber, lifting her onto a gigantic sarcophagus. Sophia fought against them with every last ounce of energy, screaming as they tied her down onto the cold stone. Across the room, she could see another captive being secured to a pillar, his mouth gagged, hands bound. His gaze met hers, and Sophia felt a moment of hope that he was there to save her. The boom came again from below the castle, echoing through the chamber and resounding through the stone at her back. Adam leaned over her, a cloth in his hand. Sophia caught the scent of chloroform, and she twisted in her bonds, turning her head away from the drug that would take her back into oblivion.
"I'm sorry."
Adam closed his eyes as he brought the soaked cloth to her mouth, holding it there as her struggles subsided.
"I'm sorry, Blanca, my love."
Chapter 26. The great door to Huska Castle was carved with the writhing bodies of demons as they climbed over the damned, pricking them with great pitchforks. In the daytime, Morgan might have smiled at the appeal to tourist dollars by emphasizing the supernatural vibe. But with the bleeding horse galloping endlessly towards the cliff edge behind her, the door had a more sinister quality, a promise perhaps of what lay within. She pushed against it, and the door swung open on silent hinges, revealing a dark corridor stretching inwards. Morgan pulled her head torch out, and the light flared, casting a bright path onwards. She stepped inside to find paintings upon stone walls, plinths for sculptures before them. There was no one inside, no sense that a presence was waiting in the dark, no sound other than the wind and the thump of her own rapid pulse. Morgan stepped inside, and the door swung back behind her. She reached a hand to stop it, but the door was too heavy. It clunked shut. Nausea rose, and her heart hammered, her mind screaming to get out while she still could. She shut her eyes, summoning her father's calm face. He had sent the book to her to stop the gates of hell being opened. She couldn't turn back now. At the end of the corridor, Morgan could see a faint light from an open courtyard. Her footsteps echoing in the old hall, she walked towards the light and looked to either side, the head torch illuminating artwork on the walls. One picture portrayed fantastical beasts of mythology devouring human sacrifices. In another, a mob of demons fought against a group of angels. It looked as if the balance of the battle favored the dark side, as the angels' wings were torn and bloody, their faces scarred. One looked to heaven with desperation in his eyes, hands raised in prayer as a demon sank its teeth into the angel's neck. These were not the popular religious paintings of Europe's churches, where good always vanquished evil. Here, a different truth was celebrated. A rattling of chains and the rhythmic stomp of feet came from ahead. Morgan looked up, directing the head torch towards the sound, but the light couldn't pierce the darkness that far away. As she walked towards the noise, the lamp flickered and then died just as she reached the threshold to the inner courtyard. Clouds scudded across the sky, and patchy moonlight illuminated the scene. Morgan stood on the step, trying to work out what she was seeing. A long line of men were chained together, dragging themselves around the central quadrangle, their voices a cacophony of moans and the discordant notes of an ancient chant. They stamped their feet on the stone beneath, leaving marks of bloody filth behind them. The stink of unwashed bodies, rotten flesh, and decay filled the air. Morgan clutched at the stone walls either side of her, rooted in the doorway, anchoring herself to what she could feel with her fingertips. These men must surely be another of the dark hallucinations, a ghostly chain gang destined to suffer here night after night. She looked more intently at the group, forcing herself to witness their pain. Several of the men were decapitated, their necks a bloody mess with white bone peeking through, but their legs still walked on. One of them carried his own head, the eyes fixed and staring in a rictus of horror, the mouth still moving in desperate prayer. There were men with missing limbs, some partially torn off, dragging their remains in endless circles. A frenzied barking came from one corner of the courtyard, and the men nearest that area screamed in terror, pulling away as far as their chains would take them. One of them disappeared, dragged away from those around him. The sounds of ripping and tearing could be heard above the panic as his screams died away. Morgan put her hands over her ears at the awful noise of flesh devoured, the crunching of jaws. A massive black dog stalked from behind the men, its mouth dripping with dark blood, spittle flecked around its muzzle, eyes wide with bloodlust. The chain gang froze, quiet now, their dead eyes following the dog's path as its huge head swung back and forth, looking for the next victim. Morgan watched the tableau, waiting for it to stop and repeat itself as the horse had done outside. The dog's gaze shifted to her, growling as its lips pulled back over sharp teeth, and Morgan was sure it could see her physical form. Suddenly she wasn't so certain this was all a hallucination. It stepped towards her, nails clicking on the flagstones. Morgan slowly reached inside her jacket and pulled out her gun, sighting on the dog's muzzle.
"Don't even think about it," she whispered.
The feel of the weapon made her confidence surge, and she stepped down into the courtyard. The dog took another pace towards her, snarling now, the growl in the back of its throat a rumbling that echoed around the stone walls. She saw its back legs flex as it prepared to jump. Time slowed as her logical brain insisted this wasn't real, but the most base part of her animal nature recognized a mortal threat. Saliva and blood dripped from the dog's mouth. As the slime pooled on the ground, its eyes narrowed, and it sprang at her. Morgan shot once, twice. The bullets had no impact on the beast as it leapt with powerful legs extended, its jaws open to snap shut on her flesh. Morgan continued to fire and then flinched, ducking against the wall, head turned away as she anticipated the snap of its jaws, heart almost bursting in her chest. Suddenly, it was silent again, and she opened her eyes to find the beast gone, the chained men disappeared. But across the courtyard was the gigantic figure of Adam Kadmon's tattooed bodyguard, flanked by two other men with guns pointed at her. For one crazy moment, Morgan was glad they were there, grateful to see those she knew as physically real. The man began to clap, as if celebrating her performance.
"I see you met the resident courtyard ghosts," he said. "Our intruder alarm, if you like."
"What were they?" Morgan said, her voice shaking. She put her gun down on the ground and stood up straight, hands wide in surrender. There was no point in trying to overcome these three, and besides, she wanted to be where Kadmon was now. The tattooed man shrugged.
"There have been many legends of this place over the years, and it's said that the layers of the dead built up until they thrust into the physical realm. We know this place is built over a bottomless pit, and the castle draws those who would use blood magic to open the void beneath."
"And you? Why are you here?" Morgan asked. "Why join Kadmon?"
He pointed to the sky. "You don't understand our true purpose, or you wouldn't stand in our way. Tonight, the stars align, and the dark gods are ready to join us. This is the first chance in generations to open the gate."
He looked at his watch.
"Come now, we must hurry back. Adam will be grateful that he has another daughter of the Remnant for the occasion."
He gestured to the other men.
"Bring her."
Morgan went with them, unresisting, following the man down another winding corridor to a chapel lit by candlelight. A huge painting of the Archangel Michael dominated the wall facing the altar, the leader of God's army attacking the hordes of hell. He looked every inch the Teutonic warrior. In another painting, Michael pulled his great sword from the neck of a dragon, his shield burning as the beast spewed a rain of hellfire over him.
"This way," the tattooed man said, striding through the chapel towards the altar.
He stepped behind it, and then began to descend into the depths that ran below what Morgan remembered from the blueprints of the castle. The man behind prodded her forward, and Morgan walked on. Beside the altar, she noticed a strange painting for a Christian place of worship. A female centaur, a pagan creature, half woman, half horse. Her arrow nocked and aimed at a human figure tied to a stake. Morgan noted that the woman was left-handed, for which the Latin word was sinister. To be so marked was to be associated with Satan and the reverse of everything good. A strange image for a chapel, but then the legends of this place told of half-human creatures emerging from the depths of hell beneath. As she stepped down into the darkness behind the altar, Morgan wondered what would be waiting below. She followed the men as the stairwell wound down, lit by torches of flame placed in metal brackets, a touch of the medieval in this Gothic place. The smoke from the fires whirled in the air, an incense note to the woody scent. Morgan tried not to breathe too much in, keeping her breath shallow. The smoke clouded their view, and she stepped carefully on the slippery stone. In the distance, they could hear a rhythmic, booming noise, a thumping, and she thought of the dog in the courtyard, the sound it would make if locked up. This sounded more powerful, more determined, more calculating. The cold was piercing as they descended, making Morgan think of the icy hell of Dante, not the fiery pit portrayed in most hellish vistas. The walls were wet in parts, as if water seeped through the cracks. As her fingers brushed against a patch, they came away bloody, the thick viscous liquid clinging to her skin. She shivered and rubbed her fingers on her jeans, not wanting to think about the bodies behind these walls, the twisted minds that had created this place. Finally, they emerged into a round room at the bottom of the stairs. Great torches of flame set in medieval iron brackets on the walls cast a flickering glow around the room. A gigantic round wooden trapdoor was set in the middle of the flagstones, covered with intricate carvings of occult symbols. There was a copper roundel in the middle of the door, its bronzed surface burning a deep red. Centered within the roundel was a keyhole. The booming noise echoing around the chamber came from underneath the trapdoor. Something was beating on it from the inside, trying to push its way out. Chapter 27. Mikhail was trapped to a stone pillar at the side of the room, his mouth gagged. He looked at Morgan with sorrow, as if he had hoped not to see her again, as if he had not wanted her to come to this dark place. Beyond the trapdoor was a sarcophagus, a giant stone coffin, and on its lid lay Sophia, tied spread-eagle, wearing the red flamenco dress she had been taken in. Her eyes were closed, her body relaxed. She moaned, clearly drugged and only partially conscious.
"Glad you could join us."
Adam Kadmon stepped from the shadows to stand in front of the trapdoor.
"The blood of the Remnant will strengthen the Dark Ones as they emerge."
He looked at his watch.
"The alignment approaches."
His good eye was bright, almost manic, shining with the desire to see what pounded on the trapdoor. The booming reverberated around the room, and Morgan had to speak loudly to be heard. "You really want to release whatever is down there?" Kadmon smiled, and Morgan saw an edge of madness there.
This is the culmination of my quest, the final step on my journey. The Crusaders said it best. My God will know his own and spare the ones who are faithful.
He turned to the men, nodding towards Mikhail.
Bind her with him. The 3 of them will be the first for the Devourers to consume, to speed them on their way into the world.
The tattooed man pulled Morgan across the room and tied her to the pillar alongside Mikhail, facing the pit. The great trapdoor seemed to bow outwards, pulsing as if whatever was beneath tested its resistance. The booming increased in tempo. Vibrations shook the ground they stood on, making Morgan's teeth rattle and her ears ache. Adam Kadmon withdrew the key from its box. A tapping on her hand drew her attention. Morgan looked at Mikhail and realized he was trying to communicate something to her, his eyes desperate as the seconds ticked onward, the words he spoke muffled by his gag. As she tried to work out what he was trying to say, she remembered the chanting in the salt cave. Whatever he could do, he needed the power of words to do it. She yanked against the ties that bound her, but there was no way to free her hands. "Lean towards me," she whispered, and as Mikhail pulled as far as he could to meet her, she leaned forward, using her teeth to catch the edge of his gag. She tugged and lost her grip, teeth slamming together. She tried again, and this time gripped tighter, yanking her head downwards as he pulled away from her. The corner of his mouth was uncovered now, and she tried one more time, her lips meeting his briefly as her teeth bit down on the gag. A shock of electricity sparked between them, the air almost crackling, and then his mouth was free. Mikhail began chanting under his breath immediately, his eyes flicking to the trapdoor as it bulged obscenely, ready to burst. Morgan saw the bonds on his wrist drop away, but he didn't charge at Kadmon as she would have done. He just bent to the ground and began to draw symbols in the dust. Adam held the key up, his gaze fixed on the skeletal shape which glowed in the torchlight. It pulsed, throbbing in Adam's hand as he approached the straining doors above the pit. As he stepped near it, he cried out in pain, and Morgan saw vicious spiked tendrils emerge from the blade of the key, stabbing into his hand. A slick of blood coated Adam's fingers. He grimaced but kept walking, fixed on the final goal. As he approached, the metal of the lock piece on the door began to melt and morph, reforming itself into a pool of burning liquid. The groans and thumps under the door grew louder, as if those beneath could sense the approach of he who would release them. Adam's eye burned now, reflecting the copper liquid he stared into. His arm was pulled forward as the key was drawn towards its home, desperate to fulfill its final destiny. Morgan could see a hint of fear in his gaze as he leaned forward, his hand so close to the liquid metal. At the last moment, he dropped the key and the lock accepted it, sucking it whole into a spinning vortex before releasing it back into Adam's hand. A deep, clunking sound filled the room. The lock dissolved. The ancient wood began to crack, thick wounds splitting across its surface as dark pitch welled up from its surface. Adam backed away quickly. Mikhail looked up and Morgan saw recognition there, as if he had foreseen this moment. He spun and sketched in the dirt around her, enclosing her in a circle of protection, etching symbols in the dirt on the boundaries.
"This is all I can do for you," Mikhail whispered to Morgan, standing up briefly next to her. "I can't release you because you won't be able to stop yourself attacking them. But this is not a physical fight, and you can't win your way. These are the shades of Sheol, conjured by the terror of ages and released by a magic we hoped to control." He stroked her cheek with one finger. "I had hoped to spare you this, but now you will witness the end."
"In my pocket," Morgan said, "there's a page from the book my father sent me. It has symbols like the ones you've drawn here. Perhaps it will help."
Mikhail reached inside her jacket pocket, pulling out the page from the manuscript. He unrolled it, and hope dawned in his eyes. This might just be. He bent to the ground, kneeling again, his chanting louder now. No one paid them any heed as pitch from the trapdoor began to evaporate into the air, a billowing of black smoke that crept into the corners of the room, exploring the reaches of its space. Morgan could smell burnt flesh in its shadow, a sickly odor of decay overlaid with a promise of everlasting darkness. Adam's good eye began to take on the blackness of the air around him, the white darkening as shapes began to slink from the pit. The smoke in the air shrouded the room in darkness and formed a bridge from one side of the veil into reality. Morgan watched as bat-like creatures with leathery wings pulled themselves from the pit, their muscles wasted and unused for millennia. One of them stood tall, fixing its gaze on one of Kadmon's men. It reached out a clawed hand and grabbed the man's neck, choking his screams as the thing bent to suck from his face. The man writhed in its grip, his body becoming desiccated as the wings spread out, blood pulsing through them now. When they were fully unfurled, the thing dropped the man's wasted body and flew upwards, its cry one of dark pleasure. One visibly female form slithered close to the tattooed man, winding herself around his body, her breasts full and voluptuous as she touched him. Morgan saw conflict in the man's face as he gasped at her cold touch, arousal and fear vying for dominance as her mouth claimed his. Her tongue thrust into his throat as he tried to escape, and the woman's body began to change, her full figure rotting and pulling apart. He began to choke, trying to push her from him, but she was like smoke to his grasping hands. The remnants of her tattered skin pushed onto his. Her bony fingers clawed into his chest, pushing through his skin and tearing open his chest. Her tongue withdrew from his mouth, and she bared her teeth, lowering her head to feed on his exposed heart. Morgan watched the unfolding scene with mounting horror as more creatures emerged from the pit. A gigantic bulbous toad slithered out, its huge tongue flicking out to taste Sophia's skin, leaving a black residue on her perfect face. It began to waddle towards the bound girl, its black lids fixed on its prey, and Morgan knew they didn't have much time. She turned her head to Mikhail, praying that he would have a way to save her, to save them all. Mikhail knelt on the ground, rolling and shaping a ball of muddy dirt as he repeatedly spat into the dust to bind more of it together. His gaze was fixed on the misshapen wraiths emerging from the pit, their diaphanous bodies becoming more substantial with every second. Under his breath, he chanted words from the Sefer Yetzirah, the book of creation that summoned divine life. Morgan watched as he picked up a shard of splintered wood from the floor, slicing into his palm. He squeezed drops of blood out into the mud and began to shape the lump into a tiny figure of a man. The page of the book was next to him on the floor, and he began to copy the Hebrew letters from it onto the stone, using his blood as ink. As Morgan watched, the letters gleamed gold and spun in the air, lifting from the ground and drawn into the muddy figure. As they were absorbed, the figure grew, first to the size of a child, and then into a grown man, and finally to a giant made of mud and the blood of a righteous man, its features a mess of molded clay, but its hands like clubs. The letters of power surged within like the pulses of its blood. In the swirling smoke of the dark chamber, it gleamed with a golden light. Morgan beheld the golem, the ancient creature that had protected the Jews in times of trouble. It was animated earth, the extension of the man who had conjured it, driven by the power of the unnameable. Mikhail reached up with one finger and traced a single word on its forehead. Chabal. Destroy. The golem reared up, its great meaty fists clenched as it turned towards the pit. Chapter 28. The golem lumbered towards the toad-like creature, putting itself between the demon and the daughter of the Remnant. Morgan watched as it began to push the toad back towards the pit, its terrific strength evident as the monster gurgled its rage. "No!" A shriek rang out, and Adam Kadmon stepped forward, wraiths swirling about him, their opaque figures waiting to feed. He held the key aloft, pointing it towards Mikhail and Morgan. A cloud of the ragged devourers flew at them, gigantic maws wide open with a depth of blackness inside that threatened endless terror. Morgan's breath caught in her chest as she froze, expecting to feel their chill embrace, but the demons stopped inches from her, clawing at the invisible barrier Mikhail had drawn about her. The fiends screamed and scratched, desperate to tear her flesh and feed so they could materialize. Hebrew letters spun around Mikhail now, his hands lifting as he spoke his chants louder and louder into the vortex of darkness that circled around him, the devourers darting towards him, trying to penetrate his ring of power. He thrust one hand out, and a golden aleph flew from him, pinning one of the demons against a wall, burning its smoking flesh, its scream an animal howl as it dissolved. With both hands now, he shaped some of the shining letters together and rolled them together to form a glowing ball. He threw it into a group of the shades. They burst apart as it struck them, shadowy tatters falling to the ground like rags, their remains dragged back towards the pit by some dark gravity. As Mikhail cast his golden letters against the horde, the golem used his thick legs to drive the giant toad back to the edge of the pit. With a final heave, it tipped the creature into the void as the winged demon swooped down from above. It sank its talons into the golem, claws ripping at the golden word that animated it. Mikhail drew in the air before him, his fingers moving like golden lightning, leaving trails in the smoky air around them. Then he blew on the word and sent it to the golem to renew his strength. Adam Kadmon screamed and launched himself at Mikhail, his expression wild, teeth bared like a berserker in the throes of bloodlust. Mikhail turned too late, and Kadmon knocked him to the ground, the golden letters dropping in the air, almost falling to the floor. The shades that threatened Morgan inched closer. She pulled her head back as their dripping mouths snapped at her face. Mikhail managed to get an arm free, and he sent a wave of glowing letters her way, pushing the demons back. Morgan felt the bonds about her wrists relax and drop. "Get to Sophia! Take her out of here!" Mikhail shouted. "Go! The letters will protect—" His words were cut off as Adam punched him, Mikhail's own circle of protection weakened by his actions to help her. Morgan wanted to run to him, drag Adam off, and beat him back to the pit herself. The two men grappled on the floor, surrounded by a host of dark wraiths waiting to feed and strengthen themselves to go out into the world above. She couldn't let that happen, but somehow she knew that if she approached, if she tried to intervene, the delicate balance Mikhail juggled would be lost. She thought of Jake, his words in the cave, and she made her choice. Morgan took a deep breath and stepped out of the circle towards where Sophia lay on the sarcophagus. The wraiths drew closer. She could almost feel their icy touch, the morbid caress of tattered skin on hers. She ran around the dark vortex and began to work at the ties that bound the young woman. The golem and the winged creature still wrestled on the edge of the pit near them, and Morgan glanced over as she tried to get Sophia free, afraid that any minute the demon would come for them. A rumble came from deep beneath, like the belching of a huge fire, and a whooshing noise as something was released below. Whatever had been freed, it was coming up towards the gate, and it would burst into this world within seconds. Morgan looked up and across the room, meeting Mikhail's eyes for a split second. It was as if the world stood still, and she saw eternity in his dark eyes. She saw a man her father had chosen for this task, who was powerful enough to command the letters of the Torah and accept the burden of sacrifice. "No," she whispered, even as she understood what he must do. With a roar, Mikhail stood, thrusting Adam Kadmon away from him so the man fell to the ground. The skeleton key skittered across the floor. Mikhail raised his hands up, his voice lifting in powerful prayer as he called down the power of the unnameable into the letters and symbols he carved into the air. He pushed his hands toward the giant hole in the ground, and the golden letters began to pour into it, filling it with golden light. The wraiths were sucked back down, as if the vortex had reversed. A rumble came from below, and a hideous screech of frustration as the ground shook with violence. Small bits of stone and masonry fell from the ceiling. Morgan worked faster. Sophia moaned, her eyes fluttering. Morgan pulled her from the sarcophagus, just as a huge chunk of masonry smashed down where Sophia's head had been only seconds before. "We have to get out of here," Morgan shouted. "I need your help now." She shook her, but Sophia was looking around the chamber in catatonic horror, the shock of what she saw stunning her into unmoving silence. Across the room, Mikhail forced Adam Kadmon back towards the pit as golden letters poured from his lips and hands. It was exquisitely beautiful. Morgan tried to freeze the image in her mind as the brilliant letters illuminated the dark wraiths, burning them like airborne torches. Mikhail was almost aflame, his face shining as had Moses on the heights of the mountain when he saw God. Morgan understood how her father must have craved this kind of power, and yet, once wrought, it could only destroy. Mikhail's voice became like a rushing waterfall, and he spoke the powerful curse, the Posa Denura, calling down the lashes of fire from the angels of destruction. At the edge of her vision, Morgan thought she saw a shimmer of angels' wings beating back the demons towards the pit. The sucking vortex swirled the wraiths back into it, and Morgan felt the pull of the vacuum. She pushed Sophia back behind the sarcophagus, the heavy stone preventing them from being sucked down as the dark things were hurtled back from whence they came. The golem wrapped its thick arms about the winged creature and then fell forward into the pit, its clay body dissolving as it dropped, its weight dragging the demon down with it. Morgan could see the strain on Mikhail's face as he became a conduit for whatever worked through him, the forces of the light he had sought as his life's work, just as her father had done before him. Adam Kadmon tackled him from behind, driving him forward. They toppled for a moment, hanging on the edge of the pit. "No!" Morgan's cry was lost in the whirlwind. Mikhail met her eyes, his smile a blessing, and she knew that he saw his God in that moment. He stretched out his hand, and the skeleton key flew into the air, hovering above them in the vault. With one last shouted prayer, an explosion of gold letters burst from him, illuminating every corner of the dark place, driving the remaining demons back into the pit. Mikhail fell together with Adam Kadmon into the vortex, and the vacuum pulled the great trapdoor shut after them. The key dropped to the vast swirling copper lock, melting as it fused with the metal, a swirl of bone solidifying until it froze into place. A second later, it was silent in the vaulted chamber, with only the echoes of Mikhail's prayers ringing in Morgan's ears. She fell to her knees on the giant trapdoor, tears flowing down her cheeks.
"Mikhail," she whispered.
She put the palm of her hands on the wood, hoping to feel something from below. But it was cool, dead, as if nothing had even happened. She knew that if she could lift these doors, there would be nothing beneath them but the flagstones on which they rested. Mikhail was gone, his last vestiges of power used to close the portal to whatever world was beneath, perhaps this time for good. A chunk of stone fell from the roof, crashing onto the flagstones and splintering into fragments. The structure of the castle had been weakened by the great forces that had waged here, and more of the roof began to fall. Morgan stood and grabbed Sophia, wrapping the girl's arm around her neck, half dragging her to the stairwell. As they left the chamber behind, Sophia seemed to revive, the fear of being buried alive taking over. Together they ran from the depths, up into the chapel and out through the courtyard. The whole place collapsed about them as they ran, making it into the car park as an avalanche from the mountain above shook the earth, burying the castle under tons of stone. Only minutes later, the two women stood on the edge of the destruction, gazing at the steaming pile, praying that nothing would rise again from those depths as the wail of approaching sirens came from across the valley. Chapter 29. 2 days later. Morgan stood looking down at the grave of Mikhail Levy. His body hadn't been found, of course. She knew it never would be. But he would be remembered here in Safed, surrounded by the great names of Kabbalah, the blue paint on his tomb honoring the fact that he belonged. She placed a small stone on the edge of the grave, and then her fingers touched the black ribbon pinned to her jacket. It represented the rending of clothes, the tear in the heart of the mourner. Morgan closed her eyes and sent her thoughts out to Mikhail, hoping that somehow he would know he was missed, that his sacrifice had closed the gates of hell. For now, at least. There was no other alignment of planets within this generation, and with the portal buried and the key destroyed, Morgan couldn't see how that route to the place below could be opened again. It didn't mean others wouldn't try to break through into that other realm, but her faith was stronger now, and she knew the darkness could be beaten. No one would ever know how much Mikhail had given, but she would remember his sacrifice. A bird sang a sweet song from the trees above her, its piercing cry a lament for the man her father had chosen as his worthy successor. Morgan felt the sun on her face and the turning of the world in the beat of her heart. This was her land, but she had chosen a different path, and ARKANE's mission was even more strongly written on her life now. She would sit Shiva for Mikhail, participate in the 7 days of mourning. Then she would go back to London and be ready for whatever Marietti needed. For whenever darkness encroached on the earth, there would be people of the light ready to fight it back down. Author's note. I wanted to delve into Morgan's family history in this book, and I had always intended to do a book about Spain when I first introduced Leon Sierra's heritage in prophecy. I love Spain and visited Barcelona earlier this year, where I imagined the opening scene at the Sagrada Familia. It really is one of the most amazing churches in the world, a true delight to behold, and my wide grin matched Jake's when I entered for the first time. I've also spent time in Granada, Cordoba, and Seville, and I want to go back there and spend more time in Andalusia. It's an area I can't get enough of, and all the architectural details described are based on real places and history. I have also been to flamenco nights in Seville, hence the scene in the Alhambra, another amazing location. Kabbalah. There are many schools of Kabbalah, and I discovered just how complex a belief system it is as I read more about it. It takes years of study to even begin to probe the meaning of the Torah, so although I tried to base the book on research, it would have been a complicated treatise if I had tried to include much of it. I've taken some fascinating aspects of Kabbalism, such as the power of the Hebrew letters that make up Scripture, but essentially I have fictionalized it, and all embellishments and mistakes in research are my own. Here are some aspects that may be interesting. The Sefer Yetzirah, or Book of Creation, does detail the creation of a golem. You can play around with gematria at www.gematrix.org. Adam Kadmon is a representation of primordial man in Kabbalah. The Posa de Nura is indeed a Kabbalah curse. The Kabbalah representation of evil, Klipoth, does include the devourers, the misshapen, and the polluted of God, and there is a theory of the multiverse in Kabbalistic thought. Israel. I visited Safed many years ago and was struck by the peaceful, hilly streets. I also remember the color blue as a vivid aspect of the town. I have always been drawn to visit there again, so hopefully that trip won't be far off. Diving the Dead Sea is indeed possible, but it doesn't sound like much fun. The caves of Sodom are real, but closed to visitors. The Gates of Hell. After using sedlets in my book Prophecy, I didn't expect to find the Gates of Hell only a few hours away. Although there are a number of places in the world that claim to be the gates, Huska Castle seemed the most interesting. It has several centuries' worth of haunting stories, including the horse and the ghostly chain gang described, plus some architectural features and art that I wanted to include. The planetary alignment and blood moons did occur earlier this year, in 2014 as I write, so it seemed a fitting time to write of the opening between the worlds. About J.F. Penn. Joanna Penn is the New York Times and USA best-selling author of supernatural thrillers, including the ARKANE and London Psychic series. Joanna has a master's degree in theology from the University of Oxford, Mansfield College, and a graduate diploma in psychology from the University of Auckland, New Zealand. She lives in London, England, but spent 11 years in Australia and New Zealand. Joanna worked for 13 years as an international business consultant within the IT industry, but is now a full-time author-entrepreneur. Joanna is a PADI dive master and enjoys traveling as often as possible. She is obsessed with religion and psychology and loves to read, drink Pinot Noir, and soak up European culture through art, architecture, and food. Connect with Joanna online at joanna@jfpenn, that's 2 N's.com. Her website, www.jfpenn, with 2 N's.com. On Twitter, @thecreativepenn, with 2 N's. On Facebook, at www.facebook.com/jfpennauthor. And also on Pinterest, at pinterest.com/jfpenn. Joanna Penn also writes nonfiction, available in print and ebook formats. Career change, stop hating your job, discover what you really want to do, and start doing it. How to market a book. Public speaking for authors, creatives, and other introverts. Business for authors. How to be an author-entrepreneur. For writers, Joanna's site, www.thecreativepenn.com, helps people write, publish, and market their books through articles, audio, video, and online products as well as live workshops. Joanna is available internationally for speaking events aimed at writers, authors, and entrepreneurs. Joanna also has a popular podcast for writers on iTunes, The Creative Penn. Acknowledgements. Thanks to Jen Blood, my brilliant editor and first reader, as well as fantastic author of Dark Mysteries. And also to Wendy Janes, my proofreader, and to Marcia A. Krasinski for the helpful comments. Thanks to Derek Murphy from Creative Indie, my fantastic book cover designer. And also to Daniel Suarez, who designed the key to the Gates of Hell, the illustration on the front of the book. Thanks also to Paul Murphy, whose book, As I Walked Out Through Spain in Search of Laurie Lee, inspired some of the Spanish setting. This has been Gates of Hell, an ARKANE thriller, Book 6. Written by J.F. Penn. Narrated by Veronica Giguere. Copyright 2015 by Joanna Penn. Production copyright 2015 by Joanna Penn.